Chapter 833. The 600 men Sukai had brought with him were all men who had been training with the Wushan cavalry in the City of Steel. These people were cavalry themselves, so they were well versed in the tactics and strategies of cavalry. They were true elites. Although they were few in number, they possessed astonishing fighting power and were extremely skilled at dealing with cavalry. All of their techniques were ingenious, and they would never engage in a direct confrontation with cavalry. Thus, even though the Turks had the numerical advantage, they were unable to inflict any real damage. Not only that, besides their ingenious techniques, their physical strength was also formidable. Just like Sukai, a single slash of their sword could cleave their enemy, horse, and even their thick armor in two. Swish, swish, swish. One woozy steel sword after another silently cut through the night sky, a soundless dance of death in the darkness. There was only the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh, and then countless heavy objects crashing to the ground. Aya! The Chishi armory was littered with corpses and screams. Pour the black oil. Use the black oil to deal with them. Light the fire. Burn these Tang people to death. There was no lack of shrewd and wise Turks, and the 800 Turkic warriors quickly began to move. Water sacks were opened and thrown into the air, pouring black oil over Sukai's group. Some of the Turks had already prepared a match, and with a hiss, they threw it at the black oil. You've all gone mad. This black oil is meant to destroy the Chishi armory. There's no time. If we don't kill them, we'll all die. One of the Turks tried to stop the others, but he was quickly intercepted. With a crackle of fire, sparks flew toward Sukai's group. The flames burned, but when they were still several feet away, they were stopped by an invisible wall of energy. The flames burned in the air, making it impossible to approach, much less get close. Profound martial realm. The hearts of the 800 Turkic warriors chilled at this sight. Profound martial experts had thick layers of stellar energy around their bodies, so the Arabian oil was incapable of effectively threatening them. Humph, you only realized it now? Sukai sneered. Everyone listen up. Kill them. With this order, another 100 Turkic warriors were cut down from their horses. While the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, a group of Turkic soldiers had slipped past the two sides and stealthily made their way to the gate of the Chishi armory. But when they were around one zhang from the gate, something strange happened. No matter how the Turkic soldiers walked, they would always end up back at their original spot. The gate of the Chishi armory, which was 10 feet away, seemed to be in another distant space and time, and could not be approached no matter what. There seemed to be a huge chasm between the two sides. What's going on? Why can't we walk over? What the hell? Why are we back at the same place? What kind of sorcery did these Tang people use? It's too evil. Don't worry about it so much. Let's charge over on horseback. We ran into a wall. The Turkic soldiers felt their hairs stand on end. They had used all sorts of methods to get past the gate and into the Chishi armory, but they couldn't even get close to the simple gate. The warriors of the Turkic steppe were all true warriors. Even if their heads fell to the ground, they would not so much as crease their brow. But the situation before them was far too bizarre and could not be explained with common sense. Everyone had a body full of power, but it was completely useless. The armory is such an important matter. Did you really think that we would do nothing and only send 600 men to deal with you? The half-kneeling Sukai, who had just cut a Turkic horseman and his horse in two, inwardly sneered at these words. Marquis had foresight and had long ago made preparations to deal with a good Elan. However, the Chishi armory was no trifling matter, so how could they not make any preparations? Elder Fong and Elder Du had already set up an illusory formation and a bewildering formation in front of the western gate of the armory. From a distance, everything seemed normal, but if one got too close, they would immediately be bewildered by the illusory formation and led elsewhere, and the result would be the Turks crashing into the wall. This was because the gate they saw wasn't the real gate at all. And even if they used brute force to charge through, they would still be led elsewhere by the bewildering formation. This was because, under the influence of the bewildering formation, even though they seemed to be charging in a straight line, they were actually moving in a crooked manner. He didn't know how this was done, but he did know that he had Elder Fong and Elder Do try it on him once. That day, Suki's face was swollen, his head dizzy, and he vomited for an entire day. These Turkic cavalry were weaker than him, so it would be strange if they could find the main gate. Brothers, charge! Kill all of these Turks, and let them know the might of us Tang people. Sukai roared and charged forward, his woozy steel sword slashing at the hooves of his steeds. Clang! Just as Sukai had killed more than 20 Turkic experts and their corpses were scattered all over the ground, a metallic whistle suddenly sounded. An oddly shaped golden saber abruptly descended from the sky, striking the spine of Sukai's woozy steel sword. It knocked away the woozy steel sword in Sukai's hand, allowing him to avoid the misfortune of having 4 hooves sliced off. An expert! Sukai's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed in surprise. To be able to accurately strike the spine of his sword and avoid the sharp edges of his sword, this wasn't a feat that any ordinary martial artist could achieve. You scoundrel, your opponent is me. Don't bully those lowly soldiers. In the blink of an eye, a cold voice, speaking in the Han language that he had never learned in his life, sounded from above him. Sukai raised his head and saw a fierce-looking Turkic commander dressed in wolf armor, viciously glaring at him. Compared to the surrounding cavalry, this Turkic commander stood out like a crane among chickens, his aura clearly much stronger. Interesting. If you want to fight, then come. Sukai smiled, delighted instead of alarmed. Gripping his sword with both hands, he transformed into a dazzling flower of swords that lunged at the Turkic commander. At almost the same time, Chung Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and Qinbin were also encountering their own opponents. Clang, clang, clang. Icy flowers of swords flashed through the night sky as the two groups fiercely battled. Furious roars, screams, and the neighing of Nei's horse blended together in front of the Chishi armory. In the distance, the Chishi Protectorate headquarters was deathly still and pitch black. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding that they couldn't hear anything. While Sukai's side was in a stalemate, Wang Chang's side was completely one-sided. Nay, rumble. War horses began to drop to the ground in fear, the thuds of their bodies echoing over the battlefield. The 4,200 men that Agudalan had sent out were utterly routed by the Wushang cavalry, simply no match for them. In a single clash, more than 1,800 men had died. This sight made Agudalan's heart bleed, and he felt even worse than if he had been surrounded. This was a surprise attack, not a true battle. Thus, Agudalan had not brought all his men, only a few elites. For a surprise attack, 5,000 men was already quite a lot. But Agudalan had not expected that the elites he had been relying on would be so weak in front of Wang Chong. Although he had long ago known that Dian Mangpo's white braves had been completely wiped out at the Triangular Gap, only when he was truly fighting with the Tang people did he understand what sort of pressure Dian Mangpo had been facing. Too powerful. Too powerful. Only the Khan's most elite Sami army, the Wolf God Army, and the Golden Tent Army can contend against them. Agudalan felt like a storm had swept through his mind, and he was deeply shaken. He knew that the several thousand men in Wushang's City of Steel were formidable, but he hadn't expected them to be this formidable. This wasn't something that the people around him could deal with. If this continued, the people around him would all die here. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone retreat! Agudalan was both shocked and infuriated. His dantian exploded, forcing back the 5, and then Agudalan let out a shrill whistle. Bam! This shrill cry soared into the sky, echoing far into the night. Awoo! A shrill wolf howl resounded through the night, and as if it was some sort of signal, The howls began to come from the distance like a tide. Wolves! This Agudalan really is leading a wolf pack into battle. As Wang Chong listened to the distant howls and the incoming wolf army, a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. Of the great powers surrounding the Tang dynasty, the Turks were the most special. This was because, besides their regular soldiers, they could often mobilize a large number of wolves to fight alongside the army. Although a single wolf was nothing to fear for a fully armored soldier, when the number of wolves reached a certain level, everything was different. Thus, the true fighting power of the Turks could not be measured in numbers. This was also the greatest headache for the soldiers of the northern frontier when facing the Turks. Although Wang Chong would become the Grand Marshal of the world in the future, the forces of the steppe would have long since declined, and he would have no chance of fighting. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen a wolf pack fight in a regular army. "Ha! It seems like you've made ample preparations, but alas, it's useless." Wang Chong sneered. If the unparalleled Wushan cavalry, hailed as the #1 cavalry of the world, couldn't even deal with a pack of wolves, then their title of #1 would be in vain. Boom! Just when Agudalan was about to retreat, Wang Chong stepped forward, following Elder Fong, Elder Du, Li Sai, and Huang Batian to hold down Agudalan. "Ha! Protector General, I haven't even agreed, so why are you in such a rush to leave? It's rare for you to come here, so why don't you stay here for the night? After all, I can even make a wooden steel for you." Chapter 834. Bastard. Agudalan's eyes blazed with rage. Wang Chong was just a youth who had risen after the Tang dynasty, while he had been the Yabgu of the Turks for 10-some years. In terms of age alone, he was old enough to be Wang Chong's uncle. In all his years in the western regions, even Fomin Linta had to treat him with some respect. When had he ever been made such a fool of? "Whether or not I can leave, I'll kill you today." Agudalan's rage flared, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. Waves of scorching energy erupted from his body as Agudalan used the Mount Sami divine art. Mount Sami shall fall, and the god realm shall descend. Light and shadow flickered in the sky, and a huge shadow of Mount Sami appeared in the void, emitting a boundlessly heavy aura. Above Mount Sami, there was an enormous impact that caused people's hearts to tremble. Their souls were filled with terror as they fell from the sky. Mount Sami had fallen, and the god realm had descended. This was the legend of the steppe, the scene of the war between the gods. When Mount Sami, which had originally belonged to the god realm, fell to the mortal world, it was a calamity. To the Turks of the steppe, this was their most dreaded doomsday. Rumble. Agudalan ignored them. His body swelled and his aura intensified, making him seem like a god. Gathering all his strength, he avoided Elder Fong, Elder Du, Li Sai, and Huang Batian. The image of Mount Sami appeared on his saber, and it seemed to gather all the energy of the god realm as it slashed at Wang Chong's head. In the face of all this, Wang Chong grinned, showing no fear. Although his cultivation level was lower than Agudalan's, his karmic battle armor gave him an extremely high defense. With his current Saint Martial cultivation, all of Agudalan's attacks were greatly weakened. Come. Wang Chong made no attempt to dodge. Gathering all his energy, he slammed into Agudalan like a meteor. As they clashed, violet flames began to rise as Wang Chong used his stellar energy to attack Agudalan. These violet flames originated from the energy of Lu Wu, and they were incredibly effective against Saint Martial experts. In the Battle of the Triangular Gap, Wang Chong had used this move to push Dian Mengpoj down to Tier 4 or 5 of the Saint Martial realm. Now he was using the same move against Agudalan. But a moment later, just when Wang Chong was preparing to fight with Agudalan, in a flash of light and a cold gust of wind, Agudalan vanished. When Wang Chong focused his gaze, he saw that Agudalan was actually fleeing. They had been so aggressive and bold before, but it turned out that it was just a tactical cover for their final retreat. Ha! Agudalan, I truly overestimated you. But do you really think that you can escape like this? Wang Chong was not alarmed by this sight, but rather delighted. A general who only thought about escaping would only be able to use 70% of his strength at most. Although he was rather surprised, if a good Elan thought that he could escape unscathed like this, then he was truly underestimating him. Elder Fong, Elder Du! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong called out, "Yes, Marquis." Elder Fong and Elder Du had solemn expressions. The two of them had long been prepared for this, and they were just waiting for Wang Chong's order. Boom! Without any hesitation, just as a good Elan was fleeing in the opposite direction, Elder Fong and Elder Du kicked hard, immediately sending a rock flying into the distance. What's that? A good Elan felt a black object fly past the corner of his eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He instinctively glanced at it. When he saw that it was just a rock, he suddenly had an indescribable strange feeling. What is this brat doing? A good Elan could be considered experienced and knowledgeable in the western regions, but he had never seen such a strange situation. However, he did not have time to think about it, and the direction in which the rock was thrown was not toward him. Thus, he did not pay it any mind and continued to flee. Behind him, Wang Chong saw this scene, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He did not even give chase. Even though a good Elan was known as the Black Wolf Yabgu, his knowledge was still too shallow. Not only did he not have any concept of the bewildering formations and illusion formations of the Central Plains, he had probably never even heard of them before. Since that was the case, he could not be blamed. Here! Wang Chong watched as the rock fell to the ground, and he muttered in his heart. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The ground and the surroundings trembled, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. The smoke and dust turned into gray walls that surrounded the surroundings. A good Elan, who had already run more than 10 zhang away, was immediately blocked by this gray fog wall. The originally clear path ahead of him immediately vanished after the appearance of this tall fog wall. Everything was hazy in all directions. Not good. A good Elan was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, and he couldn't help but pale in fright. There was no time to think. The moment the wall of dust appeared, a good Elan gathered all the stellar energy in his body. Like a meteor, he not only did not slow down, but suddenly accelerated, fiercely charging at the wall of dust, hoping to smash through it with one blow. Rumble! The earth quaked and the sky swayed. The scene of a good Elan smashing through the dust wall did not occur. Instead, the powerful impact caused a series of unexpected changes. With a deafening boom, the world in a good Elan's eyes suddenly turned upside down, and like a spinning stone plate, it caused a good Elan's body to spin. What is going on? Even though a good Elan's reputation as the Black Wolf Yabgu had shaken the western border, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright upon encountering a situation that couldn't be explained with common sense or resolved with power. Rumble! After an indeterminate amount of time, which seemed like only a moment, but also like countless long centuries, everything finally came to a stop. Black Wolf Yabgu, sorry to keep you waiting. A familiar voice with a hint of laughter suddenly sounded in his ears. A good Elan opened his eyes and saw that Wang Chong, Li Sai, Huang Batian, and the strangely dressed Elder Fong and Elder Du had been waiting for him for a long time. His heart immediately sank to the bottom of the lake. A good Elan knew that he really wouldn't be able to escape this time. Vast universe art. Great Inyang art. Halo of storm. Stone general. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Elder Fong, and Elder Du raised their strength to the limit the moment a good Elan was sent back by the formation's power. All kinds of attacks covered the sky and swept out like a violent gale. Awoo! Outside the formation, tens of thousands of giant green wolves bared their fangs and leaped into the air, pouncing on the Wushan cavalry. Each Wushan cavalryman faced 3 or 4 giant green wolves, which simultaneously attacked the horses' tails, stomachs, and riders. Any other cavalryman would have been flustered by now, But Wang Chong's Wushang cavalry were all well-trained and extremely powerful. Their greatest strength was their perfect teamwork. Uft, uft, swoosh. Iron spears and long swords were as fast as lightning, flying over from other directions. Every spear was accurate and ruthless, aimed at the heads, hearts, and other vital points of the green wolves. With just a single move, a huge green wolf that looked extremely sturdy and had an extremely strong life force immediately died. All the Wushang cavalry worked together to kill the wolves on the enemy's bodies. With 3 riders standing side by side, they could kill 5 or 6 wolves in the blink of an eye. No matter how many wolves charged at them, the Wushang cavalry were like reefs in the ocean, immovable and unshakable. The warriors of the Turkic steppe all felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this. The green wolves of the Turkic steppe had never been the main fighting force, so no one had ever hoped that these wolves could win a battle. But this was the first time these warriors of the Turkic steppe had ever seen such an efficient slaughter of a wolf pack, with no unnecessary movements and flawless coordination. This was the first time these warriors of the Turkic steppe had seen something like this. Run! We're no match for them. No, Lord Yabgu has disappeared. I don't know what sort of evil art they used to trap Lord Yabgu in there. We have to think of a way to save Lord Yabgu. While all the Turkic warriors were stunned by the ruthlessness and efficiency of the Tang people's cavalry, another group of Turkic cavalry began to madly charge toward the place where Good-Alan had been trapped. Kiai, one of the Turkic generals, bared his teeth and howled, immediately ordering the several hundred wolves to charge forward with no regard for their own safety. No one should think about saving that Turkic Yabga today. Since they want to die, let's kill them all. 100-man commander of the Wushang cavalry stood at the front of the group, his eyes exuding a chilling light. Kail! With this order, he pointed his spear forward, and the 100-man Wushang commander immediately charged forward. Behind him, the other 100 Wushang cavalry automatically assembled into a small arrow formation with him at the center and charged forward. Awoo! The wolves howled as the 100-man Wushang cavalry left their mounts in disarray. Whether it was the wolves or the Turkic warriors, they were all cut down like a hot knife through butter. Charge! The other Wushang cavalry used this chance to give chase. With the whinnying of the neigh horses and the cold gleam of their swords, the cries of Turkic warriors could be heard as they fell to the ground. In just a few rounds, the 5,000 Turkic cavalry that Good-Alan had brought with him had been reduced to less than 1,000. Run! They're not human. Run! At this sight, the remaining Turkic cavalry finally lost all will to fight and began to scatter in all directions. Meanwhile, the stellar energy in the formation set up by Elder Fong and Elder Du began to rumble, and all the origin energy in the world began to fluctuate. All kinds of techniques and martial arts clashed against one another, the battle reaching its climax. Chapter 835. Whoosh! Within the formation, Wang Chong slowly withdrew his energy and his hands as he gave a long sigh. As the last bit of Brigadier General Saint Martial energy flowed into his body, Wang Chong felt the stellar energy in his body roil like a river. His cultivation rose from Saint Martial Tier 1 to Saint Martial Tier 2, and then it soared until it finally stopped at Saint Martial Tier 3. This shouldn't be the case. Just what sort of evil art is this? A weak voice, as thin as a mosquito's buzz, came from up ahead, tinged with the scent of death. Good-Alan's body was thin and his hair was sparse, making him look like a mummy. Only a layer of skin remained on his body, giving him a terrifying appearance. But in this state, Good-Alan was still alive, his eyes still fixed on Wang Chong. The great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, the #1 evil art of the Central Plains. Wang Chong smiled as he stood up, fulfilling Good-Alan's dying wish. Evil art, so that's how it is. Good-Alan's eyes were dazed, and then the light in his eyes was extinguished like a candle in the wind. Bang! His body, slumped to the ground. Congratulations to User for killing Agudalan and removing another major threat to Chishi. In addition, the Black Wolf Yabgu has died in battle, causing a major event that has changed the course of the Western Turkic Khaganate's history. User is rewarded with 2,000 points of destiny energy. Congratulations to User. User has successfully saved the mission, the war horses of the Tang dynasty, and avoided the penalty for failure. At this moment, the Stone of Destiny's voice sounded in Wang Chong's mind. A smile appeared on Wang Chong's face. Killing Agudalan had given him 2,000 points of destiny energy, and when added to the rewards from before, Wang Chong now had 4,670 points of destiny energy. This way, I can go to the Stone of Destiny to exchange for another batch, Wang Chong thought to himself. Along the way, Wang Chong had gradually discovered that in order to obtain a large amount of destiny energy, the best way was to kill some of the extremely powerful and important figures on the other side. These characters were often related to the fate of the other empires, and from there, they would receive huge rewards for changing history. I'll store these destiny energy points for now. When I need them in the future, I'll use them to exchange for some very important abilities. Wang Chong thought. After his battle with Dian Mangpoj at the Triangular Gap, Wang Chong had spent a large amount of destiny energy to purchase the karmic battle armor, and he was gradually beginning to taste the sweetness of the Stone of Destiny's rewards. The Stone of Destiny actually had some extremely powerful treasures that played a decisive role in battles between top-notch experts. However, these treasures often cost a lot of points to exchange, but everything was worth it. The more energy points spent, the more powerful the treasure. Elder Fong, Elder Du. Wang Chong turned his head and glanced at the two chief of Wushang. The two understood and began to form seals with their hands, unleashing waves of stellar energy. Rumble. The earth trembled as the dust around the Chishi armory began to disperse. The ground was strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Not even the darkness of night could conceal the thick stench of blood in the air. Marquis, the battle is over. All the Turks have been annihilated. Only 400 to 500 managed to escape. We've also captured a few captives. May I ask what we should do next? Wang Chong had barely crossed the edge of the formation when a scout captain walked over, his body reeking of blood and spear in hand. Forget about those who escaped. There's no need to pursue them. As for the captives, bring them all back. In addition, inform everyone to withdraw. Wang Chong indifferently said. He was still extremely satisfied with the results of this battle. Although the ground in front of the Chishi armory was littered with corpses, the vast majority of them were Turks and the corpses of the giant wolves. The Wushan cavalry had suffered very few casualties, the majority of them only suffering light injuries. Marquis. The clopping of hooves could be heard as Su Qi rode over on a warhorse. The people of the Chishi Protectorate have heard the commotion and are rushing over. Should we go meet with them and hand over our duties? Wang Chong followed Su Qi's gaze and saw a faint glow of fire in the distance. The fire was moving toward them, accompanied by the clopping of hooves. After so long, the Chishi Protectorate had finally responded. Some people had come to investigate, but from the sound of hooves, not many people had come. Forget it. Now's not the time to meet. Inform everyone to quickly leave. As for the armory, there's no need to worry about it for now. Let them handle it. Yes, Marquis. Before the people of the Chishi Protectorate could arrive, Wang Chong and his 5,000 Wushan cavalry had already left. Not long after they left, a fierce-looking general of the Chishi Protectorate arrived, accompanied by more than 2,000 soldiers, torches in hand. The sight of the hellish scene in front of the Chishi armory caused everyone to grimace. Some of them had long ago turned pale and seemed on the verge of vomiting. Too formidable. Look at the insignia on their bodies. Each of them has the image of a wolf's head. This is the insignia of the Turkic warriors. These are all true warriors. If I remember correctly, these people should be the elites of the army, and only the legendary Black Wolf Yabgu can mobilize them. These fellows love ambushes, and the last time they were mobilized, more than 1,000 people died in the estate, including quite a few of the generals skilled in battle. I didn't think that they would die here. It's too tragic. Look at their wounds, and there's no second wound. Too powerful. Just who did this? This sort of fighting power is simply terrifying. Fortunately, they came to help us. If they were with the Turks, we would have been dead long ago. The sight of the Turks dying so wretchedly made everyone's hearts palpitate in fear. The blood flowing from these people was warm, and it seemed like they had all been slaughtered in a very short amount of time. This sort of fighting power was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Before this, none of them had dared to imagine that Chishi would have such a powerful army. Did you get a good look? In a place that no one was paying attention to, the fierce-faced general of the Chishi protectorate said in a low voice, a rather unsightly expression on his face. I didn't get a good look, but it's very similar to those people from the Wushang's City of Steel. In Chishi, only they have this sort of strength. After a few moments of thought, he raised his head and probed. My lord, they shouldn't be far away. Sir, they shouldn't be too far away. Should we chase after them? There's no need. After a few moments of thought, the general quickly shook his head. In Chishi, that person is a taboo. No one dares to recklessly approach him. It's best if we don't touch this misfortune. Let's quickly clean up this place. Yes, my lord. After traveling several hundred li, Wang Chong finally reached Wushang's City of Steel. It was already the Chou period, and the world was dark and devoid of light. The City of Steel was also deathly still, everyone in a deep slumber. However, Steel Gate's gates were currently open. A charming figure dressed in snow-white clothes rode a large white horse, a smile on the corners of her lips, a sweet smile on her face, as if she was a fairy that descended into the world of mortals, silently waiting at the city gates. How was it? My plan wasn't bad, right? Seeing Wang Chong leading the way back, Su Yiqin's eyes flashed, and she immediately rode forward to greet him, her head slightly raised as she proudly spoke. Haha, of course. Don't you know who came up with this plan? Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh as he saw Su Yiqin's coquettish appearance. The two of them had a tacit understanding that the other was referring to the letter that had tricked Agudalan and the Yabgu. The letter truly was fake, but the contents were true. Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei, had truly been released from the imperial prison, and the berserker syndrome in his body had exploded on the street, causing him to crash into the carriage of a princess. However, Wang Bei had not killed the princess, nor had he caused a massive massacre. On the contrary, just as he was about to lose his mind, Wang Bei had suddenly controlled himself. This had never happened before. After this matter, Wang Bei had written him a letter, telling him that he would soon arrive in Wushang and help him conquer the western regions. This was definitely the best news Wang Chong had heard in a while. This letter had already reached Wang Chong's hands a few days ago, but it was later seen by Su Yiqin. She used it to confuse Agudalan, causing him to lower his guard and send out his troops in advance. Agudalan was truly cautious. Even though he had followed Wang Chong and discovered that he had left Chishi and Sand Pass, he had still sent a letter to investigate Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei. Alas, as the devil grew a foot, the Tao grew a zhang. No matter how formidable Agudalan was, he had still lost to Wang Chong and Su Yiqin. In the end, he had died in Chishi Armory, all his cultivation going to Wang Chong. But don't be careless about this matter. Don't let it be like the triangular gap last time, where your credit was stolen. Make some preparations and write a memorial to the imperial court. We should at least get some credit. Su Yiqin said, Haha, you know that I don't really care about these things, but what you say is reasonable. I'll leave the memorial to you. Wang Chong smiled and waved his hand behind him. The group quickly passed through the gate and entered the City of Steel. Flap, flap. A few moments later, a messenger pigeon soared into the night sky, quickly vanishing in the direction of the capital. The night passed, and in the morning, Wang Chong had just finished a bowl of bird's nest porridge when the door to his room suddenly opened and a figure barged in. "Marquis, something's happened!" Su Qi shouted the moment he entered the room. "What's wrong?" Chapter 836. Incredible. "Marquis, do you remember the group of captives we captured yesterday?" Su Qi excitedly said, his face red. "I do. Did something happen?" Wang Chong asked in confusion. After yesterday's battle, he remembered that someone had reported to him that they had captured a group of captives. But Wang Chong didn't understand what was so special about this matter. "Marquis, we really did catch a big fish this time. One of those captives was a prince of the Western Turkic Khaganate, and it was Ishbara Khagan's most beloved fourth prince, the son of the Khaganate's Khatan. Agudalan had originally planned on bringing him here to earn merit, so that Ishbara Khagan could properly confer him an official title. I didn't expect for him to be captured by us." Su Qi hurriedly said, his voice ragged. "Ah!" Alarmed, Wang Chong abruptly stood up from his seat. In the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, the status of princes was even higher than in the Central Plains. The reason was very simple. The two Turkic Khaganates did not have the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, so the Turkic Khaganate did not have many princes and princesses. A prince born to a Turkic Khatan, and one favored by Ishbara Khagan at that, would have an unimaginable status in the Western Turkic Khaganate. Wang Chong had not expected that in dealing with Agudalan, he would end up capturing a prince of the Western Turkic Khaganate. "Marquis, in the morning, we took out all the captives from last night and prepared to interrogate them to see if we could dig up anything useful to the Western Turks. But at this time, we noticed that there was one person who didn't seem right. His attire is very luxurious, and he doesn't look like an ordinary soldier. His temperament is also different, and he seems to have a very high status. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone who would appear in the army. He doesn't fit in with a group of prisoners. Although it had been Sukhoi who had informed Wang Chong, it had been Qinbin who had discovered the Turkic prince. In the city of Steel's underground prison, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, Elder Fong, and Elder Du were all gathered together, listening to Qinbin's explanation. At the time, I also felt that there was something wrong with him. So I found someone who could speak Turkic, but I didn't expect him to be a Turkic prince. I didn't dare to confirm it. So after some thought, I called Hulaeg over. He had connections with the Turks, so he should be familiar with all the members of the Turkic imperial clan. When Hulaeg came, he immediately recognized him as the Turkic fourth prince. Yes. Wang Chong nodded as he peered through a small metal window, more than 6 feet off the ground. The Turkic fourth prince was a young man of 21 or 22. Although his clothes were filthy from last night's battle, if one looked carefully, one could still see that they were dressed in an extremely ornate Turkic robe. He truly is a member of the Turkic imperial clan. As Wang Chong looked at the blazing suns on the Turkic youth's clothes and the image of a lone wolf howling at the sun, a thought flashed through his mind. Although Wang Chong had interacted very little with the Turkic imperial clan, he knew that the sacred mountain of the Turks was Mount Sunday. Besides the wolves, they also worshipped the blazing suns in the sky. This was a symbol that only the imperial clan of the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates could use, signifying a noble bloodline. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong opened the door and walked in. "No, don't kill me. I'm a prince of the Turks. I can give you a lot of money. Don't kill me." The young Turkic prince seemed to be given a huge fright, his hands and feet curling up into a ball as his body trembled. If one looked carefully, one would realize that this Turkic prince was none other than the young Turkic man who had accompanied the black wolf Yabgu Agudalan. Wang Chong slightly frowned at the Turkic prince's frightened expression, not even daring to raise his head. "Marquis, this fellow seems like a soft-footed shrimp. Last night's slaughter probably scared him. Su Kai leaned over and whispered into Wang Chong's ear. Wang Chong fell silent for a few moments, and then he nodded. In last night's battle, the Wushan cavalry had dealt with these Turkic elites as easily as cutting through melons and vegetables. Although the Turks were innately brave and fierce in battle, this Turkic prince had grown up on Mount Sami in the Khagan's court. He had only seen a handful of true battles, and even if he had, it had always been in the rear when the Turks had the upper hand. This was probably the first time in his life that 4,000 to 5,000 Turkic warriors had been slaughtered like sheep. Starting from now, this would become a nightmare for him for a very long time to come. Just now, you said that you could give me a lot of money. Wang Chong squatted down and suddenly asked, Right. No matter how much you want, I'll give it to you. Pearls, agate, gold. My royal father and mother will definitely agree. The young Turkic prince was at first dazed, but he quickly reacted and anxiously said, he had realized that this young Han leader was not speaking the Han language, but the Turkic language that he was most familiar with. Ha, I don't need pearls or agate. As for gold, how much can you Turks have? Will your royal father and mother be willing to give it to you? Wang Chong chuckled. The young Turkic prince was dumbfounded. The Turks were different from the people of the other empires. Their commerce was not as developed, and they did not have as many resources. This meant that even if the Turks had a great deal of wealth, they would find it very difficult to buy as many things as they could in the Central Plains. In other words, the wealth of the Turks would only be of value when trading with the other empires. Thus, the Turks were not very interested in amassing wealth. People like Hulaeg were very rare in both the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates. In addition, the Turkic steppe did not produce gold. Even if one gathered all the gold from both Turkic Khaganates, there wouldn't be much left. From this perspective, it was truly difficult to say just how much gold Ishbara Khagan was willing to pay for a single prince. After all, the gold of the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates was used to buy luxurious objects for the enjoyment of the nobles and imperial household. Ha! Wang Chong laughed as he saw the dazed expression on the Turkic prince's face. The Turkic prince was terrified by this laughter, and his entire body began to tremble. Wait a moment. I know you need war horses. I can give you a large number of war horses. Our western Turkic Khaganate has the best war horses on the steppe. I can give you as many as you want. The Turkic prince suddenly shouted. But this time, Wang Chong pretended not to hear. Shaking his head and smiling, he turned around and left the prison under the terrified gaze of the prince. Behind him, the prison door slammed shut. The Turkic prince seemed like he had been struck by lightning, his face pale as he slumped to the ground. Hey, my lord, why didn't you agree to his request just now? The fourth prince has a very high status in the western Turkic Khaganate. Although the western Turkic Khaganate doesn't have much gold, Ishbara Khagan would definitely agree if he wanted war horses. According to the rules of the steppe, if a noble is captured, they will definitely pay a large sum of money to ransom them. And he's a prince. Just as Wang Chong walked out of the prison, a slightly plump figure suddenly appeared around the corner. This figure was like a cat and was rushing toward him, as if trying to hide from something. I know, Wang Chong indifferently said, not even glancing at Hulaeg. You know. Hulaeg's face froze in shock. Based on his understanding of Wang Chong, he was in dire need of war horses. Moreover, Wang Chong had most likely agreed to help him because of those 300,000 war horses. But he hadn't expected that Wang Chong would give up such an excellent opportunity. This left him extremely confused. But why? Because I've already thought it over. I'll leave this matter to you. Under Hulaeg's dumbfounded gaze, Wang Chong patted him on the shoulder and quickly left. Hulaeg was left standing, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something, but his mind was blank and he hesitated. After some time, Hulaeg seemed to understand something, and his eyes shone with delight. With a shout, he jumped up and down in excitement. Wonderful! Putting aside the activity on Wang Chong's end from the northeastern part of Chishi, across the vast and overgrown Turkic steppe, several thousand li to the extreme north of Chishi, there was a massive and majestic mountain range that seemed like some prehistoric beast. Anyone who saw it would sigh in admiration and feel insignificant. Mount Sami. If one looked carefully at the western Turkic Khagan's Court of Khagan, one would realize that this majestic mountain range was actually composed of 3 mountains, 2 low and 1 high. The highest peak was where the current great Khan of the Western Turks, Ishbara Khagan, resided. The Turkic steppe had always been a vast expanse of flat land, never a place with many mountains or rivers. From Chishi to the north, there wasn't even a single protruding hill in the western Turkic steppe, much less a large mountain. Thus, one could imagine the significance that Mount Sami represented to all the Turks when it appeared on the steppe like a massive beast. Every year, the Turkic Khagans would go to various places to inspect the various tribes, so the ivory tent representing the Khagan was always moving around. But of the western Turkic Khagans, there was only one place that was recognized: Mount Sami. What? Agudalan was killed and the 4th prince was captured? A Chishi without Fomenlinta actually managed to defeat you and even capture the 4th prince. Chapter 837. Reporting to Khagan. Although Fomenlinta is not present, there is an extremely formidable Tang people youth in Wushang's city of steel called Wang Chong. He pretended to leave Chishi to lure the black wolf Yabgu into a trap. He was the one who ambushed us, killed Yabgu, and captured the 4th prince. A Turkic warrior who had luckily escaped from the Chishi armory kneeled on the ground, his face as white as paper and sweat pouring down his face as he stared at the furious Ishbara Khagan. They had immediately returned to this place after escaping from Chishi. A Yabgu had been killed and the 4th prince had been captured. This was no small matter, and it was not something they could bear the responsibility for. City of Steel? Upon hearing this name, the tall and burly Turkic man in the golden tent, his eyes widened and his anger subsided. You're a demon god. You're a demon god. You're a demon god, and you're a demon god. Isn't that the youth of the Tang dynasty who defeated the Karluks and Dalu and Ruozan in the War of the Southwest? I had the black wolf Yabgu kill him, but he still hasn't finished his task? Lord Yabgu did want to act, but when he realized that the Uzin had acted before him, his lordship wanted to borrow the hands of the Uzin to kill him, so he gave up on the idea. But he didn't expect that the Uzin Empire's Dayan Mengpoj would die at the hands of Wang Chong at the Battle of the Triangular Gap. Thus his lordship delayed until he was ambushed by that Wang Chong and killed in Chishi. The Turkic warrior who had returned to report the news kneeled on the ground and whispered. What? Such a thing happened. Ishbara Khagan's pupils constricted, and he finally calmed down. In the western regions, the Western Turks had 2 enemies. One was the Tang dynasty, but they had always been on the defensive. Moreover, their supply lines were long and their mobility poor, so they posed little threat. The real enemy was the Uzin people on the opposite plateau. Even though they were separated by the Tang dynasty's Chishi, the Western Turks and the Uzin had fought several times over the leadership of the western regions. The Turks actually had a better understanding of the generals on the Uzin plateau. Ishbara Khagan had some understanding of Dayan Mengpoj. He had once led Uzin's forces around Chishi and launched sneak attacks on the Turkic steppe, inflicting heavy losses on the Turkic army twice in a row. This was a madman with extraordinary combat prowess. He was a brigadier general. Ishbara Khagan lived far away on Mount Sami. He had never paid much attention to this kind of regional war. He had never imagined that one of the top figures of the Western Turkic Khaganate would die at the hands of the seemingly unremarkable Wang Chong. If everything was true, he would have to reevaluate this Wang Chong. Khagan, at a time like this, you're still concerned about something like this? Is our Huar's life not important? While Ishbara Khagan was still in the middle of his interrogation, the voice of a woman came from the side, brimming with worry. No matter who that Wang Chong is, the urgent task at hand is to rescue my son. A Turkic woman dressed in luxurious clothes and exuding a noble aura walked out from behind Ishbara Khagan. Katan. The sight of this woman made the Turkic warrior on the ground shiver and lower his head even further. In all the Western Turks, only the mother of the fourth prince, Katan, could enter the golden tent at any time and interrupt Ishbara Khagan's words. "Why have you come?" Ishbara Khagan hurriedly stepped forward and took the woman's hand, a look of doting affection on his face. Ishbara Khagan had experienced many women in his life, but only this woman before him was the one he respected the most and doted on the most. The reason was very simple. Back when Ishbara was still a prince, if not for the assistance of this woman, he would not have been able to ascend to the throne amidst the chaos. Not only that, although this woman was over 40 and had already given birth to several children, the Khatan had always taken good care of herself. Her skin and figure were like that of a girl in her 20s, not at all like that of someone in their 40s. If I didn't come, would I really have to watch Huar die at the hands of those Tang people of Chishi? Huar's life is hanging by a thread. Khagan, tell me, will you save Huar's life or not? The Khatan sternly said, Save, save, save. Huar is my own flesh and blood. I love him dearly, so how could I not save him? Come, hurry. Send someone to Wushang's city of steel. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to save the fourth prince. Ishbara Khagan's voice resounded over Mount Sanmi. Marquis, there's a Turkic emissary outside requesting an audience. He says that he wishes to negotiate with us regarding the captured fourth prince. Several days later, in Wushang's city of steel, Wang Chong was standing in front of his desk, reading through a report he had gathered. Suddenly, a scout hurriedly barged in and bowed. I won't see him. Wang Chong didn't even raise his head, his eyes still focused on the report in his hand, his face expressionless. Ah. The scout froze, his face filled with shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes, Marquis. With these words, he quickly left. Haha, Marquis, was I wrong? Ishbara Khagan and the Khatan are getting anxious. It's only been a few days, and they've already sent an emissary. As long as we don't agree for now and refuse them a few times, they'll get even more anxious. Milord will also be able to obtain even more benefits from the fourth prince. In this aspect, no one understands them better than I do. Once the scout left, Hulayeg heartily laughed and immediately approached, his eyes shining. In the future, I'll leave this matter to you, including the Turkic emissaries. But Hulayeg, you'd better think this through. I've investigated a few things. When Agudulan raided your estate, the fourth prince was also involved. Wang Chong finally raised his head from the letter and faintly smiled at Hulayeg. The Turkic steppe was vast and sparsely populated, and not even Wang Chong had the ability to investigate. But the nearby western regions was the best place to gather information. The Hu, Turks, and Arabs gathered there, so Wang Chong didn't need to expend much effort to obtain the information he wanted. Haha, what does that matter? I can take back all the things I lost. And even if he knows that I sold horses to you, I have a way to make him trust me and get Ishbara Khagan and the Khatan to pay the price we want. Hulayeg looked at Wang Chong, said, a crafty light in his eyes. Although the Turks revered bravery, Hulayeg was no warrior, but a shrewd merchant and the #1 horse merchant of the Turkic steppe. When it came to business, he was completely different from others. Haha, that's even better. Wang Chong chuckled as he lowered his head and continued to read the news. While the emissaries of the western Turkic Ishbara Khagan were running into a wall in Wushang's city of steel, in the distant capital of the Tang dynasty, the debate over the next Chishi Protector General had reached a fever pitch. Your Majesty, this subject recommends Black Tiger General Zhang Yi. Your Majesty, This subject recommends Crouching Wave General Duan Xian. Your Majesty, this subject recommends Frontier General Li Ji. In the short span of a few days, the number of candidates for Qixi Protector General had increased from 10 some to more than 200. There were all sorts of reasons for their recommendations. Some had rich experience, some had experience leading the Hu, some had made rapid progress in strength, and some had performed exceptionally well in the last few years. Even though the vast majority of people didn't meet the requirements, the people who had recommended them all gave the same reason. Let them try. If they didn't try, how would they know that it wouldn't work? In the hall, the first row of civil and military officials was next to a scarlet pillar with a coiling dragon. The King of Song, dressed in his imperial robe, leaned against the coiling dragon pillar. As he listened to the voices in his ears, he couldn't help but give a long sigh. 7 or 8 days had passed, and not only had the debate over the Qixi Protector General not died down, it had only intensified. Everyone had their own goals, recommending the candidate that they felt was the most suitable for them. But truthfully speaking, even though there were more than 200 people, in the King of Song's mind, there was not a single one that was suitable. Whether it was his own recommendation of Wang Yan or King Qi's recommendation of Yao Guang, in the King of Song's mind, they were both barely satisfactory. Matters of state were no trifling matter. Thus, in this period of time, not even Wang Yan and the King of Song had been recommending much. A country can't go a day without a sovereign, and the border can't go a day without a general. Just who can replace Fomin Linta to oversee the border and protect Qixi? The King of Song raised his head to the majestic ceiling of the hall, his mind in turmoil. In truth, he didn't care about the arguments of the officials. What he cared about was the most suitable candidate. But finding a suitable candidate was easier said than done. The entire Tang dynasty only had a few great generals, and all of them were already in their respective positions. Finding another great general was not difficult, but simply impossible. This was the true reason why the problem of Qixi had still not been resolved. In the vast great Tang, could it be that you really can't find a suitable candidate? The King of Song couldn't help but deeply furrow his brow. This was an unsolvable conundrum. The problem of Qixi was far too complex. The Turks, the Uzin, the Arabs, Karaks, Spazinu, and there was also the problem of the foreigners and the Han within the Qixi protectorate. It was basically impossible to find someone who could satisfy all these conditions. This was what troubled the King of Song the most. The arguments in the hall were getting more and more intense. These arguments had been going on for several days, and just when the King of Song was about to leave in a huff, hurried footsteps came from outside the hall, reporting victory in Qixi. For days ago, the Black Wolf Yabgu of the Western Turkic Khaganate launched a night raid on the Qixi armory and was ambushed by Wushang's young marquis, Wang Chong, and his soldiers. 4,568 Turkic elites were slain, including the Black Wolf Yabgu Agudalan. A golden insignia guard held a golden ancient halberd in one hand and a report in the other as he respectfully knelt on the ground, not moving an inch. Rumble. The news brought by the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia caused a huge uproar in the hall. Although not many people knew of the name Agudalan, they all knew of the name Yabgu. Chapter 838. More importantly, although very few people knew the name of Agudalan, the name of the Black Wolf Yabgu was frequently mentioned in the imperial court. This person's name was almost always on the list of invading enemies from Qixi and Biting. This person was definitely one of the core members of the Western Turkic Khaganate's warmongering faction, one of the Turkic upper echelons that gave both Qixi and Biting great headaches. No one had expected that this person, who had a reputation in the imperial court of the Tang dynasty and was viewed by the Tang dynasty as a major threat to the northern steppe, would die at the hands of Wang Chong. How could this be? This Black Wolf Yabgu has always been crafty. Biting and Qixi tried to kill him several times, but he always managed to escape. How could he die in Chishi? Fomin Linta wasn't able to kill him in Chishi. So how could Fomin Lint have left, leaving Chishi leaderless and the Black Wolf Yabga dead? Could it be a false report? This kind of problem has occurred before. Everyone thought that the Black Wolf Yabgo had died in biting, but then he suddenly became as lively as a tiger and reappeared. How could this be? This sort of thing might happen to others, but how could it happen to the young Marquis? He made such a great contribution in the southwest that even His Majesty bestowed him a courtesy name. How could he not recognize the Black Wolf Yabgu? An official report of victory to the imperial court is no trifling matter. The hall was abuzz with chatter. All the military officials knew of the Black Wolf Yabgu's background and were stunned. As for the civil officials, although there were some who doubted Wang Chong, the majority firmly believed him. After all, Duke Jiao had been the head of the civil officials when he was still on the throne. Moreover, he was a person of noble character, a person of virtue and prestige, deeply respected by the people of the world. His grandson would never make a false report for the sake of military merit. Bring out the report. At this moment, a gentle voice came from the upper reaches of the hall. Chief Eunuch Gao Lisher, who was standing beside the Holy Emperor, waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and suddenly spoke. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the guardian of insignia who had delivered the letter. They watched as the guardian of insignia stood up, passed through the center of the hall, and walked upwards. Amidst the crowd, no one noticed that the King of Song's gaze was closely following the figure of the guardian of insignia. His brows were tightly knitted together as a vague thought flashed through his mind. In the great hall, Eunuch Gao received the memorial from the Golden Guards and passed it behind the bead curtain. A moment later, the report reappeared in Eunuch Gao's hands. The identity of the Black Wolf Yabgu has been confirmed. The Yabgu's seal and tiger tally, as well as the Black Wolf Yabgu's head, are already on their way to the capital. Eunuch Gao's face was ruddy, and he smiled as he looked at the officials below the stage. Buzz! The hall buzzed with activity, and now no one had any objections. Just like the Tang dynasty, high-ranking Turkic officials of the Yabgu's level all had their own Yabgu seal on their bodies. The Yabgu's seal was the best way to verify one's identity. The Black Wolf Yabgu would never so easily discard his Yabgu seal. If Wang Chong had killed the Black Wolf Yabgu in Chishi and obtained the Yabgu seal, then there was basically no doubt about the Black Wolf Yabgu's identity. I didn't think that he really would kill the Black Wolf Yabgu. Everyone in the hall felt a deep throbbing in their hearts. The Black Wolf Yabgu, who had dominated the Northwest and rarely met his match, had truly died at the hands of Wang Chong. This crafty foe had met his end in the Northwest in such a shocking and unexpected manner, and the one who had killed him was a youth of 16 or 17. The Wang clan's Qilin son truly lives up to his reputation. Everyone was deeply stunned by this news. Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. As the hall buzzed with chatter and the officials discussed, the King of Song suddenly stepped out of his ranks and loudly declared to the Holy Emperor. His words immediately attracted the attention of all the civil and military officials in the hall. Your Highness, the King of Song, speak. Eunuch Gao, who seemed to understand the will of the heavens, said with a faint smile, This subject has an idea about the candidate for the new Chishi Protector General. This lowly subject strongly recommends the young Marquis of Wushan, Wang Chong, to be the new Chishi Protector General. The King of Song clasped his hands and solemnly declared. Bang! Like a massive meteor crashing into the hall, the King of Song's words immediately set off a massive uproar among the officials. Absurd! Before the other officials could say anything, King Qi was the first to jump out. The King of Song, have you gone mad? That Wang Chong is only a half-grown brat, and you're actually recommending him for Chishi, Protector General. Which one of the candidates recommended by these officials isn't more qualified than that Wang Chong? If even he can become Qixi Protector General, doesn't that mean anyone else can? How can a brat who still smells of his mother's milk convince the masses? King Qi was extremely agitated. Putting aside his personal grudges with the King of Song and having clashed with the King of Song so many times, the King of Song's performance this time had left King Qi most shocked. No one with a brain would recommend a 16 or 17-year-old boy for the important position of Qixi Protector General. Even if he didn't have so many personal grudges with the King of Song, King Qi would never agree. This was the most absurd proposal King Qi had ever heard. Your Highness, forgive this one for being so bold. Although this old subject has always treated your Highness with great respect, isn't your Highness's proposal a little too rash? There is no precedent in the empire for a 17-year-old to become Qixi Protector General and command tens of thousands of soldiers. Isn't it a little inappropriate for your Highness to propose him as Qixi Protector General? Even the elderly imperial censor couldn't help but step forward and object. Your Highness, no. I know that your Highness has been on good terms with the Wang clan for several generations, but the Qixi Protector General position concerns the safety of the entire western regions and the tens of thousands of soldiers in Qixi. Isn't putting a 17-year-old child in such an important position too childish? Abusi finds it difficult to agree. Even the Tongluo great General Abusi, who rarely interfered in the court, couldn't help but step forward. In the Kunwa training camp, Wang Chong had tied up his son Abutong and hung him naked from a bamboo pole in front of everyone, causing the father and son to lose all face. The King of Song's proposal for Wang Chong to become Qixi Protector General was absolutely unacceptable to Abusi. That's right, there are quite a few who in the Qixi Protectorate, and after the regional commander's incident, the relationship between Wang Chong and them became very strained. The soldiers of Qixi even joined together to impeach Wang Chong and demand that he be executed. And now, Wang Chong has also impeached Fomenlinta. How can the Hu of Qixi submit to him? If he becomes Qixi Protector General, won't it cause Qixi to become even more divided? Not only will it not help Qixi stability, it will only add hail to snow. Please forgive me for finding it very difficult to agree. Another official from the imperial court also stepped out and objected. That's right. Putting aside everything else, he probably won't be satisfied with just martial arts. This cannot be allowed. One official after another, the King of Song's words incited a massive debate in the court, with more than half of the civil and military officials standing up to oppose the King of Song. Your Highness! This time, even Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen, was staring at the King of Song, his eyes wide and speechless. The King of Song's proposal was far too bold. Not even he could say such a thing. In terms of seniority, wasn't even Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan, more suitable than Wang Chong? Wang Zhen simply couldn't understand why the King of Song would bring up Wang Chong instead of Wang Yan. Elsewhere, the newly appointed Minister of War, Zhangqiu Jinqiong Yang Zhao, who was standing next to the coiling dragon pillar, were also exchanging surprised glances. Not even they had expected the King of Song's proposal. But at a time like this, the two of them had wisely chosen to remain silent and watch the situation develop. The King of Song still maintained his calm, a smile on his lips as he listened to the fierce objections of the officials. The vague idea in his mind grew clearer and clearer, and the smile on his lips grew wider and wider. Your Majesty and my colleagues, I believe that the young Marquis Wang Chong is not only suitable for the position of Qixi Protector General, but also the best candidate. In the entire empire, there is no one more suitable than him for the position of Qixi Protector General. The King of Song had a composed expression, a faint smile on his face. His every movement exuded a powerful and infectious confidence. I know why all of you oppose him. It's just that he's young and inexperienced, not enough to convince the masses. Moreover, Wang Chong has clashed with all the Hu in the empire. But I believe that suitability for Chishi Protector General is based on ability, not these minor details. Chishi's position is extremely unique. It is the throat between the interior and the western regions. To the left is the tall and thin Uzun Plateau, where the Uzun cavalry could charge down at any moment and plunder the central plains. To the right is the Turkic steppe, the territory of the western Turkic Khaganate. These two factions have always been a mortal malady to our Tang dynasty. We discuss the selection of Chishi Protector General as quickly as possible in order to prevent the soldiers of these two empires from invading in the chaos. But now, everyone can see what Chishi is like now that Fomin Linta has left. On the left is the Uzun Plateau. After the Battle of the Triangular Gap, the Uzun army suffered grievous casualties, at least 100,000 soldiers. Even an imperial brigadier general like Dayan Mangpoj died there. Dusong Mangpoj has also fled, and it will probably be a very long time before they can find suitable soldiers to invade the interior. As for the east, the greatest danger is the Black Wolf Yabgu Agudalan, but now even Agudalan is dead. And this is even when Wang Chong has not yet taken up the post of Chishi Protector General. Before he has even become Chishi Protector General, he has already done everything that a Chishi Protector General should do, resolving the complex situation of a pincer attack on Chishi. May I ask if he is not suitable for Chishi Protector General? Who is more suitable? The more the king of Song spoke, the clearer he became, and the more determined he was to recommend Wang Chong as Chishi Protector General. And have all of you forgotten how Wang Chong overturned the tide in the War of the Southwest and defeated Meng Shizhao and Uzun? Even famed generals like Duan Gechuan, Hushu, Huaitsong, and Dalan Ruozan had been defeated by him, and now Dusong Mangpoj had joined the fray as well. He had even survived such formidable foes and difficult circumstances, and he had even killed more than 400,000 soldiers of the Mengshi Yusang army. If even this sort of experience was said to be insufficiently experienced, then what could be considered insufficiently experienced? In the great Qin Empire of more than 1,000 years ago, Gan Luo became prime minister at the age of 12, and Wang Chong became Chishi Protector General at the age of 17. Chapter 839. It was true. Given Wang Chong's achievements, this was not something a 17-year-old youth could accomplish. Moreover, his actions could not be measured by age. King Song's words left everyone speechless, and for a moment, even King Qi found himself unable to find any words to refute. But, according to the rules of the empire, Protector General and Great General need to be at least at the peak of the Saint Martial realm. Moreover, he has such a deep grudge with those who will definitely not submit to him. How can this matter be resolved? After some time, one of the generals who had vehemently opposed the king of Song finally stepped forward, but his voice was much softer and less intense. Ha ha ha, that's even easier to resolve. The king of Song heartily laughed. I recommended Wang Chong because he can stabilize the situation in Chishi. Since his martial arts are still lacking, he can temporarily hold the post of Chishi Protector General. As for those they can be used as a test for him. If he can't even resolve this problem, then it will prove that I made the wrong choice, that he is not capable enough to hold the post of Chishi Protector General. When the time comes, Your Majesty can remove him from the post. As soon as Song Yunchuan's voice fell, even the general couldn't say anything to object. Preposterous, preposterous, preposterous. To let a 17-year-old boy hold the post of Chishi Protector General. You're insane. In any case, no matter what, I will never agree. King Qi finally couldn't hold back his rage. Haha, we're just recommending candidates. In the end, His Majesty will decide who the Chishi Protector General will be. As for your opinion, it's not important. Leave everything to His Majesty to decide. The King of Song heartily laughed, not arguing with King Qi. Instead, he turned his head to look at the figure seated behind the bead curtain on the most exalted throne of the Central Plains, his expression brimming with confidence. The hall was quiet, no one speaking. From the beginning until now, it had been 7 or 8 days. Everyone had provided a total of more than 200 candidates, which was enough. It was time to choose the most suitable one. Approved! After what seemed like an instant, but also like countless eons as everyone silently waited, a dignified and noble voice, like that of a god from the 9 heavens, resounded through the hall. At that moment, everyone, including King Chi, was flabbergasted, their minds blank. "Yes, your majesty." The next moment, the King of Song's voice reverberated throughout the hall. He looked excited. Although he tried his best to suppress it, he couldn't help but smile wider and wider. Success! His Majesty had actually approved of Wang Chang's proposal to replace Qixi, Protector General. The King of Song was elated. This could be said to be the best news he had heard during this period of time. "Wang Chang, I have tried my best to help you. The rest is up to you," the King of Song quietly said to himself, his mind recalling Wang Chong in distant Qixi. What? In the City of Steel, upon hearing the news from the capital, Wang Chong was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his ears. The King of Song recommended me to become Qixi, Protector General, and His Majesty even approved it. He had been in Wushang for 3 or 4 months, fighting several major battles. But this news had left Wang Chong even more shocked and surprised. He had thought of many people, but he had never imagined that the King of Song would recommend him, and that the Holy Emperor had even approved it. Even with Wang Chang's ability to devise strategies that could determine victory from 1,000 li away, this news still left him flabbergasted. How could this be? I'm only 17. Given the style of the officials of the court, how could they allow a 17-year-old to assume the important position of Protector General? Where's the letter from the King of Song? Let me see it. Wang Chang's mind was in turmoil, truly stunned by this news. "Haha, Marquis, although Sir is only 17, no one in the City of Steel would dare to treat Sir as one. Ask the surrounding countries, whether it's the Uzan, the Turks, or the distant Mengshi Zhao of the southwest, who would dare to treat Sir as a 17-year-old. Su Ke couldn't help but chuckle as he handed over the letter from the King of Song to Wang Chong. The others around him also had the same reaction. No matter what others think, in our eyes, no one in the entire Tang dynasty is more suited to the position of Qixi, Protector General, than Marquis. In truth, the imperial court should have done this long ago. Qing Sanyuan and the others couldn't help but say, "The imperial court values ability, not age. Why is Marquis so unconfident at a time like this?" Even Li Sai opened his mouth at this moment. A buzzing voice came from beside his ear. It was as if a great bell had rung out, and even Li Sai opened his mouth. Wang Chong inwardly gave a bitter smile. He had been rather surprised, but he hadn't expected that his subordinates would be so unhappy. All of them felt that he should have been Protector General a long time ago. Hee, you're probably the only one who's still lost in the game. Even His Majesty thinks that you can do it, so do you think that you can't? At the very least, I believe in you. There's no problem. Su Yiqin sat on an exquisite pear blossom chair, her fingers as white as spring onions. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Although the King of Song's letter was rather surprising, it was not unexpected. As for the people gathered around Wang Chong, none of them were surprised. This was a person who could reverse the tides and pacify the Southwest, a person who could defeat the White Braves at the Triangular Gap, kill Dai Mengpoj, and scare away Dusong Mengpoj, a person who could trick a crafty and cautious person like the Black Wolf Yabgu Agudalan into a trap and bury him in Qixi. If not even this sort of person could become Qixi Protector General, then no one in the entire Tang dynasty could sit on this position. At the very least, this was what Su Yiqin and the others thought. Wang Chong smiled, a warmth in his heart. He quickly calmed down and began to read the letter from the King of Song. In the letter, the King of Song gave a rough account of the matter, and he also told Wang Chong that this letter was just an advance notice. The official appointment from the imperial court would arrive soon, and the emissary announcing the decree had already left the capital for Wushang. But even so, the news of the appointment had already been sent to the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, as well as all the great generals and protector generals of the Tang dynasty on the border. All the titled generals of the Tang dynasty, whether Hu or Han, knew of this news. From a certain perspective, Wang Chong was already Qixi Protector General. In addition, the King of Song had also mentioned that Wang Chong's martial arts were insufficient, so he was only temporarily acting as Qixi Protector General. But if all went according to the usual practice of the imperial court, as long as Wang Chong did not make any mistakes, once his martial arts improved, he would officially become Qixi Protector General. In the history of the Tang dynasty, there had never been a Protector General at such a young age. But the King of Song had also given Wang Chong a warning. The Qixi Protectorate was currently in chaos, and there were many factions. Moreover, after Wang Chong had toppled Fomenlinta, he had angered many people in the Qixi Protectorate. At the very least, the who would not submit to him, and many of them would probably view him as an enemy. This was also a problem that Wang Chong had to resolve. If he could not resolve this problem, Wang Chong's position as Qixi Protector General would be a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. He would not be able to hold on for long. Thus, Wang Chong's position as Qixi Protector General was far from stable. However, the King of Song had already given a strong guarantee to the Holy Emperor that Wang Chong would definitely be able to resolve this problem. Thus, if Wang Chong made a mistake, the King of Song would definitely be drawn in as well. Your Highness is truly confident in me. This means that the position of Qixi Protector General must be mine. Wang Chong looked at the letter in his hand, his lips curling into a confident smile. Bastard! Wang Chong! How could it be that Wang Chong? Has the imperial court lost its mind? Even if they pulled a random person on the side of the road, they can't let that brat become our leader. Great General was framed and imprisoned by that fellow, and that bastard even wants to expel us. Who? Did he really think that we would forget so quickly? No, absolutely not. No matter what the imperial court says, I will never recognize him as Protector General. If everyone still remembers how well Protector General was protected, then stand with me. I don't believe that that bastard would dare to do anything to all of us. 200 to 300 li from Wushang, in the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, the news that the imperial court had appointed Wang Chong as Qixi Protector General was like poking a hornet's nest, causing the entire Qixi Protectorate headquarters to explode. Within the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, a large group of high-ranking Hu generals with hawk-like eyes, deep-nosed noses, and thick beards had gathered to argue with one another. Even though they had all been fighting to the death over the position of Qixi Protector General, at least at this moment, they had all reached a consensus on how to deal with that Wang Chong of Wushang's City of Steel. Everyone, listen up. I don't care what you think. The new Protector General can be you, it can be me, it can be any one of us, but it can't be a Han. The Qixi Protector General has to be a Hu, and this is a condition that all of us have to accept. So what if the imperial court has appointed that brat as Qixi Protector General? Don't forget, there's a saying that goes, the heavens are high, the emperor is far away. While the Qixi Protectorate headquarters was in an uproar, a muscular Hu with deep green eyes and a thick beard tinged with brown at the ends jumped onto an empty metal table. His face was fierce, like that of a savage beast that had starved for 10-some days. Just his gaze was enough to make one's heart tremble. Chapter 840. Good July, what are you planning to do? Don't forget, that brat is a marquis of the Tang dynasty. Do you dare to act against him? A Hu general called out from the crowd. Haha, you might be afraid of him, but I'm not. Good July stood on the hollow metal table, his expression savage and his eyes gleaming with a savage light. As long as you dare to follow me, I'll teach him a lesson. He's just a half-grown brat, and the hair on his mouth hasn't even grown out yet. Do you really want to listen to him? And don't forget, how did Lord Fomenlinta treat you in the past? Did he give you all any good missions? Now is the time to take revenge from a lord. Don't you want to take revenge for my lord? That's right. My lord's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. If we don't take revenge for my lord, won't we be the same as those cowardly Han? That's right. Take revenge for my lord. So what if the imperial court ordered it? We should submit a memorial to the imperial court and have them release my lord. At the mention of great General Fomenlinta, everyone was instantly moved by Gudjalai. Haha, good. As long as you follow me, let's not talk about killing him. At the very least, I'll make it so that he can no longer have a foothold in the Chishi Protectorate and Scram. In the territory of the Hu, we who should be the ones in charge. Gudjalai saw that it was about time and immediately began to encourage them. Good. Well said. In the territory of the Hu should be the ones in charge. Gudu Li's words made the blood of the group of people boil. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was filled with a thunderous roar, as if there was a landslide or a tsunami. My lord, what do we do? The cheers of the crowd rose from the hall, passing through the roof and spreading far, far away. Several hundred meters away from the Protectorate headquarters, several cavalrymen had gathered together. One of the young who turned his head and uneasily looked at the Hu general behind him. This is troublesome, Hibayi pretended not to hear, his eyes fixed on the distance. Gudjalai was one of Fomenlinta's trusted aides, but he did not have any real power at first. However, with his identity as a trusted aide and his ability to motivate people, Gudjalai's reputation in the Chishi Protectorate was even higher than that of the commander of the Uzun defense line. In addition, Gudjalai's views were completely different from his. This was also the reason why he did not enter the hall. Wang Chong isn't as easy to deal with as you think. Hiba Yi recalled the scene of Wang Chong charging through the triangular gap, leading the 5,000 Wushan cavalry and sweeping through everything before finally killing Dian Mangpoj. A chill ran through Hibaye's heart. That youth from the City of Steel's Tang dynasty was definitely the most frightening opponent on the battlefield. He would rather be his ally than his enemy. Let's go. Hiba Yi turned his horse around and quickly disappeared in the direction of the Uzun highlands. Meanwhile, as carrier pigeons flew to the various borders, the news that Wang Chong had become the new Chishi Protector General began to spread. Unlike the complicated reactions in the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, the news was much simpler in the various borders of the Tang dynasty. What? The City of Steel's Wang Chong has become Chishi Protector General? In the Anchi Protectorate headquarters, Gao Xinji's eyes widened in disbelief at this news. How could this be? How could those old officials of the court agree? Putting aside everything else, his martial arts aren't even at the peak of the Saint Martial realm, and there are so many experienced generals in the army. Were they all rejected? The old officials of the court truly didn't agree, but the King of Song stood his ground and strongly recommended him. In addition, his martial arts truly aren't enough, so he's only temporarily acting Protector General, not the true Protector General. In addition, I've investigated. Feng Chongqing was standing not far from Gao Xinji. He looked up at his commander, hesitated for a moment, and then continued. After a moment of hesitation, he continued. Just before the imperial court's order, he ambushed the Black Wolf Yabgu at the Chishi Armory and killed Agudalan, as well as the 5,000 Turkic elites Agudalan had brought with him. Buzz. Gao Xinji shivered at Feng Chongqing's words, but he quickly calmed down. Wang Chong had just killed the Uzun Brigadier General Dian Mangpoj at the Battle of the Triangular Gap and annihilated the White Braves that had intimidated the western regions. In a little more than a month, Wang Chong had killed the Black Wolf Yabgu and Agudalan. In less than 2 months, 2 of the most famous generals of Chishi had died at Wang Chong's hands. At this moment, not even Gao Xinji could say anything. When the all is in the bag, it's obvious at the end. It seems like the light of the youngest son of the Wang clan can't be concealed. Gao Xinji sighed. At this moment, his heart was filled with emotions. He was not a Han, so his background was completely different from that of the other Han generals. from an ordinary infantry soldier to the current Anqi Protector General. Gao Xianji had put in so much effort, so much blood, and so much effort, just to stand out among Fomin Linta's subordinates and escape his control. Gao Xianji had experienced countless dangers and barely escaped death. This was completely different from Wang Chang's meteoric rise, reaching the position of interim Protector General in just a year. Even Gao Xianji had to admit that he was a little jealous, feeling like the new waves of the Yangtze River were replacing the old. But even so, Gao Xianji had to admit that Wang Chang's current accomplishments had not only been due to his birth and luck. The talent, and art of command that he had displayed in these past few battles had been transcendent and outstanding. Even an imperial great general like Gao Xianji had been stunned. Wang Chang's abilities truly had reached a level that far surpassed his peers. Even Go Xianji himself, at the age of 17, couldn't compare to Wang Chong. Not only that, my lord, if that Wang Chong becomes the acting Qixi Protector General, many of our strategies will have to change. We can no longer simply suppress and resist. Qixi is responsible for transporting our supplies and soldiers, and in the future we will need to make many requests of them, so we will have to interact with them. Feng Changqing said, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. At the start, although Wang Chong was a member of a clan of ministers and generals, the grandson of Duke Jiao, the son of Heaven's disciple, and the young marquis, this was still the western border, a place far away from the emperor. There were many things that Gao Xianji and Feng Changqing did not care about. But now that Wang Chong had become the acting Qixi Protector General and seized control of the road to Qixi, everything had changed. They had to admit that the imperial court's order had truly caught them off guard. Neither of them had expected this. Gao Xianji said nothing, but his thick brows creased. It was clear that he was thinking the same thing as Feng Changqing. But my lord does not need to worry too much. There are many who in Qixi, and the young marquis still has a very long way to go before he can truly become Protector General. Once he has overcome this trial, we can consider getting in touch with him. Feng Changqing said, that's all we can do. Gao Xianji gave a long sigh. At the same time, in the distant Big Dipper city of Longxi, the news that Wang Chong had become Qixi Protector General caused a stir that was no less shocking than the one in Anqi. A 17-year-old imperial Protector General? How could there be such a thing? Not only was it approved by the imperial court, even His Majesty has permitted it. Geshu Han was in a state of shock as he held the news from the capital. Not even when the king of generals of the Uzan Empire, the White Lion Great General Witadrakonglo, had appeared had he been so shocked. That was because it was truly too surprising. He had been paying attention to the debate in the imperial court this entire time. So many officials had recommended so many experienced candidates for Qixi Protector General. But Geshu Han had never expected that the final result would be the unthinkable of the Northwest Wang Chong. In truth, it wasn't just Geshu Han. All the officers of the Big Dipper army at his side were in a state of deep shock. When the news from the capital reached this place, it was like a bomb in the deep waters, giving everyone an unprecedented shock. Unbelievable. In just 1 year, he became Qixi Protector General. There's also the Qixi Armory established by the imperial household in Qixi. Our Big Dipper Protectorate Army needs to go there every year to collect our armaments. In this way, our Big Dipper Army of Longxi will be under his control in the future. Did I hear it wrong? Protector General. With his current achievements, his name will probably be left in the annals of history, admired for thousands of years to come. But isn't he too young? Why did the imperial court approve it? This won't convince the masses. Convince the masses? Do you still think he's an ordinary young man? In the War of the Southwest, he killed more than 400,000 soldiers of the Mengshi, Yusang army, and now he's killed Dayan Mengpoj and Agudalan, and countless Uzan and Turkic warriors have been buried with them. He's a god of death. Do you think that the imperial court just casually recommended him? His current achievements aren't something that the imperial court can ignore just because it wants to. In the hall, every officer of the Big Dipper army was deeply stunned. When Wang Chong had first arrived in Wushang and begun to build the City of Steel, everyone had treated him as an outsider. Even though he had made heaven-shaking contributions in the Southwest, in the eyes of everyone else, he was still a half-grown brat. A single success didn't prove anything. Sometimes it was luck, other times it was chance. It didn't mean that one's strength was extraordinary or outstanding. Perhaps it was just a flash in the pan. But no one had expected that Wang Chong would not only build the massive and majestic City of Steel in Wushang, but he would also make great contributions, defeating the Uzun, defeating the Turks, killing important generals like Dian Mangpoj and Agudalan, and finally ascending to the position of Chishi, Protector General. Chapter 841. My lord, then do we still need to continue dealing with Wang Chong? Qing Zhe has already contacted all the 240,000 bandits and highwaymen on the Silk Road. In addition, should we continue with the order forbidding Longshi's vegetable merchants, grain and fruits from selling to Wushang? A solemn voice suddenly interrupted the mood in the room. Next to Geshu Han, a burly, bearded general with a beard of high status suddenly spoke up. When Wang Chong had just arrived in Wushang, Geshu Han had given him a test by ordering Qing Zhe to deal with Wang Chong so that it would be difficult for Wang Chong to establish a foothold in Wushang. The most obvious and practical method was to forbid the sale of grain, vegetables, fruits, and all other necessities to Wushang. The closest Wushang could get supplies from the Central Plains was Longxi. Of all the riches in the world, none surpass Longxi. This was a saying that in the Central Plains, Longxi was the wealthiest. The land there was fertile and vast, making it the most convenient place to get supplies. In the capital, Wang Chong had promised that he would develop Wushang into a unique commercial hub on the Silk Road, a transit hub that would provide rest, supplies, and protection for the merchants traveling the Silk Road. If he wanted to provide for so many people and the daily needs of the garrison, there was no other place but Longxi. As for Chishi, one only needed to think about the meaning of the word Qi. It was already quite impressive that such a barren land bordering the desert could provide for so many soldiers. It would be impossible for Wang Chong to obtain such a large amount of supplies from Chishi. When the time came, Wang Chong would have no choice but to get supplies from the capital. And the journey from the capital to Wushang was a long one, and with the 240,000 bandits and highwaymen on the way, one could easily imagine the result. But now that Wang Chong had been promoted to Chishi, Protector General, everything was different. If Geshu Han dared to do this again, it would no longer be a minor test, but a direct declaration of war against Wang Chong. The Empire's Protector Generals and Great Generals were all influential figures, and a battle between two Protector Generals was no trifling matter. Even Geshu Han had to seriously consider the pros and cons. Geshu Han said nothing. He raised his head and gazed at the blackened roof of Big Dipper City, a complicated look in his eyes. The Tang dynasty of the Central Plains had been at peace for many years, and the power structure at the top level had already solidified. In Geshu Han's memories, the candidates for Protector Generals and Great Generals had already been solidified. However, Wang Chong's appearance and his lightning-fast promotion completely broke this rule. In a sharp and incisive manner that caught everyone off guard and made them completely unaccustomed, he had swiftly moved from the southwest to the northwest, all the way to the position of Chishi, Protector General. Geshu Han's life had been full of ups and downs, and he had weathered many storms and waves, but he had never encountered such a situation. Daluan Ruozin, Huishu Wizang, Duan Gechuan, Dusong Mangpoj, Dian Mangpoj, Agudalan. Although I still feel that the imperial court is lacking in consideration for promoting a 17-year-old Protector General so quickly, he truly did rely on his own strength to reach his current position. Tell Qing Zhe to withdraw. Those bandits and brigands have all been disbanded, and all the plans we've made have been cancelled. Times have changed, and we can't challenge another Protector General. Geshu Han gave a long sigh. Yes. A Big Dipper officer, quickly left with the order, biting Anong. The news that Wang Chong had been promoted to Chishi, Protector General, had sent shockwaves through the political circles of the empire. At the same time, in the distant Uzun Empire, the atmosphere was completely different from that of the Central Plains. The massive royal capital was deathly still. In the core of the royal palace, blue smoke rose up from a furnace, enveloping the main hall. However, no one spoke. Everyone's eyes were focused on a single place. It was a golden, hollowed table that was around 4 feet tall. It was engraved with scriptures that exuded a mysterious aura. On the table, a black messenger pigeon with golden eyes was cawing, freely looking around as if it couldn't sense the tension in the hall at all. But everyone knew that the strange and oppressive atmosphere in the hall was because of the news this pigeon had brought not long ago. Your Majesty, although Fomin Linta has left, an even more formidable Wang Chong has come, and he has even taken over Fomin Linta's position. I'm afraid that this is extremely disadvantageous to our Uzun Empire. A voice in the hall worriedly said. In the War of the Southwest, the destruction of Zhang's Hung training camp, the miserable defeat at the Triangular Gap, if you add it all up, we've already lost more than 400,000 elite cavalry to this Tang dynasty youth. The plague on the plateau still hasn't been completely stopped, and the dead and wounded have piled up into mountains and seas. Now he's even become Chishi, Protector General. He's truly a mortal malady to our Uzun Empire, and he's even built a city on our Uzun Plateau. This is something that has never happened before. Another voice added, in the past, the Uzun Empire feared Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Geshu Han, Fomin Linta, and Gao Shenji, the 4 great generals of the Tang dynasty. But now, another name had rapidly surpassed these 4, becoming the most dreaded existence in the Uzun Empire. This person was Wang Chong. Although the Uzun Empire had lost in its wars with the Tang dynasty, even having its strongest great general of the Tang dynasty push his way all the way to the royal capital. Those had been regular battles, and it was clear at a glance where they had lost and where they had been weak. No one had ever been like Wang Chong, using the plague in addition to regular warfare. Moreover, his ability to command troops in close combat had far surpassed any of the famous generals of the Tang dynasty that the Uzun Empire had ever encountered. Not only that, in the Battle of Zhangshung, Wang Chong had managed to avoid all eyes and ears, traveling a great distance to appear in the heart of the Uzun Plateau, destroying the entire Zhangshung training camp and the 8,000 Qinghai recruits in a single blow. This made the entire Uzun Empire uneasy, because there was no doubt that Wang Chong had a secret passage that led directly to the heart of the Uzun Plateau. If they couldn't find this secret passage, it meant that Wang Chong could avoid all eyes and ears at any time, enter the plateau from there at any time, and then leave as he pleased. This was equivalent to having a long knife pressed against your neck at any time, and you didn't even know where this knife was coming from, nor how to avoid it. Your Majesty, no matter what, we must find a way to get rid of this Wang Chong. Otherwise, we won't just be like we are now, unable to enter and leave the northeast freely. I'm afraid that the entire northern border will be completely sealed off by him. Almost all the famous generals of the Uzun Empire in the hall were looking at the figure at the top of the hall. Up in the hall, the Tsempo didn't say anything. He just listened to the discussions of the officials in the hall, and his thick eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter, his heart abnormally agitated. A great war, a great war. Get rid of Wang Chong. How could he not know that he should do everything he could to get rid of that youth from the Tang dynasty? But Dalu and Ruozhen had failed, Wushu Wuzong had failed, Dayan Pujiel had failed, Dayan Mangpoch had failed, and Dusong Mangpoch had also failed. 3 of the empire's most formidable great generals and prime minister had lost to Wang Chong, and they had even lost the more than 200,000 soldiers that the Ngari royal lineage had accumulated over 10-some years, as well as countless cows and sheep. That boy from the Tang dynasty was still alive, but the Uzun Empire was on the verge of collapsing from the losses it had suffered. Enough! Suddenly, a voice resounded through the hall. This voice was not harsh but abnormally mellow. But the entire hall was deathly still, everyone keeping their mouths shut. Pass on my order to all the armies to stay far away from the northern border. No more battles are allowed in the northern border. This voice was neither loud nor soft, and it was tinged with an order. In all of the Uzun Empire, only the Prime Minister, Dalen Trinling, could interject in front of the Tsenpo and issue such an order. As expected, the moment Dalen Trinling spoke, all the officials and generals in the hall became submissive, all their viciousness vanishing without a trace. Even the Tsenpo appeared much more relaxed. The empire has already lost enough soldiers in the northern border. Even Dayan Mangpoj died there, and Dusong Mangpoj returned with heavy injuries. It's no longer suitable for another battle in the short term. Does Dusong clan head, Dusong Mangpoj, know where he is? In addition, how are his injuries? Dalen Trinling held his hands behind his back, his narrow eyes suffused with intelligence as he turned his head to a tall and muscular figure in the hall. Many thanks for Prime Minister's concern. Ever since Mangpoj returned from the last battle, he went to the great Snow Mountain Temple and has been kneeling there for a long time. Even now, he still has not returned, nor has he contacted us. Dusong Gongjua bowed. The Dusong clan and the Dayan clan were two extremely ancient clans that had been passed down through the generations of the Uzun Empire. Dusong Gongjua was the current head of the Dusong clan. Dusong Mangpoj was known as the Eagle of the Dusong clan, the most outstanding individual of his generation, and also a great general of the Uzun Empire. When Dusong Gongjua heard that Dusong Mangpoj had abandoned his army and fled at the Triangular Gap, he had felt ashamed and humiliated. But when he saw Dusong Mangpoj's horrifying wounds on his return, Dusong Gongjua couldn't even bring himself to say a single word of rebuke. It was obvious that Dusong Mangpoj had been through unimaginable dangers. If he had not reacted quickly and escaped, it would not have been just the tens of thousands of soldiers who would have died at the Triangular Gap. Even Dusong Mangpoj, the most outstanding representative of the Dusong clan, a great general of the Uzun Empire, would have died at the Triangular Gap. That was something that the Dusong clan would find hard to endure. At the very least, Dusong Mangpoj had survived. This was the most important thing. I understand. Dalen Trinling nodded. His face was devoid of emotion, but there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Tens of thousands of elites had died at the Triangular Gap, and even the Dayan clan's Dayan Mangpoj had died there. Right now, the one blaming himself the most was probably Dusong Mangpoj. This was also why he had gone to the Great Snow Mountain Temple the moment he had returned and knelt there for a long time. Alas, Dusong Mangpoj would find it very difficult to fulfill his wish. Walala. Chapter 842. Dalen Trinling raised his head and saw a royal capital guard extending his arm. Perched on this arm was a muscular and graceful golden-eyed bird of prey, brimming with power. This bird was completely different from the birds of the Uzun, the Tang dynasty in the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates. In the entire continent, there was only one place that produced such birds. This was an Arabian hunting falcon. In a flash, all the officials in the hall paled. Prime Minister, the Arabs of the West have sent a letter. The tall royal capital guard strode in with the bird in his hands. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Prime Minister Dalen Trinling raise his wrist. A finger-thick bolt of stellar energy shot out of his finger, pulverizing the Arabian hunting falcon along with the letter on its ankle. All its flesh and feathers were reduced to a mist of blood and dust. The guards of the capital stood dumbfounded in front of the gate, their faces filled with shock, and for a moment they couldn't say a word. I understand. You can withdraw. Dalen Trinling waved his hand and indifferently said. As he spoke, he withdrew his finger back into his sleeve. Not a single one of the officials in the hall felt that Dalen Trinling's actions had been excessive. Long before the Tang dynasty had penetrated deep into the western regions, The Uzun and the Arabian Empire had clashed many times over the territory of the western regions. Both sides had suffered grievous casualties, each with victories and defeats, and this state of affairs had persisted for more than 1,000 years. Although the two sides would occasionally cooperate, they were mostly competitors. They could be described as mortal enemies of the western regions. Not too long ago, the Arabian Empire had used the War of the Southwest and the defeat of the Ngari royal lineage to attack the Uzun Empire in Sinu, seizing away all the recipes and results of the giant army. The only bit of cooperation between the two sides had been completely shattered. In the current Uzun Empire, the Arabian Empire was a taboo. Yes, yes. When the royal capital guard saw that the speaker was Dalen Trinling, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. He bowed and quickly left. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Zhenju, I asked you to solve the sheep plague last time. How is it going? Dalen Trinling said, Prime Minister, according to your instructions, we successfully followed the map and found the formula to cure the sheep plague from a teacher in Longxi. The scout has successfully brought back the formula. Your Highness, one of the Uzun ministers said, Very good. Compared to the war in the north, this matter is the most important. Let's solve the sheep plague as soon as possible. Dalen Trinling indifferently said, Yes, Prime Minister. Who? The cold wind whistled as it blew down from the sky, sweeping up a snowy mist. More than 2,000 kilometers away from the capital, in a place where few people tread, a huge mountain stood tall. This mountain range stretched on for hundreds of kilometers, and it was as if it had been chiseled by a knife and chiseled by a hatchet. It stretched all the way up, and the highest peak was several thousand meters tall, piercing straight into the depths of the sky. The highest part of the mountain was covered in pure white snow. From a distance, the entire mountain range seemed majestic and awe-inspiring. This was the holy land of the Uzun, the great snow mountain temple, the source of all the legends of the Uzun. Although the Uzun Empire was still far from entering the winter season, the peak of the Great Snow Mountain was covered in snow all year round, regardless of whether it was spring, summer, autumn, or winter. This was a phenomenon unique to the entire Great Snow Mountain. At this moment, a figure 7 feet tall was kneeling at the base of the mountain, his head pressed to the ground, his body motionless. His armor was in tatters, and many parts of his body were stained black and red with blood. It was clear that he had experienced a hair-raising and perilous battle. This figure had appeared here a month ago, and no matter how the wind blew, how the sun shone, or how the rain drenched him, he had remained unshaken, like the most pious and lowly of believers. If one did not know, they would find it very difficult to believe that this disheveled and filthy figure dressed in tattered armor was the illustrious imperial great general Dusong Mangpoj of the Uzun Empire. My lord, you should leave. The venerable monk will not agree to your request. The great Snow Mountain Temple has never interfered in secular wars for several thousand years, and it is even less likely to do so now. After some time, a voice rang out in front of Dusong Mangpoj. A barefooted, bare-headed monk dressed in a single robe walked down from above, his hands pressed together in prayer. Even someone of Dusong Mangpoj's cultivation had failed to hear his footsteps. His eyes were gentle and calm like a bottomless lake, capable of soothing all the distracting thoughts in one's mind. This matter is different. This is not a secular war. The people who defeated me are all experts of the Central Plains. Only the people of the Great Snow Mountain Temple can deal with these people. I hope that Venerable can inform the Venerable monk and assist me. Dusong Mangpoj continued to kneel on the ground, his head even lower as he respectfully spoke. Oh! The monk's calm eyes finally rippled for a moment, but they quickly regained their composure. It's useless. The venerable monk will not easily make an exception. My lord, please return. No matter how long you kneel here, it's useless. With these words, the monk quickly turned around and began to make his way up the mountain. In just a few moments, he had vanished from sight. Dusong Mangpoj found it difficult to conceal the fear in his eyes, but even so, he showed no intention of leaving. He continued to kneel on the ground as if he had been petrified. Time slowly passed, the sun rising and the moon setting, day after day. After some time, he heard another set of footsteps. "Venerable, don't try to persuade me. I will not leave," Dusong Mangpoj said without raising his head. "I'm no venerable, but I truly have come to persuade you to leave." A vigorous and energetic voice resounded in Dusong Mangpoj's ears, causing him to raise his head in shock. He saw an imperial great general wearing fiery red armor and a long saber at his waist, standing in front of him like a god. His body was exuding wave after wave of powerful energy, a storm that was suffocating. "Huishu Wizong." Dusong Mangpoj was flabbergasted. He had never imagined that a great general of the Ngari royal lineage would appear here. "It's useless. The great Snow Mountain Temple will not act. If you want to kneel until the venerable monk appears, not even I can help you. But if you just want to deal with that Wang Chong of the Tang dynasty, I might know of a method that can help you." Huishu Wizong looked at Dusong Mangpoj and said, "That's right. I forgot to tell you that the young Marquis of Wushang has already been promoted to Chishi, Protector General, replacing Fomin Linta." "What?" Dusong Mangpoj's body trembled, a look of shock on his face. "Do you understand now? When he only had 5,000 soldiers, he was already able to defeat you and Dayan Mangpoj. Now that he's promoted to Chishi, Protector General, you can imagine what that will mean for our Uzan Empire. Based on what I know, he's still building more cities in the Triangular Gap. In the future, it won't just be us who will lose Chishi and the western regions, the entrance to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, even our own territory will be invaded by the Tang dynasty." Huishu Wizong indifferently said. Dusong Mangpoj had arrived a month ago, so he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. But Huishu Wizong had come prepared, so he was well aware of all that was going to happen. "You can choose to continue kneeling here, or leave with me to meet someone. Together, we can deal with that young Marquis of the Tang dynasty. Trust me, only that person can help you deal with that Wang Chong." Huishu Wizong said. "Who? You'll know when the time comes." Dusong Mangpoj said nothing, only raised his head to the majestic mountain range before him. Following Dusong Mangpoj's line of sight, one could see that halfway up the mountain were ancient temples with yellow walls, arranged in picturesque disorder. They were interspersed with each other, forming a ribbon that extended toward the snow-capped summit. And at the very top of the mountain, above all the other temples, stood a small red temple. Although it was as small as a sesame seed from a distance, it exuded a majestic and ancient aura. It was like the center of the universe, cold, transcendent, and divine as it looked down on the world. This was the most ancient and sacred place of the plateau, the true great snow mountain temple. Dusong Mangpoj gave a deep sigh and finally stood up. Perhaps it was just as that Grandmaster had said. The Holy Land had always been aloof from the world, never involving itself in the affairs of the mundane world. No matter how long he knelt here, the Holy Land would not move. Compared to the vague hope of moving against the Holy Land, it was more practical to rely on Huishu Wizong, who was also a great general. "Let's go." Dusong Mangpoj finally turned his head to Huishu Wizong. At that moment, a rare smile appeared on Huishu Wizong's lips. "You won't regret it." Turning around, the two of them walked out side by side. But as the two left the base of the mountain and passed by an ancient tree that had grown for more than 1,000 years, a calm and lofty voice came from behind them. "Great General!" The voice rumbled like thunder. "This is what the Venerable Master wanted me to give to you." Easy. The two turned their heads, and under the flabbergasted gazes of the crowd, they saw a black grow larger as it was thrown down from the highest point of the great Snow Mountain Temple. It landed with a thump on the ground not far from the pair. Looking closely, one could see that it was a wooden box about a foot long, wrapped in a yellowish-brown cloth that was trembling in the wind. The Holy Land will not move, nor will it kill, and the Venerable Master will not leave the divine temple for your sake. But even so, the Holy Land is not incapable of helping you. This box contains a ritual tool of the divine temple. As long as you use it, no matter how powerful your opponent is, they will be trapped inside, unable to move. Take it. This should be able to help you. The lingering sound lingered in the air. This time, not just Dusong Mangpoj, but even Huishu Wuzong was pleasantly surprised. The ritual tools of the divine temple had always been rumored to exist, never seen. Huishu Wuzong had come to the divine temple many times and cultivated here for so long, but he had never seen one. He had not expected that Dusong Mangpoj's month of kneeling had moved the divine temple to grant him a ritual tool. Many thanks, Venerable Master. Dusong Mangpoj was overjoyed. Picking up the box, the two quickly left. Chapter 843. As Dusong Mangpoj and Huishu Wuzong left the great snow mountain temple in the distant city of steel of Wushang, a completely different scene was taking place. As the news that Wang Chong had been promoted to Chishi Protector General spread, the entire city of steel was in a jubilant mood. Their lord had become Protector General, squeezing his way into the ranks of the most powerful and influential personages. What news could be more inspiring than this? To reach this position in a little more than a year was like the morning sun bursting forth from the horizon. If one followed such a lord, their future prospects would be limitless. Everyone seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, madly cultivating and training to raise their strength. The entire city of steel was brimming with energy and vigor. But unlike the atmosphere outside, the situation in Wang Chong's residence was completely different. All the tables, chairs, and stools in this spacious room had been moved away, and in the very center of the room was a massive sand table of the western regions. The sand table depicted the rise and fall of the mountains and all the kingdoms of the western regions, the Tang dynasty's Anxi Protectorate, the Uzun Plateau to the west, the Turkic steppe to the east, Chishi and Wushang all appeared on the table. While dealing with the Uzun Empire and the western Turkic Khaganate, Wang Chong had not been idle when it came to other aspects of the western regions. A large number of scouts were sent out to collect information about various regions and forces, as well as the geographical terrain. Hundreds of the most elite scouts in the army spent several months to condense this huge western region sand table, which was of great strategic value. As for the Uzun Empire, I've already killed Dayan Mangpoj. Dusong Mangpoj has been injured, and the White Braves are basically gone. In addition, nearly 100,000 of their elite soldiers have died in battle. Coupled with the plague that we spread in the southwest, the Uzun Empire has been greatly weakened and won't have the strength to threaten us for the time being. In addition, the western Turkic Khaganate has attacked us the most frequently, and their most representative is the Black Wolf Yabgu Agudalan. Agudalan had died by the side of the Chishi armory, and more than 4,000 of his elite Turkic soldiers had been buried with him. With these people dead, the biggest threat to us will be gone. It would be very difficult for the western Turkic Khaganate to produce another person as formidable and difficult to deal with as Agudalan. Now that these two important figures are dead, Chishi has basically nothing to worry about. Wang Chong extended a finger and pointed at the Uzun Empire and western Turkic Khaganate on the model. Gathered around him were all the generals of the City of Steel: Li Sai, Huang Batian, Su Yiqin, Su Kei, Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, Qin Bin, and even Zhang Shouji. All of them were focused on Wang Chong's explanation. So milord means that where should our next target be? Su Qi suddenly said, should we penetrate into the Uzun Empire and the Turkic steppe and launch a counterattack so that they lose the ability to attack the Tang dynasty? Everyone's eyes brightened at Su Qi's words. Of all the protector generals and great generals of the Tang dynasty, no one had been more proactive than Wang Chong. All the famed generals of the Tang dynasty, including Geshu Han and Sis Han, Zhang Shogui, and Fomin Linta, had adopted a passive strategy of defense, occasionally taking the initiative to attack. Very few of them were like Wang Chong, penetrating deep into the heart of the enemy and fighting there, establishing bases and cities so that they could remain there forever. This made the enemy feel like a fishbone was stuck in their throats and a dagger was placed on their backs. In this aspect, not even Gao Xinji could compare to Wang Chong. The Uzun Empire and the Turkic Khaganate naturally have to be dealt with, but the greatest threat to us is not them, but somewhere else. Wang Chong drew back his finger and swept his gaze over the crowd. Ah! The crowd was flabbergasted by Wang Chong's words, glancing at each other in dismay. The greatest threats around Wushan and Qixi were the Uzun Empire and the Turkic Khaganate. They truly could not think of any other threat besides these two empires. My lord, are you talking about the Hu of the Qixi Protectorate? At the very back of the crowd, Qinbin seemed to suddenly think of something and hesitantly asked, Of course not. They don't have the right. Wang Chong grinned and did not keep them in suspense. Taking a small red flag from the side of the model, he sent it over Wushan, Qixi, Anqi, and the Tsong Mountains, finally landing on the farthest point on the western border, near the sea. Our true enemy is here, inside, the Arabian Empire. How could it be them? That's just a country the size of a sesame seed. What threat could it possibly pose to us? That's right. They probably can't even compare to Mengshi Zhao. So how could they possibly be stronger than Uzun? And don't we still have the Anqi Protectorate Army and Gao Xinji on the other side of Anqi? With them there, what country could possibly threaten us? Marquis, did you point to the wrong place? I've seen those Arabs in the capital before. All of them are plump and round, and when they smile, their eyelids go up so that you can't even see their eyes. Even if there were 80,000 of them, we would still be able to easily defeat them. How could they possibly threaten us? As Wang Chong placed his red flag down, everyone in the room was flabbergasted. No one had expected that the threat Wang Chong was referring to was this place that was so distant from the Tang dynasty. Many of them began to wonder if Wang Chong had placed his flag in the wrong place. As Wang Chong listened to the cries of alarm in the room, he said nothing, only faintly smiled. When he had first arrived in Wushan, everyone had believed that his goal was to establish a commercial city and earn a great deal of gold and silver, or perhaps to push back the forces of Uzun and the western Turkic Khaganate. But Wang Chong's goal had never been the Uzun Empire, much less the western Turkic Khaganate. At this point, Wang Chong no longer needed to hide anything. From start to finish, he had only had one enemy, that vast empire to the west of the Tsong Mountains. Arabia. It was the only existence on this continent that could stand up to the Tang dynasty and was still actively expanding and expanding. Everyone believed that the Arabian Empire was a small country on the same level as Goguryeo or Mengshi Zhao. But Wang Chong knew that the true Arabia had even more territory and more population than the Tang dynasty. Moreover, it ruled over many small countries and had countless famous generals. Moreover, unlike the Tang dynasty, which was currently indulging in peace and pleasure, Arabia was an empire that worshipped courage and battle. Their history was one of constant war and expansion. The Tang dynasty had far too little understanding of the countries outside the Central Plains. The people of the Central Plains had always longed for their homeland and were unwilling to even glance at the outside world. Su Kai, Chung Sanyuan, and the others had been with him for a very long time. But even they viewed Arabia with such contempt and disdain, let alone the others. While everyone was focused on Uzun and the Eastern and Western Turks, none of them knew that this puny little country was already preparing its troops and targeting the Tang dynasty. Moreover, if they were allowed to succeed, they would completely change the fate of the central divine prefecture, plunging this enormous empire into endless internal strife. This was something that Wang Chong could not tolerate. What Wang Chong needed to do was strike a vicious blow at the empire on the western border when it stretched out its claws, making it feel the power of the empire of the east. Zhang Ke, show everyone the intelligence report Yang Hongchong has gathered. Wang Chong indifferently said to the people in the room. Yes, Marquis. A young voice spoke from behind Wang Chong. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ke strode over with a thick stack of documents and began to distribute them to everyone. Everyone was bewildered and subconsciously took the documents. Open them and take a look. Wang Chong indifferently said, offering no explanation. Everyone was puzzled and subconsciously flipped it open. At first glance, everyone's pupils shrank and the original noise instantly disappeared without a trace. As time passed, the mood in the room slowly grew heavy. Arabia? How could this be? How could they have such a vast territory, comparable to the Tang dynasty? How could they have so many people? Aren't they just a small country? And they have so many soldiers. How could this be? How could there be such a massive country to the west of the Song Mountains? Too powerful. They even defeated the Uzun Empire many times, using a small number of soldiers to suppress the Uzun Empire's strongest Yarlung royal lineage. Everyone in the room was stunned by the information Zhang Ke had handed over. This was a completely different Arabia from what they had imagined, and none of them could believe their eyes as they stared at the Arabia in the report. They finally understood why Wang Chong had said that the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty was the Arabian Empire. All of you have only seen the most superficial information. The true Arabia is far more powerful than what is recorded in the documents. Wang Chong indifferently said to the crowd. With just one sentence, all the voices in the hall immediately disappeared without a trace. Everyone turned to Wang Chong. Zhang Ke, you can speak next. Wang Chong did not continue, instead shooting a glance at Jean Quebec, yes, Marquis. Zhang Ke bowed and quickly turned to face the crowd. This information was first gathered by Marquis from a great clan in the western regions that he was working with. That clan had been doing business in Arabia for many years and had some understanding of the region. However, the Arabs are very wary of outsiders, making it very difficult for us to gather the most comprehensive information. It was already quite difficult to gather this information, and we even lost quite a few scouts. The true Arabian Empire can only be stronger than what we know. In addition, not too long ago, I was ordered to follow a group of merchants to Arabia, but I didn't get very far before the Arabs discovered Little Shah. The birds raised by the army are extremely formidable, and even Little Shah was injured. They even sent cavalry to pursue me, forcing me to retreat. As Zhang Ke spoke, he raised his arm, bringing the rock eagle on his shoulder before everyone's eyes. In that moment, everyone could clearly see that the rock eagle's legs, head, and body were covered in deep claw marks, some of which were so deep that bone could be seen. Hiss! All of them couldn't help but take in a deep breath. They had all seen how powerful Zhang Ke's rock eagle was. In all of Chishi, perhaps even in the western regions, there were no birds that could compare to it. Even the birds raised by Uzun and the Western Turks had been forced to flee in panic. It could be said that this rock eagle was the king of eagles. Chapter 844. Could the Arabs really be this formidable? Chung Sanyuan muttered to himself in shock. The true Arabs are even more formidable than what you see. At this moment, Wang Chong finally spoke. On the Arabian side of Anchi, there is a place called Samarkand. 200,000 Arab soldiers have gathered there, all of them the most formidable cavalry. You should have seen the war horses of Uzun and the Turks. The Arab war horses are taller, more muscular, more capable of charging, and more powerful. Not only that, although the majority of the Arab merchants you've seen are chubby and lacking in fighting ability, the true Arabs, because of their environment, are tall and muscular. They are natural-born warriors. Thus, if a war breaks out, the Arabs can gather a massive army from the common people without any training, rapidly expanding to more than 400,000 soldiers, all of them comparable to regular armies. But this is only the army on the far eastern side of the Arabian Empire, not the entirety of the empire. Once all of them are mobilized, the number of soldiers the Arabs can muster is unimaginable. The room was quiet as everyone listened to Wang Chang's words in shock. This was their first time truly encountering the Arabian Empire, and at this moment, all of them felt an intense sense of danger. But you were right about one thing. At the beginning, the Arabian Empire truly was a small country, no larger than the Goguryeo Empire. The reason they were able to develop to such an enormous size, even surpassing the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains, was because they trained their soldiers for many years and fought against foreign invaders, ultimately expanding to their current size. You've all seen Diamangpoges, white braves, and know how formidable they are. And the Arabs have a Mamluk army, an army even stronger than Uzin's white braves. All the soldiers there are trained from the age of 7 or 8. At the very beginning, they kill each other with only the fiercest and most murderous of children surviving. From childhood to adulthood, they undergo the harshest military training, maturing amidst the blood and swords of actual combat. Finally, they become true soldiers of the Mamluk army. And at that time, every one of them was the most lethal weapon, possessing the most abundant killing and combat experience. Wang Chang's voice echoed throughout the room. For everyone, this was a baptism. This was precisely Wang Chang's goal. If not even the people closest to him could correctly understand Arabia's strength, how could he possibly defeat it? Change happened bit by bit. The Tang dynasty could no longer indulge in the Middle Earth and its surroundings. It needed to truly raise its head and look at the world correctly, to see the true appearance of the world. And this change would begin with the people closest to him. In the future, if every Tang people stopped being obsessed with what was in front of them and were reluctant to leave their homeland and open their eyes to look at the real world, it would be a completely different Tang dynasty. Marquis, if every Arab is as formidable as you say, how can we fight against them? Can we still defeat them? A voice suddenly interjected. Cheng Sanyuan stared in shock at his marquis. Wang Chang's words today had completely changed his impression of that distant country. Cheng Sanyuan, I've never seen a true Arab warrior, nor do I know what you mean by victory. But the Tang dynasty did not reach its current height through luck. Goguryeo, Mengshi Zhao, Uzin, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates, and the kingdoms of the western regions. Even if all of these countries joined together, they would not dare to recklessly talk about a war with the Tang dynasty. Only the Tang dynasty could use the power of a single country to suppress all the surrounding countries and make them all bow their heads in submission. Arabia might be very strong, but the Tang dynasty is not weak. If the Arabs dare to covet the Central Plains, they will experience the true power of the Tang dynasty for the rest of their lives, and they will never forget it. Li Sai suddenly opened his mouth. His expression was solemn, and his words were powerful and resonant. That's right. A knowing smile appeared on Wang Chang's face at Li Sai's words. Arabia truly is strong, but our Tang dynasty is not weak either. The Arab cavalry is very formidable, but their ballistae and weapons are far inferior to ours. Our Tang dynasty's ballistae are unparalleled in the world. No cavalry, no matter how thick their armor, cannot stop the piercing power of a ballista bolt. Moreover, in terms of infantry formations and fighting power, as well as strategy, the Arabs are far inferior to the Tang dynasty. They do not have formations, only simple formations, much less any strategy. Wang Chong was not exaggerating in the slightest. The military strategies of the Tang dynasty and the Central Plains had been accumulated over a long period of time through frequent confrontations and wars. In this aspect, the Arabs did not possess. Everyone nodded at Wang Chong's words, their spirits roused. Indeed, the Arabs might be a giant crocodile, but the Tang dynasty was no sheep but a mighty lion. Who was stronger and who was weaker would only be known after the final battle. Marquis, what do you need us to do? No matter what, as long as we can help the Tang dynasty deal with the Arabs, even if we have to climb a mountain of daggers or enter a sea of flames, we will do our best. That's right. Those who offend my Tang dynasty will be executed no matter how far away they are. Marquis, please give us your orders. Everyone excitedly said. In the face of a foreign enemy, all of them were one. Whether they admitted it or not, the glory and responsibility of being part of the Tang people had seeped into their very bones. Wang Chong gave a slight nod of approval at this sight. No matter what the situation was like elsewhere, as long as everyone at his side was of one mind and united as one, Wang Chong was confident that he could accomplish anything. One mountain cannot hold two tigers, and the Arabs are warlike by nature. Given their style, a war with the Tang dynasty is certain to occur in the future. Although we have no way of knowing when the war will begin, we can begin to make preparations. Suki. As he spoke, Wang Chong turned his head to the right. Your subordinate is here. Suki hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. Starting from now, I need you to shift your focus. Select as many elite scouts from the army as possible, have them learn Arabic, and then send them to the Arabian Empire as quickly as possible. In addition, the Arabs are very xenophobic, so they cannot use us, Han. They must recruit Hu or other merchants from the western regions. I need you to use these people to gather as much intelligence on the Arabian Empire as possible. Wang Chong said, Your subordinate understands. Su Qi immediately replied, Qin Bin. Your subordinate is here. Qin Bin stepped forward. The cement road formula is ready. I need you to contact Zhao Jingdian in the capital and have him mobilize the strength of the great clans to build a cement road from Wushang to the Anqi Protectorate as quickly as possible. In addition, inform Zhao Jingdian that I need him to build a cement road as quickly as possible to connect Wushang to the capital. Wang Chong sternly said. Yes. Qin Bin quickly bowed. Su Shixian, your subordinate is here. Su Shixian hurriedly stepped forward. As the new Qixi Protector General and Lord of Wushang, write a memorial to the Imperial Court. Ask the Imperial Court to reinforce Qixi. Say that Qixi suffered grievous losses in the last war. In addition, ask the Imperial Court to use Wushang City of Steel as a transit point for soldiers. Say that we can take some of the logistical pressure on the Imperial Court. Wang Chong said, a look of awe on his face. He had been thinking about this problem for a very long time. In order to reinforce the Anqi Protectorate Army, Qixi alone was not enough. The Imperial Court also had to obtain soldiers from other places. If the City of Steel could be used as a reservoir of soldiers, the number of soldiers that could be deployed would be greatly increased. And the Imperial Court would be happy to have someone else share the logistical pressure and lessen its burden. Yes, your subordinate understands. Su Shixian bowed. In addition, send a letter to the capital and have one Shuyang come. Yes, Wang Chong issued one order after another, and soon each of them had their own mission. The resources and abilities of the City of Steel were slowly being directed toward Talas and the Arabian Empire. If one said that Yang Hongchang had been the one to gather information on Talas, then now, with the influx of scouts and soldiers, Wang Chong's ability to gather information on Talas and the Arabian Empire had skyrocketed. That's right, what about Hilayeg? Once everything was over, Wang Chong suddenly thought of Hilayeg and asked. In the past, Hilayeg would always be at his beck and call like a shadow, but it had been a very long time since Wang Chong had seen him. Haha, didn't you leave the matter of the Turkic fourth prince to him? Right now, he's completely devoted to this task. In order to better accomplish this task, he's already moved from the residence you arranged for him to the City of Steel's prison. Su Yiqin gracefully strode forward, a charming smile on her face and a spirited expression. She exuded a dazzling charm that even Wang Chong couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. But Wang Chong quickly recovered. The prison? Why would he go there? Wang Chong couldn't help but ask in surprise. Based on his understanding of Hulaeg, he knew that this fellow was an extreme hedonist. He had been very picky about the rooms that had been arranged for him, and he had even bought a lot of tiger pelts to decorate the walls and floor. How could he possibly be willing to go to the prison? This was completely out of line with his style. Just what is he doing? What can he do? It's all for the fourth prince. Su Yiqin laughed even harder at these words, almost unable to restrain her laughter. Now, in order to win the trust of the fourth prince and change his impression of him, he's actually resorted to the tactic of injuring himself to gain the trust of the fourth prince. He had Suki find someone to give him a vicious beating him black and blue, and then throwing him into the prison to be locked up with the fourth prince every day. If my guess is right, this damned fatty is probably complaining to that fourth prince in the prison. Chapter 845. What? Wang Chong was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his ears. Hulaeg's actions were simply too shocking. Not even Wang Chong had expected him to use this sort of move. But will this move of his really be useful? Hulaeg's residence had been personally raided by the fourth prince, and before the Battle of Chishi Armory, this fourth prince had followed the Blue Wolf Protector General Agudalan for a long time, listening to the latter's orders every day. His impression of Hulaeg was definitely not very good. In normal circumstances, it would already be quite good if he hadn't lunged at this traitor and taken a bite out of Hulaeg. It was almost impossible for Hulaeg to change his impression of him. Why else would he use the ruse of self-injury? Suki was really beating him, not holding back at all. As for Hulaeg, he was lying on the ground, his face ashen and his forehead drenched in sweat as he begged Suki to beat him even harder. I have to say that this Turkic horse merchant truly does have some ability. The Turkic fourth prince was imprisoned with him for several days. Every day, the Turkic fourth prince would hear the Turkic fourth prince ramble on about how he was only doing business with us. Moreover, in order to save him, the Turkic fourth prince had been ruthlessly beaten. Su Yiqin covered her mouth with a smile. Oh, if that's really the case, then this fellow is truly worthy of respect. It seems like he's going all out to return to the Turkic steppe. As he listened to Su Yiqin's bell-like laughter, a hint of a smile appeared in Wang Chong's eyes. Forget it. Let him handle this matter. At the same time, on the distant Mount Sanmi, where the tent of the Western Turkic Khaganate was located, a furious roar shook the heavens. What? They actually refused us again. Did they really think that our Western Turks would agree to such an impossible condition? Ishbara Khagan paced back and forth in the enormous golden tent like an enraged lion. All of Mount Sanmi trembled at his roars. Khagan, we've already asked again and again, but the other party insists on 500,000 of the best Turkic war horses and refuses to relent. He also said that if we don't agree, he'll send the fourth prince's corpse to Mount Sanmi. In the tent, a scout knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. His head was almost buried between his thighs, and he didn't even dare to raise his head to take a look. Bastard! Then let them deliver the fourth prince's corpse. Tell them that 500,000 of the best Turkic war horses is impossible. Ishbara Khagan was furious. His furious voice was like a clap of thunder that flashed through the sky above Mount Sanmi, causing the minds of everyone who heard it to tremble in fear. The scout prostrated on the ground, not daring to say a word. Hurry up and go. Ishbara Khan's eyes widened as he shouted angrily. Yes, trembling all over, the scout turned and left, not daring to say another word. However, just as the scout reached the exit of the tent, boom, the earth shook and black gas filled the air. An invisible black wall suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the entire tent. The Turkic scout was caught off guard and slammed into the black wall of energy, his body staggering and almost falling to the ground. Paying respects to Lord Priest. But this had happened so suddenly that the Turkic scout did not immediately stand up. Instead, he prostrated on the ground, his head even lower in panic. In the tent, the furious Ishbara Kagan inhaled sharply the moment the black wall appeared. His expression became much more sober. The entire tent was silent. Blackwater shaman Ishbara Kagan suddenly called out as he glanced outside the tent. "Kagan, quell your anger. The matter of the fourth prince must be considered at length. Do not let your emotions affect your decisions." At the exit of the tent, light and shadow changed. With a hoarse and old voice, a figure about 5 feet tall with a hunched back slowly walked in from outside the tent. His black robe reached the ground, and he was holding a black skull staff. At that moment, shadows began to flicker in the tent, with the black-robed figure at the center. Countless savage images of beasts surged out of the black-robed figure's body, like streams of light. Not only that, the moment the black-robed figure appeared, the golden tent began to emit a strange odor. It smelled like a bear, but also like a tiger. In short, it felt like a herd of animals had surged into the tent. In the entire Western Turkic Khaganate, there was only one special existence that could give off this sort of feeling and charge into Ishbara Kagan's tent: the shaman priests. No one knew how the shaman priests had come to be, only that they had appeared in the history of the Turkic steppe ever since the birth of the Turkic people, and they possessed an extremely lofty status. The legends said that the shaman priests could communicate with all animals and the gods in the heavens. They knew the past and could also see the future. Their bodies were shrouded in a dense fog, concealing countless secrets. Moreover, all the shaman priests possessed a mysterious power that could not be explained with common sense. This power was not martial arts, but it was even more terrifying and mysterious. The people of the steppe called it sorcery. The most famous legend of the shaman priests was that more than 1,000 years ago, during the reign of the strongest emperor of the Central Plains, Emperor Wu of Han, powerful cavalry from the Central Plains had swept through the steppe and desert, repeatedly driving back the elite cavalry of the Turks. The Turkic steppe had been covered in corpses and rivers of blood. At the height of its power, and at its peak, the Turkic Empire had encountered one of the most unyielding emperors of the Central Plains, and after a series of wars, it had rapidly declined and become extremely weak. This was something that had never happened on the steppe before. And in the final battle, Emperor Wu of Han of the Central Plains sent his last powerful cavalry on a northern expedition against the Turks, intending to exterminate the Turks and put an end to any future troubles. At that time, all the people of the steppe were trembling in fear and apprehension, feeling that a great calamity was about to befall them. At that time, the strongest shaman of the Turkic steppe had led several hundred shaman priests on the path the army of the Central Plains had to take in order to cast shaman arts. The strongest army of the other great emperor of the Central Plains had suffered grievous casualties and sicknesses, and they had even begun to fight with the warlocks of the Central Plains. Although the shaman priests had suffered grievous losses, with only a few remaining, they had still succeeded in destroying the most powerful cavalry army in history sent by the great emperor of the Central Plains, saving the Turkic people from extinction. For this reason, all the Turkic Khagans had treated the shaman priests with great respect, and the most respected of all the shaman priests was the branch left behind by that shaman leader. The Blackwater shaman was a branch left behind by that mighty shaman leader. Although 500,000 warhorses are precious, the value of the fourth prince cannot be compared to 500,000 warhorses. He is connected to the fate and future of our Western Turkic Khaganate. Kagan, you've read the oracle, so you should understand this. The Blackwater shaman leaned on his bone staff and slowly walked over. But the Western Turkic Khaganate does not have 500,000 of the best Turkic warhorses. This is an impossible mission. The word oracle immediately made Ishbara Kagan much more clear-headed, but he quickly became enraged. The Turks were a people who lived on horseback, and they didn't have much of anything else but war horses. but that also depended on what kind of horse it was. There were as many ordinary war horses as one could want, and there were also millions of good horses. But the Western Turkic Khaganate probably did not have that many of the best and rarest war horses, and even if they did, they would never give them to a Khan. Wouldn't that be giving aid to the enemy? After all, the Western Turkic Khaganate was still at war with the Tang dynasty. He could never agree to such a condition. 500,000 of the best Turkic war horses is naturally impossible, but the City of Steel cannot be left unnegotiated, and the fourth prince cannot be saved. 500,000 war horses was just a small trick used by the other party to raise the final price of the transaction. If they really didn't want to negotiate, the fourth prince would already be dead. There would have been no need to refuse Khagan again and again. For the future of the Western Turkic Khaganate, Khagan must remain calm. The Blackwater shaman's lips moved as he slowly spoke. His face was shrouded in a black mist that acted like a veil, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Ishbara Khagan's face froze, and he was momentarily speechless. There was a reason why Ishbara Khagan favored the fourth prince. The steppe was facing an enormous crisis, one that was far more terrifying than any other in history. The first to feel this terror were the shaman priests of the steppe. They could hear the voices of the gods and knew the mysteries of the past and the future. Events of the past had proven the power of the shaman priests countless times. The steppe would one day be destroyed, and that day would not be too far off. This was a prophecy that Ishbara Khagan had heard since he was a child. Very few people on the steppe knew of this secret, and only Ishbara Khagan, as a member of the imperial family, knew of it. From that moment on, he had been deeply uneasy, all the way until the birth of the fourth prince. This child is the hope of the entire Turkic steppe. His existence concerns the future of everyone. When the time comes, he will awaken to his mission and lead the Turks out of that dreadful calamity. The prophecy of the shaman priests regarding this child had been deeply branded into Ishbara Khagan's mind. This was also why he doted on the fourth prince so much. Just as the shaman priests had said, his value was immeasurable. Are we really going to be threatened by a teenage child who still smells of his mother's milk? Ishbara Khagan unwillingly said. As an illustrious sovereign of the steppe, Ishbara Khagan's reputation resounded through the kingdoms of the steppe. Even the protector generals and great generals of the Central Plains had to be wary of him. But now, a teenage boy from the City of Steel was asking for a sky-high price and wantonly threatening him. As the Western Turkic Khagan, how could Ishbara Khagan tolerate this? Chapter 846. Khan, just bear with it for a little longer. Let's see if they'll agree to it or not. If they insist on 500,000 war horses, then it won't be too late for us to discuss it again. The Blackwater shaman said, For the sake of the high priest, I will endure it for now, but this will definitely be the last time. Ishbara Khagan was furious, but he had no choice but to endure. Let's wait until we send out the emissaries. If they really refuse to let go, it won't be too late for the Khan to take other actions then. The Blackwater shaman nodded. Ishbara Khagan snorted angrily but said nothing more. Also, I have another matter that I hope the Khan can help me achieve. The Blackwater shaman continued. Oh, what is it? Ishbara Khagan was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that the Blackwater shaman had appeared here because of the matter regarding the fourth prince, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. In the City of Steel of Wushan, the youth who captured the fourth prince, I want to meet him. When the Khagan sends out the emissary, I hope that one of my attendants can accompany him. The Blackwater shaman's voice was faintly discernible and seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Ishbara Khagan's body shook, and he seemed to suddenly understand something. Looking at the Blackwater shaman in front of him, he could not help but reveal an expression of shock. Ouch, 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 it hurts. In the City of Steel's underground prison, Hulaeg's cries could be heard over the entire prison. He lay on the ground naked. The flesh on his plump back was lacerated, and there were even some places where his bones could be faintly seen. It was a ghastly sight. Hulaeg, I wronged you this time. I didn't expect them to beat you up like this. Don't worry, if I can go back one day, I will definitely return your property to you. The Turkic fourth prince sat next to Hulaeg, his eyes brimming with regret as he gazed at the numerous scars on Hulaeg's body. Your Highness, there's no need to blame yourself. It's my honor to serve your Highness. I don't believe that those bastards from Steel City would go back on their word and really kill me. Your Highness, be at ease. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I will definitely save you. Hulaeg clenched his teeth, but he only managed to say a few words before the wound on his back stirred, and he couldn't help but gasp in pain. At the sight of this, the fourth prince felt even more guilty. Wang Chong, you bastards! You treacherous bastards! I won't let you off. Fourth prince, if you dare to touch a hair on his head, I, Hulaeg, will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Hulaeg yelled at the top of his lungs as he cursed outside the cell. Hulaeg, don't be like this. They really will kill you. The fourth prince was touched, but he could not bear it. Look at your injuries. You really can't take any more torture. If they come looking for you later, just bear with it, bow your head, and admit you were wrong. If you can leave this place, then go find my father and ask him to save me. Wouldn't that be better than both of us dying here? The fourth prince had no idea that, at this moment, a group of people outside the cell were inwardly laughing at him. But the Kaghan won't believe me. Hulaeg laboriously said, It's fine. Take this of mine and he'll believe you. The fourth prince hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and finally pulled off a black token carved from bone around 3 to 4 inches from his waist. This is my prince's token. As long as you take this token to see my father, he will definitely believe you. This, your Highness, be at ease. If I have a chance to leave this place, I will definitely save you. I, Hulaeg, am a man of my word. Even if I die, I will ensure your Highness's safety. Hulaeg seemed to struggle with himself for some time before he clenched his teeth and took the bone token from the Turkic fourth prince's hand. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the clanging of metal against metal came from outside the cell. Hulaeg, you fat Turkic pig who doesn't know what's good for you. Marquis was kind enough to let you go, but you just had to get involved with the fourth prince. I'll give you one more chance. If you continue to speak rudely in front of Marquis, you can die here with the fourth prince. An icy voice came from outside the cell. The door opened, and several fully armored soldiers of the city of Steel strode in. After glancing at Hulaeg, they immediately picked up the pig-like Hulaeg and left, leaving the cell with the door slamming shut behind them. Hulaeg, don't worry about me. Hurry up and admit your wrongs. Protecting yourself is more important. Don't oppose them anymore. In the distance, one could still hear the Turkic fourth prince's worried voice as he leaned against the cell door. Ha ha ha, Hulaeg, you're really something. I think that the fourth prince's tears are about to fall. Don't worry about me. Hurry up and admit your wrongs. Ha ha ha. Did any of you see how the fourth prince looked when he said those words? Hulaeg, you bastard. If the fourth prince knew the truth, he'd skin you alive and eat you alive. Once they were out of the fourth prince's prison, they finally couldn't help but roar with laughter. Hulaeg had long ago become very familiar with all the guards in this prison, so they had no qualms about joking around. Ha, what's there to be afraid of? A petty man is not a gentleman, and a great man is not venomous. Isn't that what you Han of the Central Plains say? As long as I can take back my property, what does this minor matter? And once the fourth prince returns, I'll rise to glory and invite everyone to drink. What does today's matter then? Hulaeg took a silk robe from a guard and put it on, an unconcerned look on his face. Hulaeg, you truly are a shameless scoundrel. The guards jeered. Thank you for your praise. Hulaeg chuckled. That's right, where's Marquis? Still in the Chuyan Hall. Are you going to see Marquis? A guard chuckled and patted Hulaeg on the shoulder. "There's no need. Just help me pass this letter to Marquis." Hulaeg gave a mysterious smile as he took out a letter from his bosom and handed it over. Under the flabbergasted gazes of the guards, Hulaeg walked out of the prison alone. He did not return to his residence as usual, nor did he go to Wang Chong's residence. Instead, he made a detour and found a plum blossom tree that had been transplanted here, mounting a high-quality Turkic warhorse. He quickly passed through the city gate and galloped away. Marquis, Hulaeg just rode a horse and suddenly left the city of steel. Not long after he left, a scout rushed into Wang Chong's residence. The city of steel was still not completely open to the public, and anyone entering or leaving was strictly inspected. Oh, Wang Chong was seated in front of a red sandalwood table. When he heard these words, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Reporting. Before leaving, Hulaeg left behind a letter that he had Lord Marquis deliver. A few moments later, another guard of the city of steel strode in. Wang Chong was at first taken aback, but he quickly understood. "Bring it here." Wang Chong waved his hand and opened Hulaeg's letter. With just a glance, Wang Chong immediately smiled, a look of anticipation on his face. "I understand. You can leave. There's no need for you to concern yourselves with this matter in the future." "Yes, Marquis." The two of them quickly responded and left the room. "Hulaeg, I'll be depending on your performance now." Wang Chong glanced out the window, a smirk on his lips. But in the blink of an eye, the smile faded, and Wang Chong quickly took the next report. This time, however, it did not concern Talas but Chishi. "Gallop!" A war horse galloped across the vast Turkic steppe, stirring up a cloud of dust. A slightly plump figure rode out from Wushan and toward the northwest. After an unknown period of time, a huge mountain range finally appeared in front of Zhangxian. It was as if black clouds were looming over a city, towering into the clouds. "I've finally arrived." The sight of Mount Sanmi and the hundreds of elite Turkic cavalry and wolf packs on the mountain caused a delighted smile to appear on Hulaeg's face. Whether he could rise again and reforge his glory would depend on his performance. "Ha ha ha, the Koggen's tent, I'm coming." Hulaeg's eyes shone as he urged his horse to gallop toward the summit. "Who goes there? Stop! Don't attack! It's one of us. I have news of the Koggen's fourth prince. I have a way to save the fourth prince. Let me in." Hulaeg yelled as he passed through Mount Sanmi and into the tent of the western Turkic Koggen Ishbara. Ha! Ha! Time slowly passed, and everything proceeded according to Wang Chong's plans. Within the city of steel, the sounds of soldiers drilling and the clopping of hooves could be heard. On the training ground of the first light of dawn, the 5,000 Wushan cavalry were changing formation after formation, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing. They were extremely practiced, and their killing intent soared into the heavens, inspiring awe and fear in those who saw them. "Not bad, it's about ready." Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction as he looked through the window. At the start, when the Wushan cavalry had entered the city of steel, everyone had curiously gathered around the training ground to watch. But now that there was no one around the training ground, no one dared to approach. The Wushan cavalry were getting stronger and stronger, and they were getting more and more like that invincible force that reigned supreme in the world. "Bring me my battle armor. In addition, have the soldiers prepare to move out." Wang Chong suddenly said. "Yes, Marquis." A guard quickly responded and left. Chapter 847. Gallop! Gallop! The moment Wang Chong led his army out of the city of steel, a panicked horseman in the distance hurriedly turned around and began to gallop back toward the Chishi protectorate. "It's not good. Hurry and tell the general that Wushang's Wang Chong is leading his army toward the Chishi protectorate." The horseman shouted as he galloped. "Cree!" With the cry of the Hu horseman, the eagles soared into the air and flew toward the northwest. After passing through many spaces, it finally folded its wings and landed in the main hall of the Chishi Protectorate. What? That Wang Chong has come. The news brought back by the eagle was like a boulder crashing into the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, causing a massive uproar. Bastard! He harmed Protector General and still dares to come? Does he really think that we're afraid of him? Gather all our brothers and have them all come to the Protectorate. I'd like to see just what he dares to do to us. Chishi, Protector General. So what if the imperial court has appointed him? Without the approval of us brothers, he's nothing. The heavens are high and the emperor is far away. Not even the imperial court dares to do anything to us. I'd like to see just what tricks he has up his sleeve. Tell him to scram back to wherever he came from. The hall was seething with rage. The news of Wang Chang's arrival was like poking a hornet's nest, causing all the Hu generals to explode into a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, countless figures had charged out of the hall. A moment later, the entire Hu army of Chishi had been mobilized, tens of thousands of Hu soldiers surging toward the Chishi Protectorate headquarters. Kree! As the eagles soared into the sky, Chishi was in an unprecedented state of turmoil, the air fraught with tension. Marquis, look over there. It's the Chishi Protectorate's the eagle. On the road to Chishi, Zhang Ke raised his head and saw several black dots in the distant sky. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Marquis, do we need to get rid of them? No need. Wang Chong raised his head to take a look, smiled, and waved his hand. Let them be. It's good to let them watch. Give them some time to prepare and deal with it in one go. Wang Chong's voice was flat, but it was filled with great confidence. The matter of Chishi had been delayed for so long, and it was about time to resolve it. Pass down my order. Speed up the march. Yes. Rumble. Dust billowed into the air as the 5,000 Wushang cavalry sped up. Their movements were orderly, as if they were one person. On the other side, all the Hu cavalry had gathered in front of the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, forming a sea of soldiers in front of the Protectorate's main hall. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was suffocating. How much further? 5 more miles. All right, get everything ready. We'll give him a few big gifts first. If he doesn't know what's good for him and still dares to come over, then it's not up to us anymore. Yes, General. One by one, the scouts leaped into the air and dashed away. Reporting, Marquis, a large number of barricades have been discovered on the road up ahead. A few moments later, a Wushang scout rushed over and kneeled on the ground. Oh! Wang Chang's brows rose as he looked into the distance. Several hundred meters away, he saw thousands of triangular barricades, each 3 to 4 feet tall, covering the road leading to the Chishi Protectorate headquarters. With Wang Chang's eyesight, he could even see at a glance that on the left and right sides of the road in front of the barricades, there was a large tree stump. On it were several large and crooked Chinese characters. Turn back now. Those who advance will die. These were only 8 words, but they exuded an intense killing intent. These words are so ugly. Wang Chong grinned and quickly turned his head. Arrange for a squad to clean up the barricades. Yes, Marquis. One of the generals quickly responded and left. The position of Chishi Protector General had never been as lucrative as one might imagine. On the contrary, it was fraught with challenges, just those unruly whose soldiers were a headache to deal with. Before Wang Chong had even taken up the post, when they were still 10 li from the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, these people were already setting up barricades and dismounting. Their attitude was self-evident. A normal person, or even someone else, would have been helpless against this situation, allowing them to have their way and forcing them to retreat. Alas, they had run into him. Wang Chong had never been someone easy to deal with or dismiss. He had also not intended to use ordinary methods to deal with these resentful Chishi Protectorate soldiers. Hong Long Long, an army quickly split up. War horses galloped, and in just a moment, a cloud of dust was kicked up on the official road. In less than a few breaths of time, all the barricades had been swept away and a path was made. When cavalry fought, encountering barricades and pitfalls was a common occurrence. In the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had used countless caltrops to cut off the Mengshi army's path up the mountain. As an outstanding cavalry force and an outstanding commander, Wang Chong had to consider this sort of situation. This sort of situation was completely possible, and if the Wushan cavalry couldn't even deal with this sort of situation, they would be unworthy of their title as the world's #1 cavalry force. Thus, at the very beginning of the construction, Wang Chong's Wushan cavalry had always had this sort of specialized clearing force. After clearing out the barricades, the army continued upward, encountering pitfalls, caltrops, tripping ropes, all sorts of traps, all of which were swiftly cleared away by Wang Chong. To the current Wushan cavalry, these things posed no threat. A few moments later, Wang Chong was only 5 li from the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. This time there were no more traps. On the broad road, a lone Hu soldier with hawk-like eyes and a deep nose stood in front of the 5,000 Wushan cavalry, apparently having been waiting for a long time. "Wang Chong, General has ordered us to immediately retreat. Don't make a mistake." Upon seeing Wang Chong, the Hu soldier's expression turned cold. He turned his head and harshly bellowed, "It's not too late to turn back. If you cross this line, don't expect us to be impolite." Swish! As the Hu soldier spoke, he raised his halberd horizontally and suddenly bent down. Under the gazes of the crowd, the sharp tip of the halberd drew a long straight line on the ground, splitting the official road in two, creating a clear boundary line. "How dare you!" "Impudent. Is Marquis's name something you can call?" The soldiers behind Wang Chong were infuriated by this sight. Wang Chong was the son of Heaven's disciple, the young Marquis of the Tang dynasty and the newly appointed Qixi Protector General. Not even Li Sai and the others would dare to call him by his name. This, who was just a lowly soldier, but he actually dared to call Wang Chong by his name. This was truly unbridled and arrogant to the extreme. But before anyone could do anything, there was a flash of bloody light from Ney's warhorse. Boom! The Hu soldier was dumbfounded, and before he could even react, a massive broadsword had cleaved apart the Hu, his warhorse, and the earth. The sword Qi did not rest, tearing open a fissure 10 samzhong long in the ground. Disrespecting one's superior and disrespecting Marquis. "How dare you?" Li Sai's eyes chilled, and his icy voice boomed like a peal of thunder, traveling several li away. Even the soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate headquarters could clearly hear it, and they all grimaced. In the light of the first rays of dawn, Li Sai held his saber in front of him. His sturdy and heavy figure was as imposing as a mountain, deeply imprinting itself in everyone's eyes. Bastard! At that moment, the soldiers in front of the Qixi Protectorate headquarters all grimaced. "Advance!" Wang Chong faintly smiled and waved his sword as he gave the order to advance. If those who of the Qixi Protectorate wanted to use this method to deal with him, they had found the wrong person. If they thought that this could stop him, they were dreaming. The army advanced, encountering no more opponents. A few moments later, Wang Chong finally saw the majestic Qixi Protectorate headquarters, as well as the tens of thousands of Hu soldiers in front of it. These tens of thousands of well-equipped Hu soldiers were divided into ranks, forming a massive gorge between Wang Chong's Wushan army and the hall of the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. The army was silent, but an invisible killing intent soared into the heavens. The thousands of Hu soldiers exuded powerful auras, their sharp gazes staring at Wang Chong as if they wanted nothing more than to pulverize Wang Chong's body. In a flash, the air became tense and somber, and Wang Chong's 5,000 Wushan soldiers slowly came to a halt. Bastard! What are these scoundrels doing? At this sight, the soldiers behind Wang Chong paled, their eyes flashing with fury. Wang Chong was the Qixi Protector General of the imperial court, a title that the Holy Emperor had personally conferred. For these people to dare to gather their soldiers and resist Wang Chong was tantamount to rebelling against their superiors. How preposterous! Do they really dare to rebel? A hint of rage flashed through Suki's eyes as he urged his horse to charge forward. Wait a moment. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Wang Chong had extended a palm and called out to Suki, "Come back. Let's see what they want to do first." Wang Chong's expression was indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. He had predicted this scene long ago. He was the one who had pulled Fomin Linta off his horse, and the Hu on the border had never had a good impression of him. He would have been more surprised if he had been able to smoothly assume his post in the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. A feast at Hongmen, interesting. Wang Chong rode forward 2 paces, a faint smile on his lips as he gazed at the vast Hu army. He had never once thought about going back from the City of Steel. No matter how many Hu there were, they would have to yield whether they wanted to or not. Wang Chong! With a peal of thunder, a deep and resonant voice, tinged with the unique trill of the Hu, came from the rear of the army. "You're quite bold, after harming our Protector General. You still have the face to appear before us. Do you really think that we don't dare to kill you? I'll give you one chance. It's not too late to retreat now." With this cold and hard voice, the vast army in front of the Qixi Protectorate headquarters parted like a wave. 20 to 30 Hu generals clad in thick armor strode forward, their armor clattering against each other as they seethed with killing intent. At the very front of this group of Hu generals was a tall and muscular Hu general. His eyes were vicious and fierce, brimming with boundless ambition. The tens of thousands of Hu soldiers fused with his aura, making him seem even taller. Good July. Chapter 848. The world was quiet. Whether it was the tens of thousands of Hu soldiers or the 5,000 Wushan cavalry, led by Wang Chong, all of them were silent. But the atmosphere between the two armies was only getting more and more tense. Li Sai, Su Kai, Qing Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and the others all had angry expressions on their faces at Dou Li's words, but no one said a word. All of them were looking in the same direction, at a single person. Good July. A voice suddenly rang out in front of the two armies. Wang Chong stroked the reins of his horse, a faint smile on his face as he slowly rode out of the army. He examined the Hu generals lined up 50-some zhang away, an amused look in his eyes. Defying a military order, defying a holy decree, you should know the result. Dismiss the army, put down your weapons, kneel and beg for mercy, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, kill. No. Edict. Bastard. Impudent. Foul brat, who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. Before Gujulai could say anything, the other Hu generals immediately began to curse. Gujulai couldn't help but smirk at this sight. In this period of time, he had complete control over the Qixi Protectorate. Without his orders, even if Wang Chong obtained the decree of the Holy Emperor and became Qixi Protector General, it would still be useless. Enough! Gujulai extended an arm to stop them. He slightly raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wang Chong on horseback. Brat, you're too arrogant. You're not even Qixi Protector General yet, but you're already giving orders. Let me tell you, in Qixi, only one person's words are useful. In the past, it was Lord Fomin Linta. Lord Fucha Lingcha was pulled down by you, but someone else took his place. But no matter who it is, there's one thing I can be sure of. He is a Hu, not you. Even if you have the decree of the imperial court, it's useless here. Use it. Gujulai made a gesture at the last two words. Roar. In an instant, following Gujulai's gesture, the 20,000 soldiers roared in unison, letting out an earth-shattering roar. In that instant, all the birds in the mountains flew away, all the people in the paths disappeared, and the entire earth buzzed and trembled amidst this shocking roar. Buzz. Upon seeing this, Su Kai, Su Shixian, Cheng Sanyuan, and Zhang Kai all grimaced. With just this roar, the 20,000 whose soldiers were forged into a steel plate. This scene alone made it extremely difficult for Wang Chong to ascend to the position of Qixi Protector General. Gujulai's control over these whose soldiers was even greater than they had imagined. Marquis, do we need to take action? Li Sai was the only one who remained calm and collected. He looked ahead without any expression. There's no hurry. Wang Chong smiled and stopped Li Sai. No matter what Gudu Li's intentions were, this move of his was meaningless to him. But Wang Chong was in no hurry. He turned his gaze to the other generals at Gujulai's side. Gujulai plotted a rebellion and committed an unforgivable crime. What about the rest of you? Do you want to go with him? Buzz. Under Wang Chong's gaze, the generals at Gujulai's side felt their hearts clench. A man's name is like a tree's shadow. Although Wang Chong was young, he was an illustrious figure in the western regions, like the sun at high noon. At the Battle of the Triangular Gap, tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers had died in battle. Even a great general like Du Song Mangpoj had been forced to flee, and Dian Mangpoj had even died. Later on, the death of the Black Wolf Yabgo had pushed Wang Chong's reputation to the peak. In Qixi, Wang Chong's reputation was no different from that of the god of death. Although they said that they weren't afraid, they were inwardly very apprehensive. However, when they saw Gudu Li in front of them, their gazes slowly became resolute. Foul brat, don't try to drive a wedge between us. When did we start a rebellion? I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The position of Qixi, Protector General, isn't so easy to sit on. It looks to me like you're the one plotting a rebellion. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being merciless. The Hu soldiers angrily glared at Wang Chong, not willing to back down. Ha ha ha, do you see? You've wasted your efforts. Gudu Li looked at his opponent with a smug expression. I'll count to 6. If you don't retreat by then, I'll immediately attack, and you'll have to bear the consequences. The main force of the Qixi Protectorate was the Hu. If the Qixi Protectorate suffered grievous casualties when he attacked, Wang Chong would immediately be removed from his position as Qixi Protector General. And if Wang Chong didn't fight back, the soldiers he had brought with him would suffer grievous casualties. Whether Wang Chong attacked or not, he was doomed to lose this battle. As long as one could not obtain the recognition of these Hu generals, anyone the imperial court sent would be useless. This was what Gujulai was relying on the most. 1. Gujulai raised a finger, a smug look on his face. 2. 3. Gujulai raised his fingers one by one, brimming with confidence, as if he had already defeated Wang Chong. So what if he was the young Marquis? So what if he was the son of Heaven's disciple? In the Qixi Protectorate, only he, Gujulai, had the final say. There's no need to go to so much trouble. Wang Chong slowly urged his horse forward, a smirk on his face. I can answer you right now. Gujulai, you're already dead. The final word, dead, was like a peal of thunder in everyone's ears. Gujulai's heart skipped a beat and his face paled. But what shocked him the most was Wang Chong's next reaction. From start to finish, Wang Chong had always had a faint smile on his lips, but at this moment his expression turned cruel and callous. At the same time, he raised his right hand and swung it down. Attack! The cold voice resounded in everyone's ears, and a moment later, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, who had restrained their auras, suddenly exploded with a storm of energy. In that instant, it was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. This bastard, he really dares. Gujulai's face was ghastly pale, and this was the only thought in his mind. If the 20,000 Hu cavalry of Qixi suffered grievous casualties from internal strife, Wang Chong wouldn't even be able to last through the night and would soon be thrown into prison. It was precisely because he had grasped this point that Gujulai had dared to so brazenly oppose the imperial court. But he had never imagined that Wang Chong would be even more brazen than he was. He hadn't even thought about it before giving the order to attack. When a person lost their greatest support, Guru Li's feelings were no different from those of other people. They were flustered and uneasy. Bastard, you'll regret this. This thought flashed through Gujali's mind, and he immediately issued the only order he could. Attack! Rumble! War horses neighed, and the 20,000 cavalry howled. Their sabers, swords, and halberds aimed at the Wushan cavalry. But the famed and disciplined Chishi cavalry of the western regions were now facing the most frightening foe they had ever encountered. Clang, clang, clang. A dazzling halo shot out from under the hooves of a Wushan horseman, and then another and another, one after another, shot out from under the feet of the Wushan cavalry with astonishing speed. Charge! The 20,000 Chishi cavalry had barely adjusted their weapons when the 5,000 Wushan cavalry behind Wang Chong had already charged more than 30 zhang away. So fast! At this sight, Gujali and the Hu generals of the Chishi protectorate were in disarray. They had long ago known that the Wushan cavalry of the City of Steel were formidable, the elite of the elite. But they had not been there at the Battle of the Triangular Gap, nor had they imagined that there would be such terrifying cavalry in the world. From the moment they started to charge, not even a second had passed. While the 20,000 Chishi cavalry were still moving at 0 speed, Wang Chong's 5,000 Wushan cavalry had already reached their peak speed. Under the dazzling halos, these powerful Wushan cavalry were like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. Boom! Time seemed to stop at that moment. With a heaven-shaking boom, the 5,000 Wushan cavalry stabbed into the 20,000 Chishi cavalry like a sharp knife. The Ney was thrown into disarray, the soldiers of the Chishi protectorate and their horses like they were made of paper as they were thrown into the air by Wang Chong's Wushan cavalry. Not a single one of the Chishi cavalry was a match for them. Bastard! Kill him! Kill them all! Gujali's furious voice resounded over the army, his teeth clenched so tightly that they were about to shatter. Wang Chong and his 5,000 Wushan cavalry were too crazy and too impudent. The laws of the imperial court and the laws of the army seemed to have no restraints on them. These bastards were even more arrogant and despotic than he was. Kill. The more you kill, the better. You madman, I'd like to see how you deal with this. At Gudali's side, the other Hu generals were also anxious, issuing order after order as tens of thousands of Chishi cavalry charged in from all sides. But these cavalry could not stop the advance of the 5,000 Wushan cavalry. Rumble! Wang Chong's Wushan cavalry charged forward as if they were nothing more than dried twigs. In just a few seconds, they had completely routed the central army that Gujali had gathered. But in the midst of this fierce battle, not even Gujali noticed that even though countless Chishi cavalry were being cut down like straw by the Wushan cavalry, the majority of them were only heavily injured, with only a few truly dead. If one looked carefully, one would realize that there was a faint layer of light enveloping all the Wushan cavalry. Rather than saying that the Chishi cavalry had been sent flying by the Wushan cavalry, it was more accurate to say that they had been sent flying by this layer of light. The Iron Wall Formation. Chapter 849. Bang, bang, bang. Countless sabers, swords, and halberds stabbed at them from all sides, but they were either repelled by the white light on the Wushan cavalry or dodged. Some of the Wushan cavalry even reached out to grab their opponents from their horses and throw them to the ground. In terms of horsemanship, there were very few people who could surpass the Wushan cavalry. Rumble! There was a heaven-shaking boom, and in less than 4 seconds, the Hu army that Gujali had gathered in front of the Chishi protectorate's main hall had been pierced through by Wang Chong. These Chishi cavalry had all been trained by Fomin Linta through the strictest methods, and they had all experienced the fires of war. In the view of Gujali and the other Hu generals, the 20,000 Chishi cavalry were Chishi's strongest fortress, more than enough to deal with Wang Chong. But no one had expected that in front of Wang Chong's 5,000 soldiers, it would be like paper, instantly pierced through. Wang Chong had used absolute strength to crush the tens of thousands of Chishi cavalry. Nay, war horses whinnied and men were thrown off their mounts. This massive contrast between before and after instantly threw the 20,000 Chishi soldiers into panic. Damn it! Get out of the way! Those Han brats are coming! How could there be such a thing? Ah, too terrifying! Get out of the way! Wang Chang's 5,000 Wushan cavalry had emerged victorious, giving everyone an unprecedented shock, from the mind to the body. For the first time, the Hu army that had believed themselves to be invincible in Chishi had been struck by an earthquake. The army had been routed like a landslide. With just a single charge, Wang Chong had cleanly pierced through the center of the Hu army that Gudu Li had gathered, and the 20,000-strong Hu army was instantly routed. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Gujulai's eyes went red at this sight. Don't be afraid. Kill them. Swarm them. Rush up and kill them all. Gu Du was exhausted and hysterical. He let out a string of sounds from his mouth, and his entire person was in chaos. In Chishi, the strongest fighting force was the Hu in the army. They had once defeated the Uzin and the Western Turks. This was a true army of steel, an army of 100 battles. Gujulai did not believe that such a mighty army would be defeated so easily. He was still struggling on his deathbed, trying to gather his army and use his advantage in numbers to completely defeat Wang Chong and his Wushan iron cavalry. However, at this time, Gujulai heard a wave of hurried hooves through the thousands of chaotic sounds. A powerful aura, like a surging wave, passed through the army and charged in his direction. Without any warning, a strong sense of danger suddenly enveloped his body. Gujulai's heart trembled, and without the slightest hesitation he pulled out his sword. However, Gudu Li's reaction was still too slow. Just as he pulled out his sword, Hong! A cold light flickered, and a huge blood-red horse soared into the sky. On the horse, a figure that was as tall as a mountain range became one with the horse, brandishing a huge sword that was as tall as a person and fiercely slashed down. At that moment, even the sunlight in the sky was blocked. The huge sword in that person's hand shone brightly like a blazing flame, bringing with it an unparalleled aura as it heavily slashed down towards Gudu Li. Boom! There was an earth-shattering boom, and in the blink of an eye, Gudu Li only had time to gather all the stellar energy in his body and gather it into the long sword in his hand. He raised the sword and scabbard high to block the attack, and then everything went silent. Even the sounds of fighting on the battlefield became much quieter. Time and space seemed to have come to a standstill as countless gazes gathered from all directions. Some of them were shocked, some were confused, and some were in disbelief. In the center of the battlefield, the invincible general Li Sai rode on a tall Fergana steed with a cold expression. The huge, broad-backed Wuzi steel sword in his hand was pointed downward. At the tip of the sword, the most powerful rebel general in the entire Chishi protectorate, Gujulai, was kneeling. His hands were raised high, holding the sword that he always carried with him, and his body was motionless. Clang! There was a crisp sound, and the first thing to crack was the well-tempered sword in Gujulai's hand. Then a line of blood shot out from the center of his forehead, like an invisible string, and his body was split into two. Gujulai's eyes went round in disbelief, and then with the line of blood at the center of his forehead as the center, his body was split in two, one on the left and one on the right. Rumble! Dust billowed. Almost at the same time that Gudu Li collapsed, a beam of sword chi shot up into the sky from the ground, plowing a 6 to 7 meter long crack in the ground behind Gudu Li. Only now did the sword chi that Li Sai had sent into the ground begin to explode. Those who dare to mutiny, so be it! Li Sai sat on his horse, his sword pointed at Gujulai's remains. His body exuded waves of icy killing intent, his callous voice echoing over the entire Chishi protectorate. Bang! At the start, when the 5,000 Chishi soldiers had pierced through the center of the Chishi army of 20,000, There had still been some who were unwilling to give up and still fiercely fighting for the morale of Gujulai's army. Thus, when Guru Li, whom they viewed as the leader of the Hu, fell, the last bit of faith in the hearts of the Hu cavalry crumbled. Kneel and surrender, or else die. Wang Chang's voice rang out over their heads, callous and emotionless. Whoosh! With Wang Chang's voice, the Chishi cavalry put down their weapons and fearfully kneeled on the ground. At first it was one or two, but soon a vast sea of them began to kneel. Guru Li was dead, and the cavalry of the City of Steel were so powerful that they felt like they were no match for them, as if they could rival them with human strength. What are you doing? Have you forgotten who killed the Protector General? Bastard! He's a Han! Get up, all of you get up! The Hu generals were infuriated by this sight, and they began to curse in rage. But with two thuds, the swords pierced through the bodies of the two Hu generals. Treacherous officials and traitors, truly deserving of death. Huang Batian stood over the corpse of a Hu general, a look of disdain on his face as he slowly pulled out his sword. Huang Batian had come from Wushang village, and his thoughts were pure and not as complicated. These people had dared to defy their superiors, and Huang Batian had long ago found them displeasing to the eye. If not for Wang Chang's orders, these fellows would have been dead long ago. Bastard! Wang Chong, you're dead. I don't believe that you would dare to kill all of us. Another Hu general angrily roared, but before he could finish, a spear had run through his throat and nailed him to the ground. Up until the moment of his death, his eyes were still wide open. He didn't even think before he actually killed them. This bastard! Isn't he afraid of the imperial court investigating? This was the last thought in his mind. With these people dead, the Hu generals instantly crumbled, fleeing like birds and beasts. They no longer had the resolve to fight against Wang Chong. It was only at this moment that they realized that they had greatly underestimated this Han youth. His methods were thunderous, ruthless, decisive, and iron-blooded. Everyone's confidence and the methods they had prepared beforehand were completely useless against him. One more step forward, and you'll die. Wang Chong patted his horse and slowly urged it forward, a faint smile on his lips. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and there was no hint of anger in it. But in the ears of the Hu generals, it was like a clap of thunder. The fleeing Hu generals trembled, all the blood draining from their faces, leaving them ghastly pale. Even though it was empty in front of them and there was no one blocking them, everyone felt as though their feet were nailed to the ground. They couldn't move even half a step. A huge fear swept over them like a tidal wave, completely crushing the last bit of courage in their hearts and scattering it in all directions. Those who dared to rebel against the imperial court were basically the most vicious and ferocious of the Hu. These people had no fear, but Wang Chang's methods had left them deeply fearful. Although this young marquis of the City of Steel had the face of a 17-year-old, in their minds, he was a terrifying demon. Wang Chang's iron-blooded methods had thoroughly shattered their resolve. Gallop! The slow clopping of hooves seemed to trample on the hearts of the Hu horsemen. Hearing this sound, all the Hu cavalry lowered their heads, their hearts filled with fear. They didn't even dare to look at the sound. If they hadn't known what sort of person Wang Chong was before, they now knew that Wang Chong had established himself as a lofty and invincible figure. Kneel! Wang Chong rode his warhorse through the battlefield like he was taking a leisurely stroll. His gaze swept over the battlefield as he spoke these two words. At the edge of the battlefield, the Hu generals who had already fled some distance felt their hearts tremble. With their backs to Wang Chong, they immediately kneeled, not daring to move. As the Hu generals knelt, the rebellion of the Hu generals came to an end. Li Sai, I'll leave the rest to you. Wang Chong paused as he passed by Li Sai. Yes, Marquis. Li Sai nodded. His aura surged, domineering and tyrannical, deeply shocking these Hu generals. Li Sai had come from the ranks, and before he had joined Wang Chong, he had already had abundant experience in biting. Although he was not an expert in administrative matters, he would definitely have no problem in reorganizing the army. Wang Chong nodded and continued forward. Chapter 851. On the other side, Li Sai received the order and immediately began to reorganize the army. Speed was of utmost importance in war, be it in his previous life or now. The invincible great general had always been conscientious and devoted to his duty. And with 5,000 Wushang cavalry armed to the teeth, suppressing them, none of the Hu soldiers dared to move. Su Qi checked the casualties of the Hu army. Wang Chong looked around the battlefield and said faintly, "Yes, Marquis." Behind him, Su Kai grunted in acknowledgement and flew off. In terms of administrative matters, Su Qi was undoubtedly an expert. After a short while, Su Kai returned and flew back. "My lord, the Qixi Protectorate has lost a total of 4 Hu generals, 150 Hu cavalrymen, and 8,700 heavily injured, and countless lightly injured." Towards the end, Su Qi's voice slowed down and became much softer. Although they had succeeded in defeating the rebel Hu army of the Qixi Protectorate and subduing them, the price of this battle had been far too high. More than 8,700 people were seriously injured. Su Qi stole a glance at Wang Chong. He was a little worried. If this news were to reach the imperial court, it would be very disadvantageous to Wang Chong. After all, the Qixi Protectorate only had tens of thousands of people. It's only 150 men, that's enough. Su Qi, prepare a memorial and report this matter to the imperial court. Unexpectedly, after hearing Su Qi's words, Wang Chong looked relaxed. He even heaved a sigh of relief, as if he didn't care at all. Wang Chong knew what Su Qi was thinking. He glanced at him and smiled faintly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Just do as I say." Wang Chong was born in a family of generals and ministers, so he had a lot of contact with military affairs. Although the Hu of the Qixi Protectorate had suffered many casualties in today's battle, with more than 8,700 heavily wounded, the imperial court would only pay attention to those 150. As for the 8,700 people, no one cared about them at all. In the military, being heavily injured and dying were 2 completely different concepts. Heavily injured people would recover after a period of time, but the dead would not come back to life. Not even the imperial court or the Holy Emperor would have anything to say about pacifying the chaos in Qixi with only 150 casualties. This was what Wang Chong had planned from the very beginning. "Everyone else, follow me." With a wave of his hand, Wang Chong led the others through the battlefield toward the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. The war was over, and Wang Chong's entire focus was on the huge building in front of him. "I finally see it." Wang Chong gazed at the building in front of him. In truth, he had passed by the Qixi Protectorate headquarters several times, but because of Fomin Linta, Wang Chong had never gotten too close. The closest he had come to this Protector General's hall was the night he had dealt with the Black Wolf Yabgo, but Wang Chong had never gotten so close. Wang Chong carefully examined the massive structure before him. The entire hall was 10 samzhang tall, forged from bronze, refined iron, gold, silver, and deep-sea Xian iron. The hall was majestic and magnificent, both magnificent and dignified. But what Wang Chong was paying attention to was the surface of the hall, the countless sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, as well as the traces of battle. Wang Chong could sense the deep scars of history left behind by the erosion of time. The Qixi Protectorate had not been established recently. If one carefully traced it back to the era of Emperor Taizong a very long time ago. Fomin Linta was also far from being the first Protector General of the Qixi Protectorate. Before him, this place had been overseen by generation after generation of Protector Generals, each of them renowned on the western border. Each of them had left their own deep imprints on this place, and after a long time, the Qixi Protectorate had welcomed its first Han, Protector General. Su Shixian, go get the Qixi Protectorate's roster. Investigate all the servants, maids, and laborers of the Qixi Protectorate. Keep those who can stay, and send away those who can't. In addition, at this point, Wang Chong suddenly paused, a faint smile appearing on his lips. In addition, you can have Su Yiqin come in. With these words, Wang Chong strode into the hall. The floor of the Qixi Protectorate was made entirely of metal, and it was icy cold beneath his feet. But to Wang Chong, it felt very different. Ever since his reincarnation, this was the first time Wang Chong had set foot in the famed Qixi Protectorate of the western border. Wang Chong could sense that every inch of this hall was branded with the deep marks of authority. The tens of thousands of soldiers of Qixi, the nearby Qixi Armory, and the vital road to the Anqi Protectorate of the western regions were all controlled by this hall. In this life, this was the first time Wang Chong had set foot on such a high peak of authority. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Chong's footsteps were calm and unhurried, his footsteps echoing through the hall. Passing through the heavy metal door, Wang Chong finally saw the throne of authority in the center of the hall. Bang! A few moments later, the heavily armored Wang Chong stepped onto the throne, turned around, and sat down on the throne that represented the supreme authority of the Tang dynasty. Rumble! The moment Wang Chong sat down, all of Qixi trembled. Not many people realized that all of Qixi, including the western regions, had changed with Wang Chong's ascension to the throne of Qixi. At this moment, the course of history had begun to lead on a completely different path. I finally succeeded. Starting now, I will protect the Tang dynasty. Seated on the throne of Qixi Protector General, Wang Chong gripped the armrests, sensing the power and authority that had settled down over the course of history, his mind rumbling with thunder. Qixi Protector General was the highest position of authority in the entire Tang dynasty. At this moment, only Wang Chong knew that he truly possessed the power to change this empire. In all of Qixi, Wang Chong was invincible. Flap, flap. Several days after Wang Chong had taken complete control of Qixi, a messenger bird flew over the city. Ha ha ha, Wang Chong, this king truly did not misjudge you. I didn't think that you would be able to pacify Qixi so quickly. King Song heartily laughed as he read the letter from Qixi, his heart filled with relief. The king of Song had stood his ground against all opposition and recommended Wang Chong as Qixi Protector General. Only he himself knew just how much pressure he had been under. The imperial court, the Holy Emperor, and the people were all focused on him. Wang Chong's success or failure in Qixi was not only related to himself, but also to the king of Song in the distant capital. If the king of Song had made the wrong recommendation and Wang Chong had failed to stabilize Qixi, the king of Song's prestige in the court would suffer a massive blow. Even the Holy Emperor would probably not value him as much in the future. But he hadn't expected that not long after the imperial court had issued the appointment, Wang Chong would be able to cleanly resolve all the unstable elements in Qixi. Moreover, he had only lost 150 Hu soldiers, a price that was almost negligible. Your Highness, it seems that child has completely matured. With him in Qixi, Your Highness will have nothing to worry about. This child truly did not disappoint Your Highness's efforts. The old steward bowed and said. He had also watched Wang Chong grow up. Who could have imagined that this youth of the capital who had needed his assistance in dealing with King Sojern would now be able to stand on his own and sit on the most influential throne of the empire, completely replacing Fomenlinta? At this moment, even the old steward felt extremely gratified. Write a letter for me to Wang Chong. Tell him to focus on managing Qixi. If he has any requests, he can tell me. I will do my best to support him in the capital. That's right. I remember that not long ago, Wang Chong sent a memorial requesting that the City of Steel be used as a transit point for soldiers. I want to present this to the Holy Emperor. In addition, Qixi has been through a series of major battles. Look after the Bureau of Military Personnel for me and prioritize the supply of soldiers to Qixi. The King of Song said, Yes, Your Highness. Time slowly passed, and after killing Gujulai, Wang Chong smoothly ascended to the position of Chishi, Protector General. All the voices of resistance had been suppressed by Wang Chong. In addition, all the who had participated in the rebellion had been reorganized by Li Sai, and everything was on the right track. In the main hall of the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, a large sand table with talas at the center had been placed on display. Small flags of various colors had been inserted into the sand table. Wang Chong stood next to it, a small red flag in his hand, a pensive look in his eyes. Marquis, the Hu of Chishi are still unconvinced. A voice suddenly came from behind him. It was Su Qi, dressed in martial attire, a hint of worry on his thick brow. Although we've already completely routed the Hu army of the Chishi Protectorate, killed Gujulai, and generally has reorganized them, these who are still outwardly convinced, but their hearts are unconvinced. In the last few nights, there have been many disturbances. Although they've all been minor matters like stabbing horses, brawling, and small-scale destruction of provisions, your subordinate is worried that these who aren't very useful. At a critical juncture on the battlefield, there will be major chaos. Even Heba ye can't be dealt with? Wang Chong indifferently said, not even turning his head. His eyes were still focused on the sand table before him. Heba Yi had arrived after the battle. Unlike the others, he had witnessed the battle of the Triangular Gap and was well aware of the terrifying fighting power of Wang Chong's 5,000 soldiers. When Gujulai had gathered the Hu generals to rebel, Heba Yi had been the only high-ranking Hu general who had not participated. Unlike the others, when Heba Yi arrived, he had immediately expressed his allegiance to Wang Chong and his respect for the imperial court's decision. Moreover, Wang Chong was well aware that this Chishi commander of the Uzun Plateau was completely different from Gujulai, and that he was loyal and reliable to the Tang dynasty. Thus, Wang Chong had decided to give Heba Yi command of the reorganized Hu army. Chapter 852. General Heba truly did manage to gather a considerable number of Hu soldiers, but there are also quite a few who are privately resentful and refuse to obey him. Su Qi whispered, "Huh." Wang Chong chuckled as he casually planted the small red banner in the wilderness next to Tala's. He then turned his head to Su Qi. "It's for Fomin Linta, right?" "Yes." Su Qi lowered his head, his voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He had investigated the Hu rebellion in great detail, and the crux of the problem lay with Wang Chong, or more accurately, with Fomin Linta. After operating in Chishi for so many years, Fomin Linta's prestige had soared like the noon sun, deeply rooted in the hearts of all the Hu soldiers. Gujulai's rebellion had been for this reason, and so had the unrest of the Hu soldiers. This was not something that a single Heba Yi could resolve. In truth, Su Qi had wanted to tell Wang Chong, but in the end, it was Wang Chong who had brought it up himself. "Su Qi, you're taking this matter too seriously. It's just a few minor disturbances. They're not as capable as you think. In addition, I've already thought of a way to deal with those resentful Hu soldiers." Wang Chong indifferently said, his expression relaxed. "Ah." Su Qi finally raised his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This problem had plagued him for a long time, but he had never been able to think of a way to resolve it. He couldn't kill those who, but he also couldn't not kill them. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would have a solution. "Take this letter and send it to Biting Protector General and Sishan. I'm confident that he'll be happy to help us resolve this problem." As Wang Chong spoke, he took out a prepared letter from his bosom and handed it over to Su Qi's dumbstruck expression. "My lord," Su Qi's eyes were dull and his face was blank. He had no idea what Wang Chong's words meant. To have Biting Protector General and Sishan resolve this problem on their behalf and take over those resentful Hu generals was simply too far-fetched. Will Lord and Sishan really be willing? Su Qi had an uneasy look on his face. If he remembered correctly, there was a significant rift between the Biting Protector General and Wang Chong. In the capital, Wang Chong had even clashed with him. Moreover, when Wang Chong marched into Chishi, That person from Biting had also been a fierce opponent. It was beyond Su Kai's imagination that Wang Chong wanted him to help him at this time. You don't need to worry about this matter. No matter what grudges I had with the Biting Protector General in the past, he will definitely agree to this. Wang Chong indifferently said, his voice brimming with confidence. Yes, Marquis. Although he was utterly confused, Su Kai still acknowledged the order and left. Flap, flap, flap. Several days later, a black falcon carrying Wang Chong's personal letter flew over the steppe, following the border between the Western Turks and the Tang dynasty, all the way to the most illustrious center of power in the north of the Tang dynasty, the Biting Protectorate. On the vast land, a huge black object stood. It was a war machine that was made up of countless sentry posts, barracks, towers, and a circle of walls that was 60 to 70 feet tall, as well as a huge metal palace. Thousands of black-armored soldiers of the Biting Protectorate stood between these sentry posts, barracks, and towers. These people all had their backs ramrod straight, as if they had taken root in the earth. They exuded powerful auras and warily observed their surroundings, as if they were ready to enter the fray at any moment. In the entire Tang dynasty, the soldiers of the Biting Protectorate were definitely the most vigilant, as they were constantly facing attacks from the Turkic armies that came from unknown directions. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, the black falcon flew through the gate and into a gloomy hall. In the hall, a middle-aged who of about 30 was seated on a throne. His features were strong and chiseled, and he wore a suit of heavy armor. He was currently holding a black-covered scroll and reading it with rapt attention. When the black falcon flew into the hall, the Resolute who did not seem to notice it. His attention was completely absorbed by the scroll in his hand. Biting was a land of war and frequent wars, and the Biting Protectorate, as the center of these wars, should have been brimming with a somber and frigid aura. But the presence of this middle-aged who gave the Biting Protectorate a thick and gentle scholarly aura, causing one to mistake this place for some residence in Jiangnan and forget that this was actually the bitter northern steppe. Clang! A cold light flashed through the gloomy hall as a stalwart figure strode forward, the sword at his waist unsheathed and the gleaming tip of the sword accurately catching the black falcon. The Biting general with the scar on the left side of his face glanced at the falcon's feet, and his eyes widened, an indescribably strange expression on his face. After a moment's thought, the Biting general lifted the black falcon with his sword and strode up to the middle-aged who diligently studying. He then respectfully bowed at the waist. "My lord, there is a letter, but your subordinate does not dare to open this letter." The scar-faced Biting general lowered his head and stared at the tip of his feet. In all of the northern steppe, only Protector General and Sis-Hun could inspire such respect from the bottom of his heart. "What? You don't dare to open it? As the Deputy Protector General of Biting, is there any letter that you can open?" And Sis-Hun grinned, not even raising his head. The only thing left in his eyes was the scroll in his hand. "My lord, I truly do not dare to open it, because the seal of Chishi is on it." The scar-faced, Biting Deputy Protector General lowered his head as he spoke once more. "Oh." And Sis-Hun just smiled and didn't care. He even flipped a page. But soon, and Sis-Hun immediately felt something. His thick eyebrows gradually furrowed, and his gaze also left the scroll. He slowly raised his head. "Chishi." "Yes, it is Chishi." The scar-faced, Biting Deputy Protector General respectfully said, knowing that his subordinate had understood. In the last few months, the entire Tang dynasty had experienced a major earthquake, and the structure of power that had remained unchanged for decades had undergone a massive change. A prince had fallen, many ministers had fallen, and a protector general had been imprisoned. And the Holy Emperor's fury had caused all the protector generals and great generals to tremble in fear. If Chishi was still the foeman lint of the past, he wouldn't have needed to ask the protector general's permission and could have directly dealt with it. This had been in Sichuan's order. But now, all the protector generals and great generals of the empire knew that Chishi had a new master. His rise had been as intense as a storm, and it had been accompanied by the fall of a veteran great general. The new Chishi Protector General was definitely on the special list of all the Protector Generals and great generals. As a new official, his every move would attract the attention of everyone. No one had expected that his first letter would be to the biting Protectorate. If he remembered correctly, he and the Protector General had not been good allies. Let me see. And Sishun finally put down the black-covered scroll and extended his right hand, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He was also confused. There was no reason for this letter to have come at all. And Sishun took the falcon from the Deputy Protector General's hands and unwrapped the letter. With just a glance, his brow relaxed, and he began to heartily laugh. Interesting, far too interesting. I didn't think that the first day this new noble of the Tang dynasty would be to beg me. Ah. The scar-faced, biting Deputy Protector General trembled, clearly rather surprised. Beg. My lord isn't joking, right? Whether it was in the past or his usual style, this new Protector General was an extremely unyielding person. If he wasn't unyielding, Fomin Linta wouldn't have been pulled down from his high horse. Given this person's personality, he would never ask for help, and besides, his lord had a grudge against him. It was unheard of to ask for help from an old enemy. Ha ha ha, I won't keep you in suspense. Take it. And Sishun flicked his finger, sending Wang Chong's letter flying into the hands of the scar-faced, biting Deputy Protector General. Glancing at the contents of the letter, the Deputy Protector General was dumbfounded. I didn't think that he would so quickly pacify the Chishi Protectorate. He didn't even think about killing a person like Gujalai, and he even wants us to help him take in nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Chishi Protectorate. Begging is too much of an exaggeration. This person has no intention of begging at all. And Sishun indifferently said, flicking off his fingernails as he slowly stood up from his seat. He's just trying to negotiate with us, and it seems like he's certain that I'll agree. And Sishun smirked. This letter truly was very interesting. It could be said that he had never received a more interesting letter this year, a letter asking for help, but not the slightest attitude. Was there anything more interesting than this? This brat is a little too arrogant. What makes him think that we'll agree to his request? Moreover, he's been too arrogant recently. My lord, why don't I just refuse him and let him learn his lesson? The Deputy Protector General said rudely as he narrowed his eyes. The young Marquis of the Chishi Protectorate was not a very popular lord in biting, and he had been so blunt in his request that he had been refused. Refuse? A pensive look appeared in Sishuan's eyes, and then he smiled and shook his head. Why should I refuse? My lord, you want to agree to his request. The scar-faced Deputy Protector General stood in the hall, his entire body frozen in shock, a look of disbelief on his face. This answer was definitely not within his expectations. At this moment, even if Ishbara Khagan of the Western Turks appeared in front of him, he would not be as surprised. This brat is our enemy. Chapter 853. Is it very hard to understand? And Sishun grinned and walked down from his throne. His expression was relaxed, his bearing exuding the aura of a strategist and brimming with energy. There is no such thing as a pure enemy or a pure friend, whether it was Fomin Linta of the past or the young Marquis of the Tang dynasty. Regardless of whether the tone in their letters is good or bad, if it's beneficial to us, we should naturally accept it. No matter how bad the tone, we don't care. If it's disadvantageous to us, we should naturally swiftly reject it. No matter how pleasant or tactful it is, we should still pretend that we didn't hear it. I've always underestimated that boy from Chishi. I always believed that he was just an ordinary man who only knew how to stir up trouble. This sort of person, no matter how dazzling or how quickly he rose, would never be able to enter the eyes of me or Geshu Han. I didn't think that he would so quickly comprehend the rules of the game of the great general level just a few days after taking the position of Chishi Protector General. I now admit that this boy truly does have the right to enter the elite game of the Empire on the same level as me, Gashu Han, and Zhang Shogui. And Sishuan's gaze pierced through the hall into the distance, a thoughtful smile on his lips. On the side, the scar-faced Vice Protector General was dumbstruck, his entire body frozen in shock. The elite game of the Empire. In all his years of following Sis Hun, this was the first time he had learned of the secrets of the great general level. Don't think about it. Send a reply. Tell our new Chishi Protector General that the Biting Protectorate is short on manpower due to the frequent battles and truly does need reinforcements. Thus, I will be taking over whose soldiers. With these last words, and Sishuan's eyes exploded with an unprecedented and intimidating light. Yes, my lord. Several days later, in the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, Marquis, the Biting Protector General, has sent a letter saying that he will take as many of whose soldiers as we wish to deal with, no matter how many there are. Su Qi excitedly rushed into Wang Chang's hall, the letter in his hand still in disbelief. An Imperial Protector General like Sis Hun, one who had a grudge with his Marquis, was actually willing to help. Really? Wang Chong sat high above him. He raised his head slightly, and there was no surprise in his eyes. Write a reply to Sis Hun and say that you got it. In addition, tell him that the people the Chishi Protectorate doesn't want will be sent to him very soon. Wang Chong's tone was light and breezy, as if he had dealt with a trivial matter, or as if Sis Hun had done what he should have done a long time ago. Su Qi was stunned. In the end, he couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps only their own Marquis could do such a thing. Wang Chong just smiled faintly and lowered his head again. He continued to read the letter that Yang Hongchang had sent from the western regions and said, without raising his head, "You'll understand in the future. For now, let's talk to Heba Yi first." The great generals and protector generals of the empire were rarely swayed by their personal emotions. Everything was based on the interests and the overall situation. This was the basic requirement of a general. If one couldn't do this, one couldn't be considered a qualified great general. However, this was only for great generals and protector generals of the same level. Without reaching this level, one had no right to participate in this game. In his last life, Wang Chong had been the Grand Marshal of the world and was honored as the war saint. So he naturally knew all of this. Yes, Marquis. Su Qi only half understood and quickly left. Once Su Qi left, Wang Chong continued to read the letter in his hand. In the western regions, the Tang dynasty had always been short on soldiers because of the long distances. The soldiers of the western regions were far more elite than those of the other protectorates, so they had no other choice but to use a purely elite army. Just the soldiers of Chishi and Anshi were far from enough to resolve the future crisis. But the western regions had a unique advantage. It had a large number of soldiers that could be hired. As long as one had enough money, one could quickly gather a large number of soldiers. Wang Chang's letter was a request for Yang Hongchang's assistance in investigating the mercenary tribes of the western regions. Heba Yi and Su Qi were far more efficient than expected. That very night, the tens of thousands of soldiers of Chishi began to reorganize. Those who were willing to stay could remain in the Chishi Protectorate, and those who were unwilling to follow the Han could submit to Heba Ye's subordinates. And those who were unwilling to stay could go to the Biting Protectorate and submit to Sis Hun. Although Heba Yi tried his best to stop the scene, he couldn't do anything about it. A melon that was forcefully picked would not be sweet. If they were unwilling to stay, then there was no point in forcing them to stay, and it would only lead to more unrest. Time slowly passed, and Wang Chang's change of blood in the Chishi Protectorate caused a massive upheaval in Chishi. This upheaval of leave or stay only began to subside at the Z period. Deep into the night, all was quiet. "We can't stay any longer." A low whisper could be heard in the darkness. It was not Hu, nor was it Chinese, but an even more complicated language. It was not even a common language in the western regions. This new Han Protector General is too formidable. With just a simple interrogation, our identities will be exposed. Another low whisper could be heard. At the edge of the Chishi Protectorate's barracks, beneath the high fences, several figures were creeping on the ground, slowly moving through the darkness. They moved in a different direction from all the Han soldiers, as well as the Hu soldiers who were deployed to Biting, because they were moving in the northwest direction. Hurry! We won't be able to leave once the sun rises. We have to report this to the governor and have him raise his guard against this young Han Protector General. His cavalry is too powerful. In the future, they will definitely become a thorn in our side. I truly didn't think that there would be such a powerful army in the distant east. The governor will definitely treat this discovery with great importance. As the few of them spoke softly, they swiftly used their scimitars to open up a passageway that could only allow one person to pass through, out of the line of sight of the sentries. The figures of these people shuttled, and with a strange posture, like swaying loaches, they drilled out of the passageway, sticking close to the ground. All right, let's go. Once they were out of the barracks, the few of them heaved a sigh of relief. They immediately shrunk their bodies and dashed toward the northwest. However, before they could get far, a sudden change occurred. A loud shout suddenly came from the front. Kill them all! Halt! Where are you going? There's a spy. Don't let them get away. Capture them. Pu-pu-pu. With a flash of fire, a flurry of arrows streaked across the sky and landed not too far away from the few of them, following which several torches were thrown over. In the dark night, one silhouette after another roared. Like wolves and tigers, they rushed out from various hidden places in the surroundings. Dee-da-da! The war horses neighed, the heavy hoofbeats were as dense as rain, as heavy as thunder, whistling as a flock of bees. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 50 Wushang cavalry had charged out, all of them holding up torches that illuminated the area as bright as day, as well as those deserters who were trying to sneak out of the camp under the cover of darkness. In the bright light of the torches, everyone could clearly see that these people had high noses, deep eyes, and prominent cheekbones. They looked very similar to the Hu, but they had deep green eyes that were completely different. Not just the Hu, but no one in the western regions had these eyes. The Arabs, standing at the very front of the Wushang cavalry, Suki was struck dumb. Behind him, the Wushang cavalry had the same expression on their faces. There were only two kinds of people in the Chishi Protectorate, the Hu and the Han. They had received Wang Chang's order to patrol the perimeter and guard against scouts and spies from other factions. They had never imagined that they would catch a few Arabs who shouldn't even be here. And they were wearing the armor of the Chishi Protectorate. All was quiet in the light of the torches. The sight of the Wushang cavalry and the other Chishi soldiers instantly made the Arabs turn ghastly pale. What? At daybreak, in the main hall of the Chishi Protectorate, Wang Chong finally revealed a look of shock upon hearing Su Kai's report. Arab spies have been discovered in the Chishi Protectorate, and they're disguised as Hu soldiers. Replying to Marquis, this is indeed the case. I sent someone to investigate, and all of them are recorded as Hu in the roster of the Chishi Protectorate, and based on the chronology, they began more than 6 months ago. Suki bowed, his face serious. As he spoke, he waved a hand behind him. Bring them in. Bang! Bang! Sukai had barely spoken when several heavily armored Wushang cavalry stepped over the threshold, each of them carrying a bound Arab soldier and throwing him to the ground. Wang Chong gazed at these bulky Arab soldiers, his eyes finally turning grave. Wang Chong had seen Arab merchants before. In his past, when he was stubborn and incompetent, Wang Chong had interacted with them many times. Those Arab merchants were just as many people remembered them to be. Chubby, smiling, and adorned in gold and silver. Their fingers were covered in rings of agate and jade, making them look like clowns. But these Arabs were different. Their bodies were tall, well-proportioned, and sturdy, as if they had been cast from steel, brimming with explosive strength. Moreover, the thick calluses on their hands indicated their status. These were not traveling merchants or merchants, but regular soldiers of the Arab army. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would meet a true soldier of the Arab army in this sort of situation. The Arabian Empire had always been an extremely powerful foe in Wang Chong's mind. Once he finished reorganizing the Qixi protectorate and taking care of everything, Wang Chong would point his sword at the Arabs. Even if they didn't come, Wang Chong would definitely go and find them. But Wang Chong had never imagined that they had already extended their claws into the Qixi protectorate and had even disguised themselves as who to infiltrate the army. Chapter 854. I ask you, who sent you? Wang Chong strode forward and stopped in front of the pair, his body exuding a powerful pressure. But several of the Arab soldiers turned their heads to the side and pretended not to hear, as if they didn't understand. Wang Chong only sneered. If these people could disguise themselves as Tang people soldiers and sneak into Qixi, they couldn't possibly not understand the language of the Han. Was it Abu Muslim? Wang Chong suddenly said. This time he had spoken not in Chinese but in Arabic. Buzz. The Arab soldiers trembled at these words and turned their heads, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Chong's heart sank at this sight. Abu Muslim was the Abbasid Caliphate's governor of the East and also the Tang dynasty's greatest foe in the western regions. In the future Battle of Talas, this person would be the highest commander of the Abbasid Caliphate. Although these people had not answered his question, their reactions were more than enough to explain everything. I didn't think that his claws had already extended to this place. Wang Chong's heart was heavy. Wang Chong had a very limited understanding of the Abbasid Caliphate's governor of the East, the highest-ranking commander of the East. Wang Chong had always believed that he was the only one silently preparing to deal with the Arabs. But Wang Chong had never imagined that the Abbasid Caliphate's governor of the East had already dispatched scouts and spies to the Tang dynasty 6 months ago, and that their spies had already penetrated through Wanxi to Qixi. In a flash, Wang Chong smelled the thick scent of war and conspiracy. Wang Chong suddenly realized that he had been far underestimating the Arab commander west of the Tsong Mountains. This Arab leader was far more frightening and difficult to deal with than he had imagined. You know the name of our Lord? Impossible. A Tang people like you actually knows how to speak our language. You should give up on that idea. No matter what you want to ask, we won't tell you. At this moment, the Arab spy who had been clenching his teeth this entire time finally spoke. The Arabic that Wang Chong had spoken, especially the words Abu Muslim, had given them a massive shock. They had been hiding in the Central Plains for so long, but this was the first time they had heard someone speak Arabic so fluently. Not even Fuming Lingcha, who was known to be able to accommodate all kinds of people, could do such a thing. In truth, there were very few people in the western regions who could speak Arabic. But what shocked them the most was that Wang Chong actually knew the name of their supreme commander. The distance between the Abbasid Caliphate and the Tang dynasty meant that the knowledge of both sides was limited. Moreover, the Abbasid Caliphate was even more guarded against outsiders than the Tang dynasty, and all information related to the army was treated as absolute secrets. Even the nearby kingdoms of the western regions probably had very few people who knew the name of their commander-in-chief. But this young Han protector general, who had never been to the Abbasid Caliphate or even the western regions, was actually able to call out his name. This left the elite scouts of the Arabian Empire flabbergasted. There's no need to say more. You've already answered. Wang Chong indifferently said, knowing the name Abu Muslim meant that Wang Chong already knew the vast majority of the secrets, so it didn't matter if he said the rest or not. Suk He, take them away. You can deal with the rest. Yes, Marquis. Suk He understood and waved his hand. Several Wushang guards immediately stepped forward and took the scouts away. The City of Steel had experts specialized in interrogations, all of them originally from the Bureau of Punishments, who had been transferred to the City of Steel through their connections with the eagle. When Wang Chong entered the Qixi Protectorate, he had also brought these people with him. Even if these Arab scouts had been specially trained to keep their secrets, Su Kai was confident that he could pry out a few secrets from them if they clenched their teeth and refused to speak. The appearance of the Arab spy had aroused a great deal of attention from Wang Chong, and it had completely refreshed Wang Chong's understanding of the Arab commander, Abu Muslim. Just when Wang Chong was preparing to thoroughly investigate this matter, one day later, when everyone was still immersed in peace and tranquility, an eagle silently flew over from the distant western regions. But few people knew that the news brought by this eagle was like a meteor crashing into the ground, shaking the entire empire and completely disrupting Wang Chong's rhythm. What? Gao Xianji attacked the Sher kingdom, killed its lord, and conquered the entire kingdom. Wang Chong was in the main hall of the Qixi Protectorate, reading through the documents of the Qixi Protectorate. When he heard this news, his body trembled like a bolt of lightning had struck his head, and he didn't even realize that the military document in his hand had fallen to the ground. At that moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The Battle of Talas. This was the only thought in Wang Chong's mind. How could this be? The Battle of Talas won't start for at least half a year. How could it be so soon? Wang Chong's face was pale, his mind in chaos. In order to prevent this war, he had put in a lot of effort. He had even written a letter to Go Xianji, stating the pros and cons of this matter. Wang Chong had originally believed that his letter would be of some use, at least enough to raise Gao Xianji's guard. As long as Gao Xianji was more cautious, he would never recklessly attack the Sher kingdom like he did in his last life. The Battle of Talas would also be delayed, giving him plenty of time to prepare. But Wang Chong had never imagined that not only would the battle not be delayed, it would be brought forward by 6 months. Not only that, after Lord Gao Xianji conquered the Sher kingdom, he advanced westward, his 30,000 elites beating the Arabs to the city of Talas. Su Kai bowed, his expression grim as he sensed the gravity of the situation. But the Arabs quickly marched east, turning out all their forces to surround the city of Talas. The situation is grave and urgent. The commander of the 4 garrisons of Anxi, Feng Chongqing, has already sent a letter requesting reinforcements. I request Marquis to make the decision. Buzz. Su Kai had barely finished speaking when he heard a boom that caused the entire hall to fiercely sway. Su Kai raised his head, but he quickly realized that this was no earthquake. Wang Chong had fiercely stood up from his seat. His aura surged, and his majestic astral energy filled the entire hall like waves. Even a blind person would be able to sense that Wang Chong's mind was extremely unstable. Marquis, Su Kai subconsciously called out. After following Wang Chong for so long, he had gained the impression that Wang Chong was always a strategist who always had a card up his sleeve. Even in the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had never panicked. This was the first time Su Kai had seen Wang Chong lose his composure. Bring that letter over. Wang Chong's voice resounded through the hall. Yes. Su Kai stepped forward and respectfully handed over the letter requesting reinforcements from the Anxi Protectorate. I've already given the order. All the intelligence and information related to this battle will be delivered before dawn in 12 hours at most. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for the entire Qixi Protectorate. The hall was brightly lit, and Wang Chong uneasily paced back and forth. All the generals, whether they were Li Sai, Su Kai, Hibiyi, or Sui Qin, had been summoned. By daybreak, all the information had been gathered. For this reason, Wang Chong had even personally written a letter to Feng Chongqing, who had been left behind in the western regions, asking for the details of the matter. Wang Chong finally understood the truth behind this massive upheaval. Gao Xianji had led his army to attack the Sher kingdom, slaughtering its officials and then crossing the Tsong Mountains to advance west and occupy the city of Talas. In the end, he had been surrounded by the armies of the Arabian Empire. This series of events that had shaken the western border was far more complicated than imagined. Wang Chang's letter truly had been effective. Upon receiving it, Gao Xianji had become much more cautious. If everything went as expected, Gao Xianji would have to wait several months before attacking the Shi kingdom. But an unexpected piece of news had completely disrupted Gao Xianji's tempo, forcing Gao Xianji to take a series of swift actions, including attacking the Shi kingdom and crossing the Song Mountains to occupy the city of Talas. The king of the Shi kingdom had colluded with the Arabs, and the two countries had agreed to work together to attack the Anxi protectorate in a few months. This news had caused Gao Xianji to change his mind and strike first, triggering this massive upheaval. How could it be like this? Wang Chong gripped the letter and mentally sighed, unable to speak for a long time. Pull one hair and move the whole body. A butterfly flapped its wings, stirring up a storm and massive waves on the boundless sea. The current situation was completely different from what he had known. Wang Chong had always believed that Gao Xianji's sudden attack on the Shi kingdom would be the same as in history, a calamity brought about by greed. But after reading the reason for Gao Xianji's attack, not even Wang Chong could find a single word of blame. Wang Chong had never known that the Shi kingdom was colluding with the Abbasid Caliphate to deal with the Anxi protectorate. Wang Chong also could not determine if this was because of some hidden information from his last life or simply because of the butterfly effect. But there was one thing that he could be sure of. Once he confirmed that the other side was working together, he would strike first, taking the initiative to attack before the other side could fully prepare. This was the most correct method for a famed general. Gao Xianji's method could not be faulted, and if it were Wang Chong, he would definitely have done the same. And if Arabia was colluding with the Shi kingdom, once Gao Xianji captured the Shi kingdom, the Arabs would definitely send reinforcements. Rather than passively waiting, it was better to attack to the end. He could actively obstruct the Arabs, and he could also keep the war out of the country, lessening the effects of this war on the western regions. If everything went smoothly after the war, the Shi kingdom could be incorporated into the Tang dynasty's western regions, which would only be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. From the western regions to the Abbasid Caliphate, beyond the Song Mountains, there was almost nothing but flat plains. From a military standpoint, the most strategic location in the region was undoubtedly the city of Talas. Gao Xianji was a famed general of his generation, famed for his blitzkrieg tactics. There was no doubt that he had keenly sensed the special value of the city of Talas. Thus, after capturing the Shi kingdom, he had marched 1,000 li to occupy Talas. This series of actions had been swift, vicious, and efficient, dealing the Shi kingdom a most painful blow. At the same time, it had caught the Arabs off guard and forced them into an extremely passive position, completely displaying the abilities of a top-class great general of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 855. Marquis, what should we do next? The hall was quiet as everyone stared at Wang Chong. Under Wang Chong's influence, all of them had extremely solemn expressions. In the past, they would have believed that Arabia was just an insignificant country and wouldn't have cared much about this battle. But as people who had personally experienced it, they were well aware of just what sort of enemy they were facing. This country had an even vaster territory than the Tang dynasty, an even larger army, stronger war horses, and a valiant ambition to expand its territory. This was the Tang dynasty's strongest foe on this continent. Gao Xianji had already led nearly 90% of the Anxi protectorate army into the city of Talas, and behind him was a vast expanse of land. If Gao Xianji could not stop the soldiers the Arabian Empire had deployed to the east, tens of thousands of Arab soldiers would soon cross the Song Mountains and occupy the entire western regions. Qixi would bear the brunt of this assault. Once Qixi fell, all of Longxi and the interior of the Tang dynasty would be threatened. For the first time in history, the Arab army was at the gates of the Central Plains. Everyone would feel the intense threat of this distant country. All of them had clearly understood this point from Wang Chong's calculations on the sand table. Wang Chong said nothing, only closed his eyes and began to think. This battle had occurred too suddenly and too quickly. He needed to calm his mind and think. There were still too many preparations that had not been completed, and the sudden outbreak of the Battle of Talas had completely disrupted his plans. Li Sai, pass on my order. Open the Qixi Armory. After some time, Wang Chong finally opened his eyes, which were bursting with a dazzling light. Boom! After a while, with a roar of steel, the long-sealed Qixi Armory suddenly opened. Sunlight shone down and finally shone into the largest armory at the border. The ballistae, forged by the Ministry of Works and stamped with the imperial seal of the imperial court, finally saw the light of day after tensome years of being covered in dust. Stop! You can't do this. Without a written order, no one is allowed to enter. Stop right now. Several guards of the Qixi Armory shouted, but no one paid attention to them. As the saying goes, when a general is outside, the ruler's orders are not to be obeyed. Things can be done according to tradition, but they can also be done according to authority. As a general, one should be able to adapt to circumstances. Now that the war was imminent, these ballistae were the best weapons of war, able to maximize the power of the Tang dynasty. In the past, the successive generations of Qixi protector generals, including Fomin Linta, had all scrupulously abided by this rule, not daring to violate it. However, Wang Chong was different. He would not rigidly adhere to the old rules. Boom! As Wang Chong led his army into the Qixi Armory, the stone of destiny's cold voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind. Special event, Destiny's Choice. With this voice, light and shadow began to shift. Rumble. A massive city began to rise from the ground, with this city as the boundary. On one side were tens of thousands of black war banners, and on the other was a vast sea of yellow dragon banners. The moment the two sides met, they immediately began to fight. Translated by DXHSOXD, edited by DXHSOX. Wang Chong's heart paused, and he immediately stopped. The wheels of history slowly turn. No matter how many tributaries it passes, it will eventually return to its original course. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and the same continent cannot have two massive empires at the same time. This is a war that cannot be avoided. Of the two empires, only one can proudly roar at the summit of the world, while the other will rapidly decline, falling into the twilight years of a lion. Upon hearing these last words, Wang Chong's entire body trembled. But all of this was far from over. A lion that has lost its claws and teeth is like an eagle that has lost its wings. This is the twilight years of a lion, and it is also the choice of destiny. As the controller of destiny, Host has one and only special treatment. By paying 8,000 points of destiny energy, Host can choose to exempt himself and withdraw, or Host can choose to enter of his own accord and receive 2,000 points of destiny energy as a reward. Warning: if Host chooses to enter of his own accord, Host will face tremendous danger. If the mission fails, the empire will fall, and Host will be obliterated. As Wang Chong listened to the voice in his mind, a hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. 8,000 points of destiny energy. Thus, during the Battle of the Triangular Gap, if he had not exchanged for the karmic battle armor, he could have been exempt. But even if he had this chance, would he really withdraw? Confirm. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Without the slightest reluctance, he instantly stepped into the Qixi Armory. Flap, flap, flap. The black eagle flew over the mountains, scattering in every direction. The situation at Talas had not only reached Qixi, but also the capital, where it sparked a fierce debate in the imperial court. Your Majesty, we should immediately send out soldiers to reinforce Lord Gao Xinji. 30,000 elite soldiers trapped is no small matter. If the Anqi Protectorate Army is defeated, Sueya, Shul, and the other 4 garrisons of Anqi will also fall, and all of Anqi will fall. We should immediately send reinforcements to Anqi. In the imperial court, several generals were passionately complaining about the severity of the situation. Absurd! Just as they finished speaking, a minister on good terms with the Prince of Qi immediately stepped forward and sternly rebuked them. Gao Xinji is a godly strategist. Ever since he joined the army, Lord Gao has won almost every battle in the western regions. Now that the Sher kingdom has fallen, Lord Gao has led his army west and smoothly occupied Talas. With Lord Gao's abilities, it won't be long before he defeats the Arabs. What need is there to talk about sending troops now? Have all of you lost your minds? Although King Qi and the King of Song had always been on bad terms, and the two factions had always argued in the imperial court, neither side willing to give in to the other. But this time, it was not a purely personal grudge. Of all the protector generals and great generals of the Tang dynasty, none had achieved more dazzling feats than Anqi Protector General Gao Xinji. Although he did not have the most seniority and could not compare to the other great generals and protector generals, the military skills he displayed and his astonishing feats on the battlefield far surpassed those of the other protector generals and great generals. In the military and the imperial court, Gao Xinji even had a nickname, the ever-victorious general. Ever since he had taken the position of protector general, Gao Xinji had never suffered a defeat. Moreover, his tactics were swift and unpredictable, and he was extremely skilled at taking the initiative. It was precisely because of his extraordinary abilities and the terrifying fighting power of the Anqi Protectorate Army that he had been able to suppress the kingdoms of the western regions with a measly army of tens of thousands, forcing all the other kingdoms to bow their heads and allowing the western regions to remain impregnable. This time, although Gao Xinji's soldiers had been trapped in the city of Talas, many people believed that this was Gao Xinji's strategy. In the end, Gao Xinji would still defeat the Arabs and emerge victorious. After all, similar situations had occurred before, and they were not rare. Gao Xinji had always defeated the strong despite being outnumbered, proving his ability. Moreover, Arabia was just a trifling country. But this time is different. This request for reinforcements was sent by Gao Xinji's deputy general, Feng Changqing. This lowly subject believes that this war should be treated with even greater importance. One of the generals continued to try to persuade the crowd. Lord Shui, be at ease. Lord Gao will be fine. An imperial censor indifferently said. In the end, this debate came to an end. Feng Changqing's request for reinforcements did not cause much of a ripple in the imperial court. Gao Xinji was skilled in blitzkrieg tactics, and many people believed that it wouldn't be long before another report of victory came from Anqi. But 10 days later, when a request for reinforcements came from the western regions and Gao Xinji's soldiers were still trapped in Talas, everyone finally paled. Even the slowest of people could tell that this time was different from the past. Gao Xinji, the spear of the empire of the Tang dynasty in the western regions, had encountered an extremely powerful foe. While the capital was still debating how to respond to Anqi's request for reinforcements, all of Qixi and Wushang were on the brink of war. All the soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate Army were divided into units of 10,000, and they trained day and night. As for the 5,000 Wushang cavalry, they were also preparing for battle. Bows, ballistae, sabers, spears, axes, and halberds were being shipped out of the Qixi armory and distributed to the entire army. The entire Qixi Protectorate had a ballista and 200 ballista bolts in units of 5, quickly forming a ballista army of 2,000 ballistae. The ballista squad, tactic that Wang Chong had used in Dian Mengpo's night raid, was rapidly revealing its edge and becoming a fighting force. Although an army of 10,000 was only equipped with 2,000 ballistae, this unique ballista squad tactic allowed for clear division of labor, rapid adjustment, and frequent firing of ballistae to maximize the power of these heavy weapons of war of the Tang dynasty. In terms of lethality, they were 5 to 10 times stronger than they were in the past. This was a new tactic that Wang Chong had created for ballistae. Marquis, Lord Feng Changqing has sent another request for reinforcements. How should we reply? Should we still refuse? In the hall, where Wang Chong's subordinates had gathered, Su Kai bowed to Wang Chong, a letter in his hand. Tell Lord Feng to give me 2 months. 2 months later, I will definitely send an army to Talas to assist Lord Gao. Wang Chong sternly said. With Talas in danger, and Gao, Xianji trapped, Feng Changqing's requests for reinforcements continued to pour into Qixi like snowflakes. In just 10 short days, Wang Chong had received at least 20 or 30 letters. Feng Changqing was Gao Xianji's deputy general and his left and right arms. The two of them were known as the twin walls of the empire, and although Wang Chong had never met this famed general renowned for his logistics and administrative abilities, Feng Changqing had left an extremely deep impression on him. Chapter 856. Unlike the War of the Southwest, there would not be as many civilian casualties in this war, and it would not involve as many soldiers, but it would decide the fate of the western regions and the empire. And what Wang Chong knew was different from what Feng Changqing knew. The effects of this war were far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. The effects of this war on the Central Plains and the Tang Dynasty would be far greater than the effects of 10 wars of the Southwest. This was because it would not decide the gains and losses of a single side, but the future of the Central Plains. When a lion lost its sharp claws and teeth, it would enter its twilight years, and when an empire lost its drive to expand and advance, it would enter its old age from its youth. From then on, it would become obsessed with infighting and killing each other. This was something that no one could imagine. Wang Chong had seen it for himself and knew of that sort of chaos. Thus, no matter what, Wang Chong could not permit the Tang Dynasty to fall into such a state. Wang Chong was no less anxious for this battle than Feng Changqing. But no matter how anxious Wang Chong was, he was keenly aware that this was not the time to send soldiers. Both he and the Qixi Protectorate were far from ready. In these circumstances, if they rashly sent soldiers, not only would they fail to help Gao Xianji and the Anqi Protectorate army, they would end up throwing themselves into prison, sending the Qixi Protectorate and Wushang's cavalry to their deaths. History had already changed. In his last life, Anqi Protector General Gao Xianji had marched 1,000 li and lost the city of Talas by a hair. In the end, he was trapped in the wilderness, attacked by the armies of the Arabian Empire, and eventually defeated in the wilderness of the city of Talas. But now, everything was different. Gao Xianji had successfully entered the city of Talas, seized the initiative, and had the geographical advantage. With Gao Xianji's strength as an imperial great general, more than 30,000 elites, and tens of thousands of mercenaries, it would not be too difficult for him to resist the Arab army in the wilderness. There was no need to doubt Gao Xianji's talent in the art of war, and the strength of his 30,000 Samanchi elites was enough to show disdain for the entire empire. Back then, Gao Xianji persisted for almost a month, even though he had lost the initiative and the geographical advantage. Now, with the help of the city of Talas, it would not be a problem for him to persist for another 2 months. This was also the real reason why Wang Chong decided not to send troops for the time being. Yes, Marquis. Su Qi immediately bowed and left to receive the order. Li Sai. After Su Qi left, Wang Chong shifted his gaze and looked at the first palace hall's sturdy figure, Li Sai. Here. Li Sai immediately stepped forward. How is the matter of Wuzi Steel going? Have you urged Ablonidin and Arloja? Is there still no news? Wang Chong asked. Wuzi Steel was Wang Chong's greatest concern, and it was also his most pressing problem. If his guess was right, the 10,000 elites of the Abbasid Caliphate's Mamelukes were waiting for battle on the border. In the history that Wang Chong knew, the Mamelukes were known as the uncrowned kings, the strongest cavalry of the pre-apocalyptic era. Their equipment was excellent, and their combat strength was unimaginable to everyone. Moreover, from the moment they were born, they had been trained to kill. They were true war machines. Although the Wushang cavalry were very powerful, without the Wuzi steel swords and the meteoric metal armor, the Wushang cavalry were far from their peak state. The strongest armies of the empires of the East and West were gathered on the battlefield of Talas. The cold-blooded and cruel nature of the battle was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. Wang Chong would never permit the Wushang cavalry that he had painstakingly trained to recklessly charge onto the battlefield before they were fully formed, only to be needlessly buried there. "Marquis, there's news from Sinu. Ablonidin and our Loja have replied that the high priest has agreed. The 6,000 June of Hyderabad has been prepared and can be taken at any time. But there's a problem. Talas is currently in a state of war, and the road from Sinu to the Central Plains has been cut off. They can no longer use the normal route to transport from Hyderabad." Li Sai loudly said, "Buzz." Li Sai's words caused everyone in the hall to tense up. The news from the city of Talas had completely disrupted their rhythm, and everyone was frantically trying to figure out what to do. Everyone had their own things to do, just like the different parts of a machine, each with their own responsibilities. They had no idea what Li Sai was talking about, but they all knew the importance of woozy steel. Wang Chong creased his brow and suddenly stepped down from his throne. The Arabs and the Anshu Protectorate Army were still locked in a stalemate at the Battle of Talas, but some effects were already beginning to show. The Sindhi high priest was clearly worried that this unprecedented battle would have an adverse effect on this transaction worth 6 million taels of gold. Wang Chong's generosity was beginning to show its effects. At present, Wang Chong was the greatest financial backer of the Hyderabad transaction, and he was also the greatest help to the Sindhu. This was a loss that the high priest could not bear. This was why the 6,000 June of Hyderabad had been prepared so quickly, but things were not going as smoothly as they seemed. The battle between Gao Xianji and Abu Muslim had cut off the transportation route to Hyderabad, rashly transporting the at a time like this would end up being intercepted by the Arabian Empire. Tap, tap. Wang Chong's footsteps echoed through the hall, his heavy footsteps seeming to strike at the hearts of everyone present. As Wang Chong walked forward, everyone slowly turned to the only model in the hall. As they gazed at the city of Talas in the center of the model, they all felt an indescribable strangeness. This model had been made by Wang Chong before the battle had even begun, and had been there for a very long time. But no one had realized what this model signified, not until this moment. "Marquis, the path between the Central Plains and Sindh truly has been cut off. I've already sent many scouts and rock eagles. The area around Talas is filled with Arab soldiers. I've already investigated and found that all trade routes along the Silk Road between the East and the West have been cut off. Even the Arab caravans had stopped all activity. The path between the East and the West has truly been cut off. We can't go through there." Perched on his shoulder, Zhang Ke gazed at the undulating terrain and mountains on the model as he respectfully reported to Wang Chong. Wang Chong frowned and silently lowered his head to the model. On this sand table, all the mountains, rivers, passages, and cities were clearly marked. This was the result of a large number of scouts, a great deal of time, and all sorts of meticulous methods. Just as Zhang Ke had said, the geography of the city of Talas was extremely unique. This had once been a hub for trade routes between the East and the West, but after the war, the Silk Road had been cut off, leaving no path between the two. Even if Sindh had agreed to Wang Chong's request, the 6,000 June of Hyderabad wouldn't have been enough. "No." Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he suddenly said, "The path hasn't been cut off. The passage hasn't been severed. There's still another passage between the Great Tang and Sinu." Ah! Everyone was stunned by Wang Chong's words. "How could that be? I've already investigated. All the trade routes have stopped. There can't be another path." Zhang Ke said in shock. It wasn't that he didn't believe Wang Chong's words, but that he had been racking his brains and expending a great deal of resources and manpower to find another path. But all his efforts had ended in failure. In addition, merchants valued profit. If there was another path, he might not know about it, but these merchants would definitely know about it. The hall was quiet as everyone looked at Wang Chong. Swish! Wang Chong said nothing, only took a small red flag and inserted it into an inconspicuous position on the sand table. Everyone was dumbstruck by the location of this red flag. Zhang Kei's eyes went wide, his mouth agape, but he couldn't say a single word. The Uzun Plateau. No one had expected Wang Chong's flag to be inserted into the territory of the Uzun Empire. He actually wanted to use Uzun to transport the 6,000 Jun of Hyderabad, or even the boldest person would not dare to imagine such a wild and unconstrained train of thought. It doesn't matter that the Silk Road has been cut off. Li Sai informed Sindhu. Tell them to pass through Greater and Lesser Balar to the north of Sindhu and use the Uzun Empire to transport the 6,000 Jun of Hyderabad, or, in addition, take 2,000 Wushan cavalry and pass through Greater and Lesser Balar to provide support. Wang Chong said firmly, Yes, Marquis. Li Sai said without hesitation. He had never doubted Wang Chong's decisions. Behind him, the people in the hall were still immersed in intense shock, but gradually they seemed to understand something and pensive looks appeared on their faces. To pass through northern Sindhu and pass through Greater and Lesser Balar, as well as the Uzun Plateau to transport the Hyderabad, was a path that even the craziest merchant would not dare to imagine. The reason was simple. Not only was the road rough and bumpy, it also passed through the most dangerous territory of the Uzun Empire. The cavalry of the Uzun Empire would not only plunder Longxi, but also plunder merchants traveling between the east and west. One of the reasons the Tang dynasty had established a protectorate in Qixi and stationed an army there was to prevent the plundering of the Uzun Empire. No merchant would be crazy enough to send their goods into the territory of bandits. But the Battle of the Triangular Gap had completely altered the structure of Qixi. Dayan Mangpoj had died in battle, and Dusong Mangpoj had fled in defeat. The northern border of the Uzun Plateau no longer had any soldiers that could threaten Wang Chong's plans. Wang Chong's idea seemed bold, but it was actually the most appropriate. Chapter 857. Wang Chong had no idea what the others were thinking. The sudden war between Gao Xinji and the Arabs had completely disrupted his plans, and there were far too many things he needed to take care of. What he needed to worry about now was far more than just woozy steel. Chang Sanyuan, what did Hileag say? Has he still not resolved the matter of the fourth prince? I can't give him any more time about the war horses. I need his answer now. Wang Chong turned his head and said, Hileag had gone to Mount Sami of the Western Turkic Khaganate, so Wang Chong had left the matter of the fourth prince to Chang Sanyuan. Replying to Marquis, Hileag has sent a letter saying that Ishbara Khagan had already made his preparations, but there was a sudden change. As for the fourth prince, I'm afraid that we won't be able to proceed as planned. Chang Sanyuan hesitantly said, Oh. Wang Chong's brow creased, and then his eyes flashed as he sneered. Is it because of the Battle of Talas in the western regions? Yes. Chang Sanyuan lowered his head after a moment's hesitation. But in the end, he still chose to speak the truth. Qixi was currently in need of manpower and soldiers, and Hileag's failure at Mount Sami was clearly not good news. It seems like the Turks still haven't gotten used to the rules they should follow when dealing with me. No matter what the outcome of this battle is, they won't have a single chance. Cavalry. A cavalry without a horse is just an infantry. In the past, Wang Chong wouldn't have cared how much time Hileag had to spend, but now a great battle was imminent. Wang Chong needed a large number of soldiers, and these war horses were particularly important. Ishbara Khagan had clearly sensed this, which was why he had changed his mind and thought of delaying tactics. Chang Sanyuan, I will give you 3,000 Wushan cavalry. Lead a group of soldiers from the Qixi Protectorate and set out from Qixi in the next few days, immediately penetrating the Turkic steppe. Remember, only follow the water. Wherever there is water, there will be horses, cows, sheep, and even Turkic tribes. Animals can't live without water. I want you to sweep through all parts of the water source in 3 days. In 10 days, crush the Turkic armies in the west. Wang Chang's eyes were cold and brimming with killing intent. In the Battle of Talas, Gao Xianji had been hailed as the war god of the western regions, but he was at a disadvantage, surrounded by the Arabs. Wang Chong had previously thought that this matter would create an unfavorable variable in his deal with Ishbara Khagan. It was highly likely that the Western Turks would begin to covet Ishbara Khagan and believe that he had a chance. What Wang Chong needed to do was utterly destroy any hope that the Western Turks had, making them understand that even if something happened in the western regions, as long as he was there, Qixi would be impregnable. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Chung Sanyuan immediately left to carry out the order. In this period of time, everyone had felt an intense pressure. Letters had come one after another from Anqi, and Gao Xianji, with his 30,000 elites, had been hailed as the blitzkrieg general of the western regions, the invincible general. When he led an army into a campaign, he always ended it quickly and rarely lasted for too long. But now, 10-some days had passed, and this illustrious imperial great general of the Tang dynasty was still trapped in Talas. Even the slowest person, even those who had no understanding of Arabia, could tell that Gao Xianji had encountered an unprecedentedly powerful foe. Anqi was in a state of emergency, and all hopes rested on them. Qin Bin, your subordinate is here. Inform Zhao Jingdian that I will only give him 20 days. No matter the price, the road from the capital to Qixi must be opened. In addition, I will leave the construction of the cement road from Qixi to Anqi to you. Get in touch with Feng Changqing and have him cooperate fully. I will only give you 25 days to complete this road. All the manpower and resources of the City of Steel will be at your disposal. If the road is not opened in 25 days, you will be dealt with according to military law. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Chen Bin bowed, and without a word of rebuttal, he quickly turned around and left. Order after order was issued from the hall, and all of Qixi and Wushang began to move in accordance with Wang Chong's orders. Gradually, the number of people in the hall began to dwindle, and after some time, the only thing left in the hall was a beautiful white figure. What's wrong? Su Yiqin gracefully stepped forward, gazing at Wang Chong's silently furrowed brow as she softly said, Is there something that can't be resolved? Su Yiqin carefully examined Wang Chong's face. Wang Chong's face was handsome and bright, possessing a maturity and steadiness that no youth of his age could rival. His sword-like eyebrows and imposing aura made Wang Chong's body seem even more enchanting. But at this moment, Wang Chong's brow was slightly creased, and one couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Wushang, Qixi, Anqi, only Su Yiqin was keenly aware of the enormous pressure placed on this young man's shoulders. Everyone treated him as their pillar of support, believing him to be omnipotent, but they had forgotten that he was actually only a 17-year-old youth. It's nothing. Wang Chong waved his hand, still deep in thought. But our soldiers are still far from enough. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first, and Talas is still too close to the Abbasid Caliphate. The 5,000 Wushang cavalry I have are far from enough to change the course of this war. Based on Wang Chong's understanding of the Arabs and the information he had gathered so far, the Abbasid Caliphate had at least 200,000 soldiers, and this number was only going to increase. The soldiers from Qixi alone were far from enough. This was also what had been troubling Wang Chong in this period of time. He still didn't have enough chips in his hands. Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh at this thought, but at this moment he heard a soft chuckle at his ear. Startled, Wang Chong raised his head and saw that Su Yiqin was lightly covering her mouth and nose with her slender fingers. She was laughing so hard that even her face was red. I thought you were worried about something. So it's this. Leave it to me. I'll help you handle this matter. I guarantee that in a month, you'll have at least 6,000 Wushang cavalry. Su Yiqin confidently said. Wang Chang's body trembled as he stared in shock at Su Yiqin. No one understood Wushang village more than he did. They were extremely xenophobic, and ordinary people couldn't even enter. Even though he had the memories of his last life, he had still spent an enormous amount of effort to recruit 5,000 cavalry. Moreover, Wushang village didn't have many people in the first place, so it was already quite difficult for them to allocate 5,000 cavalry. Not even Wang Chong dared to ask for more. But now, Su Yiqin was confidently promising him that in a month, she would recruit 6,000 more Wushang cavalry for him. What? You don't believe me? Su Yiqin smiled. This matter wasn't too difficult to begin with. It's just that you men are clumsy and don't know how to do it properly. Wang Chong stared blankly at Su Yiqin, completely speechless. If someone else had said this to him, Wang Chong would have treated it as a joke. But since it was Su Yiqin, the logistics queen of the Tang dynasty, who said this, the meaning and weight were completely different. All right, Yiqin, I'll leave this matter to you. North of the Uzan Highlands, northeast corner, a place where few people tread. Rumble. The air surged, and the hurried sound of hooves broke the silence of the highlands. The earth trembled, and in just a moment, a torrent of steel roared out from the highlands. Everyone keep up. Don't fall behind. Be careful. Shouts resounded through the highlands. At the front of the group, Li Sai took the lead and galloped over. He was dressed in heavy armor, and his massive body was like a heavy mountain, exuding a storm of pressure. The Wuzi steel sword was the most important thing to all of them, far surpassing anything else. Thus, of Wang Chong's subordinates, Li Sai had been the first to set out. Dispatching his number one general was enough to show how much importance Wang Chong placed on this matter. Is everyone here? Take a head count. In addition, carefully inspect your weapons and equipment so that you can deal with any possible battle. Li Sai's voice was like a great bell, resounding over the highlands. Yes, General. The moment Li Sai gave the order, the 2,000 Wushang cavalry swiftly assembled and finished their preparations. Kong Xian, I'll give you 1,000 soldiers. Set out from here, through Greater and Lesser Baller, and penetrate deep into Sinnu to provide support for the caravans transporting the ore. There's no need to say how much importance Marquis places on this matter. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong. Understood? Li Sai's gaze was sharp. He turned his head and looked at a deputy general beside him. This person was called Kong Xian, a person that Li Sai had unearthed while leading troops. He was calm, determined, decisive, and had good judgment. He was able to assess the situation and make the most correct decision. Li Sai sensed the talent in him and brought him along. He gave him military books and strategies, as well as everything he had learned. After experiencing several major battles, Kong Xian had already matured into Li Sai's strongest deputy general. This was also why Li Sai had transferred him over for this operation. General, be at ease. This general swears to complete this mission to the death. Kong Xian dismounted and knelt on the ground, his face determined. There's no need to say anything else. Go. Li Sai waved his hand. With these words, Kong Xian quickly mounted his horse and led the 1,000 Wushang cavalry toward Greater and Lesser Baller and Sinit. Li Sai led the other 1,000 soldiers and stood on the plateau, watching Kong Xian and the others leave. Only after a long while did he regain his composure. All other soldiers, hear my order. Without my order, no one is allowed to move. We will wait here until they return and provide support at any time. Yes. Chapter 858. General. At this moment, a soft voice rang out in Li Sai's ear. The vultures of the Uzan have appeared. They've discovered us. Li Sai's eyes flashed as he followed the scout's gaze. In the southwest direction, a huge black vulture spread its wings and appeared in the sky above them. It circled around in circles, obviously spying on them. Even farther away, a black silhouette on a war horse was standing on the horizon, watching them from a distance. From his attire, he was clearly an Uzun cavalryman. There's no need to worry. Let him be. Li Sai only glanced at him for a moment before quickly turning his head back. There's no one in the northern border of the Uzun that can threaten us now. After saying this, he stared to the northwest like a god of war, silently waiting. To the northeast of Chishi, across a long, curved border, one would venture deep into the Turkic steppe. Rumble. Almost at the same time as Li Sai set off, Cheng Sanyuan led the 3,000 Wushang cavalry through the most fertile areas of the steppe. The Wushang cavalry rarely ventured deep into the Turkic steppe, so Cheng Sanyuan had brought 3 guides with him this time. "My lord, it's just up ahead. Tensum Li is an oasis. The people of the Gully tribe often bring their cows and sheep there to drink." A thin who on a war horse pointed ahead. "All soldiers, move out." A cold light flashed in Cheng Sanyuan's eyes as he pointed his sword forward. In an instant, tens of thousands of troops surged forward, brushing past Cheng Sanyuan and charging forward. 15 minutes later, when the 3,000 Wushang cavalry arrived, what they saw was not a clear oasis, but a vast sea of cows and sheep, as well as Turkic who dressed in lambskins. "Not good, it's the Han." Why would their army appear here? Run. The sudden appearance of Cheng Sanyuan and the others sent the Hu herdsmen into a panic. There were also some herdsmen who quickly gathered and formed a small defensive force. They shot arrows at Cheng Sanyuan and the others. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheng Sanyuan led the 3,000 Wushang cavalry and galloped away like a whirlwind. The Turks had vicious temperaments, and every seemingly innocent Turkic herdsman would become a qualified Turkic warrior once they put on their armor. They would follow the army into the heart of the Central Plains and become a savage existence that ravaged the people of the Central Plains. This was the simplest truth. There was no pretense or mercy in this battle. When the battle ended, the land around the oasis was stained with blood, and there were corpses of cattle, sheep, and herdsmen everywhere. "Let's go to the next location." Cheng Sanyuan's sharp eyes focused on the north, and with a wave of his hand, he led the 3,000 cavalry forward like a dark cloud. One place after another, Cheng Sanyuan strictly followed Wang Chong's orders, charging through the water sources of the Turkic steppe and sweeping through the surrounding herdsmen and tribes. His movements were clean and swift, and in a single day, he had swept through several dozen water sources, and as countless herdsmen and tribes fled, the matter quickly spread across the western Turkic steppe. Bastard! Upon receiving the urgent report from the herdsmen of the Turkic steppe, a Turkic deputy general on the western border of the Western Turks clenched his teeth and stood up. "These Han are too impudent. Do they really think that our Turks have no one left?" With the death of the black wolf Yabgu, all the soldiers had fallen into this deputy general's hands. At the very least, until Ishbara Khagan appointed a new Yabgu, all the 30,000 cavalry in the west would be under his control. Have you found out? Only 3,000 some. That young marquis of the Tang dynasty isn't here? Nalu Lubu pressed his hands against the metal table, half his body leaning over it as he spoke with a vicious expression. "General, we've already investigated. That Wang Chong of the Tang dynasty isn't here, and the one leading the army is a nameless nobody. Moreover, he only has 3,000 soldiers. Our people have already confirmed it time and time again." The Turkic scout kneeled in the tent and respectfully said, "Pass on my order. Gather the army and set out with me. Kill every last one of these Han." Nalu Lubu's voice was still echoing through the tent as he strode over the table and out of the tent. In the Battle of the Chishi Armory, the 5,000 elites, led by the Black Wolf Yabgu, Agudalan, had been completely wiped out. This battle had dealt a massive blow to the Western Turkic Khaganate's forces in the Chishi region, but even so, the Western Turkic Khaganate had left behind an extremely powerful force in the region. Nalulubu might not have been as famous as Agudalan, but he was still a famous general of the Western Turks. He had experienced many battles, and with his 30,000 soldiers he was still a formidable force. Rumble. Following Nalulubu's order, all the forces of the Western Turkic Khaganate in the Chishi region began to gather. Neighed as thousands of war horses surged toward Cheng Sanyuan and the 3,000 Wushan cavalry. "My lord, they've moved out." At almost the same time as the Western Turks moved out on the distant Chishi border, Zhang Ke took back a large eagle that had flown down from the sky and turned to Cheng Sanyuan. "Haha, as expected, my lord predicted. As long as we occupy the water source and make it impossible for the Turkic shepherds to drink their cattle and horses, the Turkic army will definitely be unable to restrain itself from attacking." Cheng Sanyuan was riding on a large green horse, a blushing look on his face. The steppe was covered in lush grass, and while the Turks had no fixed residence, they could graze wherever they pleased. But no matter where they grazed, they couldn't live without a source of water. As long as they could grasp this point, they would be able to grasp their fatal weakness. In this aspect, Cheng Sanyuan could only prostrate himself in admiration of Wang Chong. Although it was just a few words, they had struck at their greatest weakness. Flap, flap. Without another word, Cheng Sanyuan picked up a carrier pigeon with golden eyes, released it, and silently sent it off in the direction of Chishi. After doing all this, Cheng Sanyuan faintly smiled and turned to the 3,000-some Wushan cavalry behind him, their formation like an impenetrable fortress. "All soldiers, hear my order! Prepare for battle!" A little more than 2 hours later, the earth suddenly began to rumble. In the distance, one could see a cloud of dust rising from the horizon and countless pieces of grass drifting into the sky. In the distance, one could see a faint black line wriggling as it charged toward the Tang army. Awoo! The wolf pack howled, and a huge war flag quickly rose from the opposite horizon. On the black flag, a picture of a gray wolf fluttered in the wind. The Turkic army that had been garrisoned in the Chishi region and posed the greatest threat to the Tang dynasty, had finally caught wind of the news and rushed over. "All soldiers, get ready. Charge! Charge!" While the 30,000-some Turkic soldiers were still very far away and in disarray, Cheng Sanyuan suddenly smiled and waved his hand. Leading the 3,000 Wushan cavalry in a fearless charge, they were like a reef in the midst of a massive wave. Clang, clang, clang. As they charged, one after another, war halos shot out from beneath Cheng Sanyuan and the others' feet. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of halos gathered together, turning the 3,000-man army into a small fortress. Bastard! Nalulubu's eyes widened at this sight, and his blood surged to his head, his entire person enraged. He had brought more than 30,000 soldiers, more than 10 times the number of his foes, but this nameless pawn of the Tang dynasty had actually dared to attack him. "Kill them all! Leave none alive!" Nalulubu ordered. Not only did the 30,000 soldiers not slow down, they even began to charge forward. The distance between the two sides continued to close. Boom! With a heaven-shaking boom, the 3,000 Wushan cavalry formed into a long arrow formation that fiercely collided with the 30,000 Western Turks. "Nay! Ah! Kill them all! Kill them all!" As the two armies clashed, countless cavalry were thrown into the air and then dropped to the ground, their blood quickly staining the earth. As countless people looked on in shock, the 3,000 Wushan cavalry displayed an overwhelming strength. The 30,000-strong Turkic army was routed at the first clash, and the center was quickly pierced through. The difference in quality and quantity was on full display at this moment. In this first clash, the Turks had already lost more than 4,000 men. Bastard! Nalulubu was infuriated. Clang! He unsheathed his saber and pointed it at Cheng Sanyuan. "Nameless pawn, hand over your life." Nalulubu waved his saber and led his elite soldiers in a charge at Cheng Sanyuan. He could already tell that while this great Tang cavalry was astonishingly powerful, the strength of their commander wasn't very high. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse, and to capture the band, first capture the leader. As long as he could kill their commander, the rest would naturally collapse without a fight. Rumble. Seeing Nalu Lubu move, the other Turkic soldiers immediately followed him. Humph, I was just waiting for you. Chung Sanyuan sneered, a harsh light in his eyes. Rumble. Just when Nalalubu was leading his elites in a charge, the unthinkable took place. Buzz. The 3,000 Wushang cavalry split into units of 100. And like fireworks, they divided themselves into 30 smaller groups and began to cut and slash at the Tang soldiers. The center of the Turkic army had already been routed, and now it was in complete disarray. Nalalubu was caught off guard, his face filled with confusion, and his war horse unconsciously slowed down. But before he could come to his senses, the 3,000 Wushang cavalry suddenly turned back. Not good. Chapter 859. Aya. Chapter 853. Slaughter. Aya. An earth-shattering scream resounded as the thick stellar energy that had expanded for more than 4 feet around Lubu's body was swiftly annihilated. After a brief moment of silence, Lubu's entire body was covered in sword and saber wounds as he fell heavily to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. Countless arrows of blood shot out from his body and the war horse beneath him. Even in death, Nalalubu's eyes were still wide open, apparently not daring to believe that he would die to the encirclement of 3,000 people. Clang! A Wushang horseman charged forward and slashed down with his sword, sending Nalalubu's head flying several zhang into the air. And with Nalalubu's death, the Western Turkic army was thrown into chaos. Kill! Chung Sanyuan didn't hesitate at all. With a command, he immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Nalalubu had been too careless. Although Chung Sanyuan was no famous general, the Wushang cavalry behind him were the best cavalry in the world. Wang Chong had used this move to kill the Saint Martial Realm Dian Pugiel at the Zhangsheng recruit training camp on the Uzun Plateau, and this was only Nalalubu. Without Nalalubu as commander, the Western Turkic army still had 20,000 some soldiers, but it was no longer capable of organizing an effective counterattack. Kill! By the time Heba Yi and his 8,000 soldiers arrived from another direction, the outcome of this battle had been decided. When the news of the defeat reached Mount Sanmi, the entire Kaghan court was shaken. To the south of Chishi, along the Silk Road that led to the capital, a wide cement road stretched out like a belt of jade, passing through numerous mountains and extending for thousands of kilometers toward the western regions. At the end of this road, tens of thousands of craftsmen worked like a swarm of bees. At the very front of this group, Zhao Jingdian and several nobles of the capital and the elders of the great clans stood side by side, supervising the work day and night. Flap, flap, flap. A messenger pigeon flew down from the sky, and Zhao Jingdian extended his right hand to catch it. With just a glance, Zhao Jingdian's eyes immediately turned solemn. It's Marquis's letter. Zhao Jingdian opened the letter, glanced at it, then put it away and walked forward. He stopped in front of a well-dressed old man. Mr. Su, how far are we from Wushang? Zhao Jingdian asked. It's not far now. In fact, we could have reached Wushang not too long ago. But according to Master's orders, we widened the road and strengthened the hardness of the cement road to allow it to carry more weight. But if there are no accidents, we should be able to reach Wushang in 20 days at most. The old man replied. Zhao Jingdian was constructing the cement road from the capital to Wushang, and this old man was the chief engineer, the representative of the clan alliance. All of the construction progress was under his control. 20 days. Zhao Jingdian frowned and extended a finger. I'll only give you 10 days. You must reach Wushang within 10 days. This, after a moment's hesitation, the old man nodded. Although it's somewhat difficult, It shouldn't be too much of a problem. If Milord is in a hurry, I can personally supervise and facilitate this matter. Okay. Zhao Jingdian nodded and said no more. In his letter, Wang Chong had promised him 20 days, but Zhao Jingdian was well aware that for Marquis to personally send him a letter, it had to be an extremely important matter. Thus, Zhao Jingdian had given 10 days. I hope that I can help Marquis as much as possible, Zhao Jingdian said to himself. The cement road leading to the western regions was in full swing, and at the same time the countless chimneys of the central plains were spewing out black smoke. All the smithing clan, smiths, and smiths were working at full speed, madly constructing the various steel modules required for Wangchong. If one looked down from the sky, one could see that the hundreds of thousands of smiths and smiths of the central plains were madly working to forge steel. It was a majestic sight to behold. Load all these steel modules onto the carriages. I need all of you to move them to Chishi as quickly as possible. As for profits, there's no need to worry. The client this time is the Wang clan of the capital, a clan of ministers and generals most trustworthy. The buyer is none other than the young Marquis, personally conferred by the Holy Emperor. In Jingnan, outside an ancient-styled estate of a great clan, a refined steward dressed in azure robes was urging a caravan to load the steel modules onto the carriages. With the experience of forging for the first time, the speed at which these sword-smithing aristocratic families forged was much faster. Save it, Chishi Protector General, our Tang Dynasty's 8th great general. Who in the Tang Dynasty doesn't know of him? Relax. I don't need to worry about that. Outside the estate, the muscular caravan leader chuckled and made a gesture. With a wave of his hand, this caravan of tensome carriages set off for Chishi. From east to west, from south to north, tens of thousands of such caravans dragged countless steel modules toward Chishi day and night. With a single order from Wang Chong, the entire Tang Dynasty was at his beck and call. Time slowly passed, and 8 days later, when a wide cement road, more than 2 zhang long, reached Wushang, the entire city of steel was abuzz. Cement road! Cement road! Everyone look! A new cement road is coming. Let me take a look. Unbelievable. What a strange thing. It's really as hard as stone. The city of steel was cheering as tens of thousands of craftsmen flooded out of the city. A new road had appeared in the Tang Dynasty. It was made from soft sand and lime, but it was as hard as stone and could withstand several dozen tons of weight. Even a warrior with the strength of 1,000 jin would find it very difficult to damage it. This news had already spread throughout the entire Tang Dynasty. Moreover, this new cement road was being built from the distant capital to Wushang. This news had already spread through the city, and everyone was eagerly awaiting it. Lord Zhao, welcome back. Countless fireworks soared into the sky. At the very front of the thousands of craftsmen, Master of Architecture Zhang Shouji had personally come out of the city to welcome Zhao Jingdian. Venerable Senior Zhang, we meet again. Zhao Jingdian clasped his hands and smiled. The two of them had fought side by side in the War of the Southwest and were old acquaintances. That's right, where is Marquis? Marquis has already gone to Chishi, but even if you went there, you probably wouldn't be able to find him. Zhang Shouji had his hands tucked into his sleeves, a faint smile on his face. Oh, how could that be? Zhao Jingdian's eyes widened in surprise. He had worked day and night on the Silk Road precisely so that he could reach Wushang a little earlier and meet Wang Chong. But to his surprise, the situation was completely different from what he had expected. In the Battle of Talas, everyone has placed their hopes on Marquis. How could Marquis possibly sit still at a time like this? Zhang Shouji saw through Zhao Jingdian's confusion and smiled. In addition, don't ask me about Marquis' whereabouts. Not even I know. Marquis is a very careful thinker, and his thoughts are not something we can speculate on. Zhao Jingdian nodded in thought. Not many people knew that Wang Chong was not in Chishi. Even Su Yi-chin, who was closest to Wang Chong, only knew that he had gone to the western regions to meet some people, but not even she knew the specifics. Marquis, up ahead is the territory of the Gonka people. These people are extremely crude and don't even know how to ride horses. My lord, do you really intend to hire them? In the northeast corner of the western regions, in a barren and desolate region, Yang Hongchang rode next to Wang Chong. Behind them was the 5,000 soldiers of the Chishi army. Upon hearing that Wang Chong was coming to the western regions, Yang Hongchang had immediately put down everything he was doing and personally come out to welcome him. But Yang Hongchang was still confused by Wang Chong's decision. If my lord truly wishes to find mercenaries, this one knows many good ones, any of them more formidable than the Gonka people. Moreover, the Gonka people don't have many people, so they won't be of much use. There's no need. I'll bring up other mercenaries in the future. I've come this time to find the Gonka people. Wang Chong waved his hand from atop his white-hoofed shadow, his expression calm and composed. But there's no need. Wang Chong calmly said. No matter what he did, Wang Chong always had his own reasons for doing it. But there was no need to explain all this to Yang Hongchang. Marquis, the scouts up ahead have reported that there are people blocking our path. They should be the Gonka people. At this moment, a Han general galloped up and whispered into Wang Chong's ear. This general looked similar to Wang Chong's personal guards, but he was wearing the armor of the Chishi Protectorate. Under the leadership of Fomin Linta, there weren't many Han who could reach the rank of general in the Chishi Protectorate. Wang Chong had only found this general through the name list of the Chishi Protectorate. This person was called Xue Qianjun. He was originally a commandant who had served the Chishi Protectorate for 15 years. Even though he had made many contributions, he had never been promoted. After Wang Chong found him, he made an exception and promoted him to a general, commanding the Han soldiers of the Chishi Protectorate. As the Chishi Protector General, Wang Chong wielded unimaginable authority. For an exception to promote a commandant to a general, Wang Chong didn't even need the approval of the royal court or the Bureau of Military Personnel. All he had to do was to write a letter and report it to the royal court. Oh, don't clash with them yet. Wait for me. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and he suddenly patted his steed and galloped toward the source of the conflict. In just a few breaths, Wang Chong immediately saw the enemies that Xue Qianjun spoke of. These were the typical natives of the western regions. Compared to the burly natives of the western regions, they were much shorter, only around 6 to 7 chi tall. Their bodies didn't look as muscular, and they were covered in dust as if they hadn't bathed in 6 to 7 years. Even their hair was matted. But the most unbearable of all was the stench emanating from their bodies. When Wang Chong was still 6 to 7 zhang away, he could already smell the stench. Chapter 860. But even so, no one dared to underestimate these Gonka people. Even the scouts from the Chishi Protectorate sent by Wang Chong were very cautious, not daring to act rashly. The reason was very simple: their eyes. Even though their clothes were ragged and they reeked like beggars, these Gonka people had a pair of extremely fierce and terrifying eyes, like those of hungry wolves. Anyone who saw these eyes would have no doubt that these people were extremely dangerous. They could sacrifice their lives for an insignificant target at any time, fighting fiercely with you and dying together with you. They really are just as the legends say. The corners of Wang Chong's lips curled up slightly. Instead of being alarmed, he was delighted. The Gonka people were the most marginalized small tribe in the western regions, and they were known as the filthy wild boars. But in Wang Chong's understanding, they had another name that would resound throughout the western regions: the King of Mercenaries. This was the most vicious, most battle-hardened, most loyal, and most reliable mercenary tribe in all the countries of the western regions. Just like the soldiers of the Mamelukes, they were known as the King of Soldiers and King of Slaughter of the Abbasid Caliphate. They were machines born for war. The Gonka people were known as the filthy wild boars. They lacked water, food, and clothing. They lived in the most barren areas, and they were discriminated against and oppressed by various tribes. It was precisely this environment that created their fierce, wolf-like character. Because of the barren resources, they had no weapons or armor, and they couldn't afford to raise war horses. As a result, in the eyes of the countries of the western regions, they were weak, unsuited for war, and unsuitable for employment. Especially in the western regions, where cavalry was the main force, the Gonka people couldn't even afford to raise war horses, which was extremely fatal. As a result, no one would hire Gonka people. Because of this, the Gonka people were always struggling on the edge of life and death. In the western region, where competition was fierce and survival was cruel, many small tribes like this disappeared every year. But in the end, the Gonka people relied on their own tenacious struggle to survive. Moreover, they relied on one cruel and intense battle after another. Their strong and indisputable performance earned them the title of King of Mercenaries. They were loyal and reliable. Their style of fighting to the last man and never retreating won everyone's respect and recognition. In this war, just the 5,000 Wushang cavalry and the soldiers of Chishi were far from enough. Wang Chong needed a large number of mercenaries, and they had to be loyal and reliable. They were not like the Karluks. Although they were now known as the strongest mercenary tribe in the western regions, they would betray them at any time for the sake of a small profit. This was not what Wang Chong wanted. The more such mercenaries he recruited, the more harm he would suffer in the end. In Wang Chong's eyes of the countless mercenary tribes in the western regions, only the Gonka people were truly reliable and could serve as his right and left arms. Congratulations to user for unlocking the mission King of Mercenaries. The Gonka people are small tribes of the western regions. They are known as filthy wild boars, the future king of mercenaries. They are despicable and live like worms on the edge of the harsh environment, but they are proud and suspicious of all outsiders. If you want to truly obtain their help, you must make them feel true respect from the bottom of your heart. They will be your most honest allies in the future, never betraying you, never becoming your enemy. Mission success will be rewarded with 1,200 points of destiny energy. Mission failure will result in a deduction of 4,400 points of destiny energy. Note, this mission is dangerous. If you let the Gonka people feel your contempt, they will become your mortal enemies for life. Then everything became silent. There was no more sound. Wang Chong's eyes widened as he reined in the reins, inwardly astonished. The Stone of Destiny would actually issue a notice at a time like this. Interesting. The Stone of Destiny rarely issued missions of its own accord. In terms of strength and numbers, the Gonka people were a fringe tribe that had little sense of existence in the western regions. But for the Stone of Destiny to issue a mission worth 1,200 points of destiny energy, it was clear that even the Stone of Destiny recognized the weight of this future king of mercenaries tribe. Mortal enemies? That's not a small price to pay. As this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, he quickly urged his horse forward. Up ahead, the Chishi scout was still in a stalemate with the Gonka people. But without Wang Chong's order, these scouts clearly did not dare to act on their own. When Wang Chong reached the front, the scout very naturally moved to the side, and the filthy and disheveled Gonka people understood that Wang Chong was their leader and subconsciously raised their heads. "We have come with goodwill," a voice suddenly rang out in the ears of the Gonka people. It was not Wang Chong, but the scholarly robed and elegant figure of one Shuyang, riding a large horse. His demeanor was relaxed, causing others to subconsciously lower their guard and feel a sense of closeness. The language of the Gonka people was a minority language in the western regions. Other than themselves, very few people knew how to speak it. Not even Wang Chong knew how to speak it. Although Yang Hongchang had operated in the western regions for many years, not even he knew how to speak it. In the entire Tang dynasty, there was probably only one master, one Shuyang, who was well versed in the languages of the various kingdoms of the western regions. This is a small token of our appreciation. We hope that you will accept it." Wan Shuyang clasped his hands and bowed, glancing at Wang Chong. Seeing the latter nod, he gestured behind him. In the next moment, a few well-built warriors of the Qixi Protectorate walked up from behind, carrying a few large bamboo baskets. The bamboo lids of the baskets were opened. Inside were baskets of wheat flour, corn kernels, grapes, guavas, honeydew melons, and various meats. Food! Seeing these things, a few Gonka people uttered a vague sound. Their eyes lit up, obviously attracted by the food. Some of the Gonka people could not help but lick their lips subconsciously. The hostility in their eyes was reduced by a lot. What Mr. Yuan said was right. When Wang Chong saw this, he secretly nodded. Yuan Shusong was a linguist of his generation, and he was even more experienced in the Western region. He had spent most of his life in the Western region. He had been to every place and every tribe, and he had a deep understanding of them. In this aspect, even Yang Hongchong could not compare. This time, it was Wan Shuyang's suggestion to use food instead of gold to communicate with them first before negotiating with them. Only Wan Shuyang could take into account these detailed aspects. Reality had proven that this method was indeed effective. "What do you want?" "We, the Gonka people, have nothing to offer you." One of the Gonka people immediately stepped forward to negotiate with Wan Shuyang. "This food is just a small token of our appreciation. It's also a gift for our first meeting. This time, we're here to ask for your help. This is our leader." Wan Shuyang spoke in a refined manner. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Wang Chong beside him. His unique temperament had taken effect. The rejection of the few Gonka people became weaker. They were no longer as hostile as before. "Please tell your leader that I want to hire the Gonka people as my allies." At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly spoke. He did not speak in the language of Middle-earth. Instead, he spoke in the language of the Gonka people. This was something that Wang Chong had learned from Wan Shuyang. "If you agree, we can provide the Gonka people with generous rewards." "Pa!" Wang Chong made a gesture, and another basket was opened. However, this time it was not filled with food. Instead, it was filled with gold. When the dazzling gold light shone out, the expressions of the few Gonka people changed. The living conditions of the Gonka people were harsh. They had never seen such a large amount of gold. "Wait a moment. I'll go and ask the leader." One of the Gonka people did not say anything else. He immediately turned around and left. They watched as he dashed away and entered a small tent in the distance. Wang Chong and Wan Shuyang exchanged glances. Neither of them said anything. If there were no surprises, that should be the place where the king of Gonka lived. "I wonder if it's that person." A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he rode the white hoof shadow and gazed at the clusters of shabby tents. Heroes were created by the times. The world was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was not as simple as people thought. Just like the outbreak of the apocalypse, the Central Plains first discovered that the world's #1 cavalryman, Wushang, was hiding in a barren mountain village in the northwest with only mountains and trees. In the western regions, there were also existences that made people raise their eyebrows. Before they could truly reveal their abilities, they were looked down upon by everyone. But when a calamity swept across the world, no one could hide themselves anymore. Everyone's secrets would be exposed. The king of Gonka was the most legendary existence that Wang Chong knew of in the western regions. Back in the day, Wang Chong was known as the war sage. He was the most legendary existence in the Central Plains. Wang Chong had used his own life and blood to forge a legend that belonged to him. However, even though he was known as the war sage, Wang Chong and the king of Gonka of the western regions had never met. They did not have much interaction. The reason was simple. This king of Gonka had fallen during the early stages of the calamity. The Gonka people were brave, fierce, fearless, and loyal. Even in the most disadvantageous of situations, they would never retreat and would fight to the last man. This was their strength and the respect of others. but at the same time it was also their weakness. They were used by others. In the end, the entire Gonka people died in battle. Orphans and widows were also taken by other tribes after the men died. All the wealth that the tribe had accumulated was taken away. Since Wang Chong had been reborn, he naturally would not allow such a thing to happen again. Moreover, with the Battle of Talas at hand, Wang Chong needed powerful allies who could fight fiercely and would not betray him. Tap, tap, tap. The Gonka people left as quickly as they came. In just a few moments, they had arrived in front of Wang Chong's group.